Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Race Radios on the backside of the Pensacola Dam. I am Miles Hasquist alongside the one and only Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So two races going on at the same time, but scored separately, similar to the UTV races yesterday. It'll be an hour and a half plus one lap. It's a 5-mile course with all the hard obstacles in it. There is no jokers for the rest of the day, Pam.
Yes, and that's what everybody was talking about, that the joker line that we had on yesterday's race won't, like you just said, won't be, and this course has been...
Well, it won't be a joker, but you have to hit it every single time. So the race line Waterfall is part of the race course. It's not a joker. You have to run the entire race course this whole race. And then the 4400 will race the last year's joker line as well. So it's going to be awesome to see. So please tune in all day long. AOE.TV and Speedsport.tv, all of our social medias, and check it out. So we are about to kick off the EMC 48 and 45s, and then at 2 p.m. Central Time, the 4400 main event, and that'll be a 2-hour race plus the white flag. So it's going to be awesome to see all this amazing racing all day long. We are about to kick this racing off here in just less than 10 minutes.
And we will have 11 cars starting today. And like you were saying earlier, it's two different classes, our 4500 Modified and our 4800 Legends.
We still have a lot of action yet to come, but we have our third member of our team that's been helping out in the AMSOIL Hot Pits all week. Eric Allering, what do you got for us?
Thanks, guys. It's time to kick off our 4,500 and 4,800 race. What's interesting about our 4,800 Legends class is that both of our championship contenders, Jeremy Jones and Woody Rose, are not in attendance, and they were only 37 points apart. But thankfully, they've set themselves up well for the season and can utilize this as their drop race. So I'm interested to see what other drivers will step up to that plate and take this top spot today, guys.
Thank you, Eric. And again, she'll be bouncing all over, getting us those good details off and on all weekend. So the AMSOIL Hot Pits are being exciting. Eric has been doing an amazing job helping us get all those details throughout the race. She's been doing a lot of good work out there, but it is about to go racing here in just a little bit. I can't wait to get this party started, Pam.
Definitely not. And like you were saying with Erica, she was getting us great information yesterday. The hot pits were definitely busy, so she's going to be busy out there today. I mean, we got the larger tires, the higher horsepower. It's going to be a very busy hot pit.
Yeah, the 45s and the 48s have 37-inch DOT tires, so that's going to be a bigger tire than yesterday. The biggest ones we saw was 35-inch tires yesterday on the UTVs in the stock class. But look at these are some amazing 45s and 48s. It's going to be a great day, and we are about to go racing here in just a little bit. But first, we're going to give our Invocation and National Anthem from our only Alan Johnson.
What's that?
Well, thank you, Alan. And we are moments away from going green racing with Dwayne Garrett's in that pole position with Colin Hornick. Next to him, it's going to be a great showing of what these cars can do.
And there we do have the drone that is showing the height of these vehicles and the large tires that we have. Dwayne Garrettson right there on the pole.
Dwayne Garrettson, I was chatting to him just about 10 minutes ago, and he was bleeding his brakes, topping off with fuel, just making sure everything is good to go. But there's a lot of anticipation. They got their helmets on. They're about to get racing, so we're going to take a quick break, reset, and we'll be back with some racing action right after this.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Welcome back to the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam here in the South Grand Lake recreational area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. And there's a great shot of the waterfall. Look at the crowd that is there, and they are ready to see the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We'll give you a quick rundown on what these are. It's man, this race is going to be exciting.
Yes, it is for sure. We do have them pulled up to the start. That is Dwayne Garrettson and Colin Hornick waiting to take that green flag here in just a moment.
So what is a 4500 car? You can have 2.5 shocks per corner, mechanical steering, and 37-inch tires, and then it has to be a front-mounted engine.
Yes, and in our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, they are a front or rear-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. The vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, a single shock per corner. The max size of their DOT tire is a 37-inch. Their only solid axles are allowed in that class.
So this is the Project X starting grid. We have Dwayne Garrettson, Diesel Krentz, Cody St. Clair, and Sean Rance.
And then in our 4800 Legends class, we have Colin Hornick, Greg Neff, Garrett Humston, Ryan Webb, Brian Moore,
Jeff Flanagan, and Tom Van Shake. So we'll have 11 cars out on course. Remember, they run the entire 5-mile loop today, an hour and a half plus the white flag. It's going to be an exciting one to watch for sure. JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director, is right there. Travis Cook's got the timer out. We're about to going live racing. Lots of action on the Rugged Radios right now, making sure the course is clear. We are about to go live racing any moment. So Dwayne Garrettson out of Fort Smith, Arkansas with Come Get You Some, and Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun. And we are live racing. Dwayne Garrettson, Colin Hornick out on course. Colin out of Sugar Land, Texas with UC Motorsports with his buddy Austin riding shotgun.
All right, next coming up will be Greg Neff and Garrett Humston.
Greg Neff out of Broomfield, Colorado with Neff Motorsports. Going to be drag racing Garrett Humston and Seth Carpenter out of Lincoln, Nebraska with McGrills Racing.
And JT Taylor doing the countdown. Greg Neff getting a little excited, almost taking off the line, but here we are getting the countdown from JT Taylor. Look, we have an on board with Greg Neff.
Greg Neff, we're getting a drag race right there. It does look like he pulls the whole shot by just a little bit over McGrills.
Yes, he does. And out here, we're not really having to fight the dust so much because of all the rocks that we have out here in the water. But we do have, you know, some rocks we have to deal with. But here we do have next off the line, Ryan Webb up at Diesel Prince.
Ryan Webb with Philip McGilton riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Kryptonite Racing. Drag racing Diesel Krentz and Eric Spin out of Henderson, Carolina with Team Stacked.
All right, next off the line will be Cody St. Clair and Sean Rance. And that is a great shot right there of them getting the countdown from JT Taylor.
So Sean Rance and Chuck Richardson out of Aztec, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing. Drag racing the Texas kid Cody St. Clair and John Williams out of Ponder, Texas with SCR Motorsports.
And Cody St. Clair definitely getting that whole shot right there. We do have next up off the line, it will be the 869 of Jeff Flanagan. Can't even say that. And then next to Brian Moore.
So Jeff Flanagan, a local out of Disney, Oklahoma, with Flanagan Motorsports getting ready to drag race Brian Crash Moore with Trent Grab riding shotgun out of Tulsa, Oklahoma with Moore Racing. And Brian Moore takes off like a rocket in front of Jeff Flanagan.
Yes, Jeff Flanagan was sputtering just quite a bit when he took off, but they have to have that motor
And
clean
here
out.
is our rugged replay. We had a little crash action. It looks like it's going to be Dwayne Garrettson and Colin Hornick. So Dwayne missed the course, so they both about missed the course. They kind of they got a little tangled up, made it right back through. And last but not least, the 551 of Tom Van Shake and Zach McCannon out of Ontario, Canada with Van Shake Racing. So we've got 11 cars out on course, and there's our physical race leader, Dwayne the Ricky Bobby Garrettson at the Waterfall. Remember, they have to hit this every single lap. And that Jimmy's chassis, will see those 37-inch DOT tires can make it up.
We were talking about this with the larger tires. You know, are they going to be able to one-shot it up? But you don't always one-shot it up on these. The tires, they're grippy and all that good jazz, but they will probably have to be winching as well.
Well, we'll see. And where's Colin Hornick? Because remember, you have to hit this every single lap. So we saw them on the rugged replay. They were into each other. So how far back is he? Is this going to be? There's two lines. The right line. Oh. There's Colin Hornick right now being very patient. There's that line on the right. But if I was Hornick, I'd be taking the wet waterfall on the left. And Dwayne Garrettson up and out. So our physical race leader and on adjusted time. Remember, they did take off 2 at a time. Every 30 seconds, this race is on adjusted time. So there's Garrett Humston. Can Greg Neff come up through there?
Greg Neff taking the left-hand line there. He made it look very easy, though. Even though there's water on it, it's still very grippy because these rocks out here, they're not slippery on all the areas. There are some, they're sharp, and they definitely have a lot of texture to them.
And look at the crowd that is up there at Waterfall. That's probably the crowd favorite for today. It's a free, there's spectators getting free out here at South Grand Lake Recreational Area. And there is Ryan Webb with Philip McGilton. I was talking to them last night at the appreciation dinner, and Philip McGilton will be racing the 4400, so he's like, this is a perfect time for me to get out and see the course, because he was talking about Paul Wolf has the advantage because he was racing all day yesterday and knows the course where the lines are developing, where the course is falling apart. So he's like, they've got a huge advantage, so I'm going to hop in with Ryan Webb and take a leak at it.
Yes,
Ooh.
But that is Diesel Krentz right there. Looked like he was going to try to start taking that left-hand line. Ryan Webb slipped down, and he scooted, obviously he slipped over. And then you can see Cody St. Clair's back there patiently waiting as well, because there's really only 2 lines you can take up the waterfall.
And it is starting to become a little bit of a bottleneck here. Diesel Krentz, if I was him, I'd go up the waterfall proper right there, but Ryan Webb's having a little bit of issues. Is Philip going to get out and start winching?
Yeah, but talking to Diesel this morning, he hasn't even pre-ran the course. He got here and he had some issues, so he was being a little iffy on the first lap, and I told him, I said, you know what, you're going to do great. Get on out there and just do it.
And you see Jeff Flanagan kind of passed a few cars. They're all being patient, but hey, racing is racing. I can't believe somebody's not on that left line right now. There's 2 winch points. There's the skid steer straight ahead that you can see, and in front of Webb there is a loader up there you can hook up to as well.
Getting a little bit sideways right there.
The traction is a little tough on the 37-inch DOT tires. The same tires you can have on your Jeep, your tow rig, a little bit of whatever you want.
And they are more than likely going to have to get out and do winching right here if they don't get up. I mean, all the rest of the race cars are patiently waiting behind Diesel Krentz, Cody St. Clair, Sean Rance, Brian Moore, Jeff Flanagan, and Tom Van Shake. They're definitely sitting back there patiently. But who was it that you said you saw come up?
Flanagan passed a few of them on the side. But like I said, there's 2 lines. I can't believe they're not using both of them right now. And he is completely sideways in this. You want to be a little bit, you need your ass in towards us about 5-6 feet to have the right line here. And Jeff Flanagan, you can see the bumper of his buggy right there. He's a local here. He's like, I know what's going on.
Right.
You just need to go. Why isn't Diesel Krentz taking the waterfall? And there he goes.
Oh,
is he going to make it up? He finally does.
Finally.
A little bit of horsepower showing out. So Flanagan does cut by about 2 or 3 cars and makes it a one-shot. He's wheeled this place. He lives only about 1 mile away from here. So that just goes to show that if you're in the backyard, you have
Diesel.
a huge advantage.
Diesel just made it up super easy as well. Sorry about that. I totally interrupted you. But wow, he went and he's like, hey, boys, let me just show you how to do this really quick.
Flanagan made it right up. So now we have Cody St. Clair, 1 shot. So Ryan Webb really struggled.
He was definitely struggling. I'm not sure. I mean, you want to have your tire pressure, is key as well. It helps you grip whenever you have less air. So maybe he was just having some issues with too much tire pressure.
And there's Sean Rance making it up. There's Brian Moore getting ready to give him a crack at it. And like I said, the wet side on our right, driver's left is the more preferred line a lot of times. But there's it's not as wet right here. And there we go. There's that line I was just talking about. We'll see if Van Shake can make it up and through. So there, exactly to my point. There's 2 lines here. I don't know why they waited so long to hit that. So they are going to spread out. This is a 5-mile course. So they're going to be running around here. So next time around, it'll be less of a bottleneck, I'm sure. So they'll be heading towards the Yukon Little Blue right now. They still got to drop Viagra every lap as well. So again, like yesterday, it was this was a joker line. Well, now you have to, that's real race course. There's no joker lines. You have to run the entire course today.
Which I think that's great strategy, because it definitely will come down to those areas and the driver's skill and how much practice they've had on it. And just, we just saw how easy that they made it once they learned the line from Jeff, once he showed them where to go. Great view right there. I'm guessing, there's Ryan Webb coming down.
So that is Jeff Flanagan coming down Ryan was right in front of him, yes. I was checking the rugged radios right there. That's Jeff Flanagan, Cody St. Clair, Diesel Krentz, and they are coming down Viagra. Normally you'll see the rock bouncers going up, and at the front tires of St. Clair right now is about a 2-foot little ledge, and it's undercut really big, so that's why it kind of bounces them down, as we saw the stock classes have some fun with that yesterday.
Oh, he took it a lot faster than anybody else. He just bounced on down.
Look at the front suspension really working here. So on our next race for the 4400s, just past our screen is Nosedive. They'll be taking a left up that, but we are bypassing that for now as Sean Rance and Chuck make their way through with Mudnut Racing in that beautiful Ford Bronco. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Race Radios. We are just outside of Disney in Langley, Oklahoma, in the South Grand Lake recreational area, just below the Pensacola Dam. And this is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And this is the Yukon Little Blue section. Ryan Webb and Philip McGilton making their way through there very clean. They're sneaking up on race mile number 2.
And Miles, I hear in the background some horsepower coming around here already.
So that's got to be Dwayne Garrettson, I believe.
Did we ever see Colin come through?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. He made it right behind him. There's Cody
that's
St.
right.
Clair.
And Cody St. Clair has been having an amazing year this year. And there we do have Diesel Krentz in the back, and there is in the background here behind us, we physically have eyes on Dwayne Garrettson.
Yep, so it's still the same. Dwayne Garrettson out front with Colin Hornick right behind him. They started at the same time, so Dwayne Garrettson has him by about 10 seconds right now as we're following Cody, the Texas kid, St. Clair, on that Tribe 16 chassis. Adam Sheeran Company builds a lot of cars that have been running around with us for quite some time. Diesel Krentz right behind, hitting another little water section here.
Lots of water. We saw those problems yesterday and the end of our 4600 Spider Track stock class when we saw John Rance actually ended up losing his engine at the end of that because he threw a rod, I believe, through it.
Yep, he blew his engine. But that's our physical race leaders heading towards race mile number 4. We'll hit the Spider Track's backsplash here in about 30 seconds. Dwayne Garrettson up front with Colin Hornick right behind him. And you can see it is a little bit dusty on this little beach run. They're going to take a 180 right and head straight towards us. So if we can stay with this shot for just a little bit, we'll see him hit that splash pass. We'll see how hard Dwayne Garrettson is going to hit it. Because if you hit it at enough speed, you can literally hydroplane right across it.
And Dwayne Garrettson, he is our leader right now in our West Coast Series points. So we will be doing those awards later on tonight. But
and
here he is.
Here it comes. He is not checking up.
Whoa, that was a big splash.
That's a pretty good splash. I know a lot of people were trying to build some containers for their air filter and whatnot. We'll see how hard Colin Hornick hits it. He definitely checks up. It is a little bit shallower on the right and the left of that. The center does get a little deeper. He gets a lot of water up there. He slows down. He's coming to a stop, so he may have got a little too much water in there. Tough break for Colin. Hopefully he can get that squared away. So Dwayne Garrettson's pulling more and more of a lead every second.
Well, and he just saw Dwayne Garrettson right in front of him take it super fast, so obviously he took in a lot of water. But that's here, you're saying the right-hand side of that water, that's where it's key of pre-running. Take that line every, middle on each side so you know which part is shallow.
But again, there's a happy medium there. If you commit, you can really stay on top of the water and be okay. But if you hit it in that middle speed, that's when you either need to go slow or super fast.
Yes.
As Dwayne Garrettson bypasses the Amsoil hot pits and enters the Brannick Boulders. The number 26, Dwayne Garrettson got our pole position in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. And Colin Hornick's in the 4800 Legends class, so that's first in each class, but first and second overall. Got 11 cars out on course. And here comes Greg Neff, and Colin's still off to the side, getting the hood off, so tough break for him.
Actually, looks like he has a toe strap out. He is tying up toe strap to the front of his car. Such a bummer.
So that was Greg Neff that moves into first place in the Legends class.
And we have a front left flat tire.
That's Garrett Humpston.
So flat tire number 1 of the day.
Hunter Biddle had a flat this morning.
He did. So that's number 2. I'm going to do a tally here.
So here comes Dwayne Garrettson clicking off lap number 1. What's his time going to be?
He came through with a 13:19.
That is pretty impressive. Remember, the 4400 class will have to do nosedive as well, which is just after you drop down Viagra. So time on that's going to add quite a bit. I'm going to say another minute or so. So we're going to be sniffing a 14-minute loop for the 44. I don't know. They're going to be faster in sections. I think it'll be a very similar lap time.
I overheard you guys all talking about that. I'm like, I think it's going to be like a 15-minute lap with having to have the extra one in there, but I'm probably way off on it.
I think it'll be 13 for the fast guys and gals in the 4400 class.
And you got people like Paul Wolf, who has plenty of seat time out there this weekend, already racing twice out on course.
There's Greg Neff in the Brannick Boulders. Our physical second overall and first in class.
Does he have a co-driver with him? I don't think he does.
I don't think he does. He was supposed to have Eric Risco, but I don't think I see one in there.
Yeah, it does not look like there is a person in that passenger seat.
Or he normally has Eric Risco.
I mean, in reality, we're only on a 5-mile loop, but sometimes, like, if you get into a pickle.
For winching, especially on the race line waterfall, that seat is absolutely empty. So Greg Neff is single seat in it today. Have to come through those Ultra4 flags. There's Cody St. Clair on the backside of the beach run.
And then behind him is Diesel Krentz, speaking up.
We've got cameras covering up this course.
So the most difficult part of this whole entire race course is the waterfall, correct? And going down Viagra.
Well, don't forget, on the next race, we're going to add a nosedive. But yeah, for right now, it's definitely the waterfall and coming down Viagra. Coming down Viagra, gravity obviously helps you. So it's not like hard. It's just if you hit it wrong, you can tumble. But as long as you just hit it smooth, you're okay. There's Ryan Webb and Philip McGilton. Philip McGilton getting a first-class seat of this course. And Ryan Webb hits that water. I think the center is actually getting deeper from everybody running it. So you really have to hit it with some speed. Back to our physical race leader, Dwayne Garrettson.
He just took in a lot of water over the top.
Remember, they took off 2 at a time in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time. It is a 5-mile loop.
So
and they race for an hour and a half, then the white flag comes out.
So right now we have Dwayne Garrettson in that number 1 spot and Greg Neff in number 2, but Greg Neff is in the 4,800 Legends class. So he right now is in first position. So we'll see who in the world we will have up next. Garrett Humson, Ryan Webb, obviously Colin Hornick. We saw him getting his toe strap out. But Dwayne Garrettson entering the waterfall. So you know that they're more than likely what they're doing. Earlier on, they knew exactly how they had to go up, but he is struggling again. Dwayne struggled on the first lap.
He struggled a little bit. Ryan Webb struggled, but then you saw a lot of people one-shooting it.
Well, we saw, what was the gentleman's name? Flanagan?
Yeah, Jeffrey, Flanagan and Diesel Krentz, even Cody St. Clair. I mean, it was, but there he goes. He just has to get that line just right. You want that right tire right in that crack, and you can make it right on up. Otherwise, there is that mini skid there. There's Jeff Flanagan, the local. He knows this water. So he's like, no, I'm going to check up for that and keep on rocking. And this is the Disney half pipe. We were hoping for this shot all weekend long. And they're probably cruising 50 miles an hour or so, but it's in this little half pipe. The traction's minimal. That's moss. It's always a little bit wet. It's a really cool. Oh, there's Brian Moore pulled off to the side. Tough break for him. He is out of the car, so the attrition is already starting to set in.
So we had 2 cars already off course out of the 11, so we only have 9 running right now. We only have 2 that have came in on their first lap. Dwayne Garrettson did set down that fastest lap so far, 13:19.169. Greg Neff at a 14:21. And here we have Ryan Webb.
See what Ryan Webb can throw down. He's physically in third and second in his class with a 16:24. So Dwayne Garrettson at 13:19 is very, very impressive. We saw Webb struggling at the race line waterfall.
And again, the ones that got up on one shot after we saw them struggling, he has to go back up, and he didn't see the line that everybody else was taking. So they all have that advantage now.
And there's Tom Van Schaik making his Ultra4 USA racing debut here in Disney, Oklahoma. Switching back to Diesel Krentz, hitting the heads-up loop just a couple hundred yards before the Rugged Radio's start-finish line. We started right at 11 o'clock. So I'm going to say we're going to do about 6-8 laps.
And what's really cool is he had on board earlier, Greg Neff did, so it'll be kind of cool to see if they end up going back to it here in just a little bit. But here we do have Diesel Krentz coming around to see what his lap time will be.
So that should put Diesel Krentz in second place in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
All right, Diesel Krentz, 17:28.
Oh, and look at that, Greg Neff does do a one-shot right up the waterfall. So Greg Neff really has that line figured out. It was at pre-running. Is it wheelbase plays a huge, huge thing, and it depends on how big your belly is. Oh, this is the Yukon Little Blue section.
That's that gap you were talking about in the course.
There's a huge crack there. You have to go wide. And to our right, you can see that's a cave. So you want to stay right where he's at that perfect line. But if right in the center of that is Little Blue, and that's a fun little rock crawling. Oh, here comes Jeff Flanagan, the Disney, Oklahoma local himself. The 869. Ooh, got a right rear flat, it looks like, too. The engine sounds a little iffy. The right rear flat.
He took a lot of water in back there. on the spider track backsplash, as you're saying, and that's more than likely what's causing his engine to sputter. Cody St. Clair coming through.
And Flanagan has already passed the Amsoil hot pit, so he has to run. He's by himself. He does have a spare. Oh, I just saw him pulled over, so he's going to hop out by himself and change that tire. This is a no-chase race. Only fellow competitors or Ultra4 USA safety crew can help you. So he's going to have to hop out, change that tire himself as Sean Rance. We saw his son last night in his... Oh, getting some chatter through the rugged radios that the 4810 Garrett Humpston is out of the race. Tough break for him.
Wow, such a bummer. So we already have Tom Van Schaik out, and then we have Garrett Humpston now. Brian Moore we saw pulled off to the side. But we do have 11 cars that started today. It sounds like we already have 3 out. Not officially 3 out. That's the first one we have official confirmation on.
Yeah, we saw Brian Moore pulled over. We saw Colin Hornick pulled over, but it sounds like Garrett Humpston is officially out of the race. So here's back to Ryan Webb and Philip McGilton at the Raceline Waterfall. They struggled pretty hard. We'll see if they can give this a real good one-shot bump. That's a Jimmy's chassis, very similar to Dwayne Garrettson. So I think it's just the wheelbase, and you see the belly just kind of hangs down there. As Tom Van Schaik cruising through.
Yeah, I do have to correct myself. I thought that I saw him out earlier, and I just said that he was out. He is not out of the race. He is still moving. It was Colin Hornick that I was mistaking the name for.
So we'll see if Ryan Webb can get up the Raceline Waterfall.
And we saw him earlier completely sideways, so he learned from that, but he is definitely struggling on this section of the race course.
If I was him, I'd try the left side. I mean, he's keeps struggling on this one. Go to the left side of the waterfall and just see if your wheelbase is just a little bit different, because this is definitely a wheelbase game right here.
Well, and when he's going up, he's trying to turn right. I'm not sure. Everybody else is just kind of keeping it straight and just popping up. Watch when he gets up to the top. He is actually starting to turn to the right.
And it takes a little bit of momentum. Once you get those front tires up there, you just kind of got to give a quick little throttle blop and get those rear tires up there. Now he's a little too far left if I'm looking at it right. So this is costing him some very, very precious time. And speaking about Raceline Wheels, let's give a huge shout out to everybody who makes this thing possible. Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy Vodka, Can-Am, Rugged Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport,
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, and Optima Batteries.
Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events, the Off-Road Syndicate, Whalen, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, and Spider Tracks. So please support who supports the sport. With all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. So if you have a race car, a mall crawler, a tow rig, show these companies some love just like they are showing us. So now we're starting to get a little bit of bottleneck right now. So again, if I was Diesel Krentz, I'd take that left line. There's 2 lines. Or if I'm Cody St. Clair, go around Diesel Krentz and take that left line. It's a really good line out here.
Exactly. I mean, we did see Jeff Flanagan do that earlier. He passed up, I think it was 4 cars sitting there waiting their turn to go, and he ended up just going past them.
I mean, it's definitely sportsmanship waiting your turn, but when there's 2 lines, I'd absolutely stick my nose in there. And Ryan Webb is up and out. He struggled on that both times. We'll see what happens. Last time through, Diesel Krentz did one-shot this. We'll see if he can make it up.
Well, Diesel Krentz and Cody St. Clair both were behind Jeff whenever that happened, so they got to see the line that he was taking.
Again, that line is a little bit further to the right. There he goes. Gets that tire in that right little line. See if he can hit the throttle. Use
there he goes.
That little 390 Magnum and makes it up and out. So Cody St. Clair, we'll see if he can make quick work once again.
Oh, and there's a crack in it right there, too. Look at that. He one-shotted it.
Yep, it's just about that. You have to get that perfect. Oh, physical race leader Dwayne Garrettson still out front. He was our pole setter in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and has a great run going. His last time lap around was a 13:19. We'll see what he can throw down this time. Remember, there are 2 races going on at the same time. We have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class and the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And in the mod class, it is Dwayne Garrettson out front. And then Diesel Krentz, Cody St. Clair, Sean Rance. In the Legends class, it is Greg Neff, Ryan Webb, Jeff Flanagan, Tom Van Schaik, Colin Hornick, Garrett Humpston and then Brian Moore, but we have heard some information that Garrett Humpston is out, and we saw Brian Moore pulled over. We saw Colin Hornick out of the car.
And there is Dwayne Garrettson. Let's see if he hits the water crossing as fast as he did last lap, if he'll keep that same pace, because you don't want to really change it up, and it looks like he is not going. Oh, he is.
Oh, so he does check. So there you go. You can see the ripples on the left side. I mean, I grew up canoeing, so you see the ripples, you know it's shallow. Kind of go over there and hit it. So there is Sean Rance. And now it's Tom Van Shake. Again, there's 2 lines. Get in there and let's race up this race line waterfall. They're being too nice here. This is what the crowd wants to see as we see Diesel Krentz and Cody St. Clair coming down Viagra.
Now
and that if you hit that just right, hit the brakes a little hard when it drops down that ledge, the ass end lifts, and that's when it can go left or right, and that's when you get in trouble. And it's not very deep there, but it's nasty mud.
So is this rock face, is this also water too, or is it a dry rock? Is there any natural springs that are through?
No, I mean, you can see right there it is dry going up. Going down. Normally when they go up, they drag the water up with them. But no, it only has water coming down when the floodgates are open.
All right, and Sean Rance has tried to start taking that left-hand line. Now he was trying the right-hand line.
And again, right now, if I was Tom Van Shake, I'd be all up in that right line trying to make it happen as Sean Rance is battling on the left side.
And
there's Greg Neff just making it through the spider track. No, that's just after qualifying run.
Yes, he was just in our sights behind us. There is Dwayne Garrettson. Let's see if he picks up his time at all, because he did run that fast lap of 13:19.169. But, I mean, if he knows he's already got that kind of lead on, I don't know if he would already start easing up or not, because it is an hour and a half plus a lap.
I mean, this is an endurance race, but it's a sprint endurance. So Dwayne Garrettson is pushing strong, finishing lap number 2, heading out for his 3rd lap for the best damn race of the year. Presented by Rugged Radios. Dwayne Garrettson out there pushing strong. And here he is, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra4, Dwayne Garrettson from Fort Smith, Arkansas. His buddy Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun with him, and that's our physical race leader and in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Oh, and here we go. Winch point number 1 of the day.
And these co-drivers got their work cut out for them. I mean, just think of winching on a normal day when you're having fun with your buddies. Well, now put on a race suit, gloves, a helmet, and then you have to get all your safety gear back on. It's going to be a long day for some of these guys and gals.
Yes, it is. And Sean Rance, he has tried both sides of this of the waterfall, and now he's trying the right side again. Definitely struggling to get up. This is where you need to know, do I need to get my co-driver out?
And speaking about, so we got somebody, that's probably going to be Colin Hornick. He ran to so again, no chase race. Behind him is the Amsoil Hot Pits. Where he's running is the Spider Track back splash. So I assume is what he's doing.
All right, this is Greg Neff. He's getting ready to go through the Spider Track splash zone.
So we'll see if we see Colin Hornick's car on. Let's follow this shot for just a moment. And just out of screen, I'm not sure. I didn't see, because he was parked by that tripod earlier, so Colin Hornick maybe made it up a little bit further, but we saw somebody running back. I think it was Colin.
Yeah,
running back
he had a bag in his hand, and here we are on board with Greg Neff. Oh, Sean Rance is still struggling.
Tom Van Shake is almost up and out, but his rear tires aren't quite up. So we still got, Colin's, I think that's Colin, running back to his car. So again, I'll explain that again. It's a no-chase race, so he can run to the pits, get parts, and go back, and then he can drive in the Amsoil Hot Pits and have his whole crew ready to help everybody out. But, man, it's a tough race. I'm going to say that's probably, what do you think, 300 or 400 yards that he had to go from the Spider Track backsplash to the Amsoil Hot Pits?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, you're more than likely right on that. But here we do now have Sean Rance still struggling, but Tom has made it up.
And a huge wheel stand, and he's giving it all he's got.
Bounce it up. I mean, sometimes you got to do that little bounce, and it'll finally get the grip to go up. And here we are, Miles.
He's putting those RCV axles in work. So, yes, that is Colin Hornick. I don't know if it was him or his co-driver, but they are working on the front. Did he spit a belt? I don't know.
He had something in his hand. I don't know exactly what it was when he was running. It looked like it was a black bag or something.
So they're definitely at the front of the car. And remember, it did hit the Spider Track backsplash pretty hard.
I wonder if he's thinking in his head right now, maybe I should have slowed up just a little bit.
So Tom Van Schaik.
All right, so Sean Rance, he definitely got up and getting ready to come into screen was Dwayne Garrettson, but we do have Greg Neff. He'll be coming around here in just a moment to take another lap.
We're a third of the way through this race as we speak, and the attrition is already starting to settle in, and Dwayne Garrettson has a commanding lead as we speak, and he...
Yes, and Greg Neff coming through, getting that next lap, and Greg Neff, his time has slowed down just a bit. He is at a 15:20. His fastest lap is a 14:21, and Dwayne Garrettson, he slowed down just a tick, but not too much.
Oh, then there's Dwayne Garrettson making it up and through on the right side. Curtis out there getting some shots for us. And here is the Disney half pipe. I love this part. These drones are chasing up there. Again, it's only a couple inches deep. It's a little bit of moss, a little bit of wet, and there is thunder in the Disney half pipe as we speak. And tough break for Brian Moore. Still stop at the top of our screen. So Dwayne Garrettson lapping him once again. Not sure what the issue is. Hopefully we can get some information from Brian Moore, but tough break for him. Both drivers still out of the car.
Yes, and Dwayne Garrettson right there. You were talking, Miles, of how the horsepower just rumbles through that Disney half pipe. Is there a spectator area over in that section? In the Disney half pipe?
No. You can maybe see just the start of it from the waterfall, but not really.
All right, and Brian Webb going through that splash zone as fast as he probably could be going through right there, and it splashed up through. All right, 8:69 of Jeff Flanagan at the waterfall. Let's see if he ends up taking that line that everybody else has been going. But there is Cody St. Clair. He has made his way through. He'll be here in just a moment. Oh, and there's Sean Rance. I thought he was up already for a while. He must have ended up actually winching up.
So there's Jeff Flanagan right there. Oh, and here's our physical race leader coming down Viagra. And that's that exact spot I said. So that ledge right there, his front tire's hitting. It kind of kicks the ass end up just a tick. So Dwayne Garrettson down Viagra once again. And that's a great shot right here as they twist through the woods. Our next race for the 4400 is right where Dwayne was. You take a hard left and head up nosedive.
All right, we do have the 8:69 of Jeff Flanagan. He is struggling quite a bit to actually get up, and there he now did it. Now he needs to keep that line every time, but I'm not sure what's going on, but we do have Sean Rance. He is stopped at the top of the waterfall, and we did see earlier the Tom Van Schaik also was stopped once he got up, but Ryan Webb coming along here. He will be coming through here in just a moment. He hit that water super fast as we saw earlier.
And look, is that a left
up.
front? No, he was just stuck behind the rocks. I thought he had left front, but he did not. But yeah, Ryan Webb and Philip McGilton. Again, that's strategy 101 right now. Philip McGilton is pre-running at race pace with Ryan Webb. So we switch back to Diesel Krentz in the 4500 team stacked Jeep.
And he is slowing down, so he's not splashing the water up too far. And he's
got a low left front tire for sure. So hopefully he knows that, and he pulls into the Amsoil hot pits. Yeah, I got a physical look at Ryan Webb right there. All four tires still in great shape.
And he just put down his fastest lap at 16:10.498.
Ryan Webb is in second position in the Legends class, right behind Greg Neff. And the fastest time of the day right now is Dwayne Garrettson with that 13:19.
Oh, and here is Greg Neff. Not sure. Oh, he's going to the entrance of the waterfall.
Remember, no co-driver here, but he's one-shotted it both times. We'll see if he can do that once again, put those Kenda tires to work. Get those tires up there and just give it a little throttle hit right up and out, and that is exactly what you want to do there. You just have to give it a full throttle assault just for that 1.5 seconds or so, and once you get up and out, you can kind of redrift and keep on rolling. And look at the crowd there at the waterfall.
Yeah, that is definitely a great crowd out there, and this isn't even our main event of the day, our last race of the day. I can only imagine how many more people are going to be going, and here we do have in the AMSOIL hot pits, they are changing Diesel Krentz's driver front tire.
Yeah, we saw that flat, so they got in there. They'll do quick work, get Diesel in and out of the AMSOIL hot pits. We are just below the Pensacola Dam. To our right, you would see a beautiful shot of that. And we are right here just having fun for the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Radios. So don't go anywhere. Still lots of racing action yet to come. So now a few words from our sponsor, and we'll be right back after this.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Welcome back to the 2023 Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios, featuring Ultra4 USA at its finest, and Ryan Webb up and through the race line wheels waterfall section, entering the Disney half pipe.
And Miles, he went through here just a little bit ago, so he obviously figured out his line on that waterfall. He struggled the first 2 laps, but while we were on break, we did have Cody St. Clair come through. He came through with his fastest lap of the day so far at a 16:24, 6:27, and Diesel Krentz also came through while we were on break as well. And thank you to all of your fans that are over there watching this. It's going to be a great day of racing out here, so make sure you stick around. And here we do have Dwayne Garrettson.
Dwayne Garrettson coming through. He's up on the beach run about at race mile number 4. He'll be hitting the Spider Track backsplash. There's a great shot of Ryan Webb. That is at the top of Waterfall heading into the woods. So go through those woods on our left, and they'll drop out at the center of our screen right now and then drop down Viagra. Back to Cody St. Clair, entering the race line wheels waterfall section. Switching back to Dwayne Garrettson.
And it doesn't look like he's pushing it as hard right here, but not sure what's going on.
The right rear looks a little, no, just some rocks kicking off.
I think it's the dust of the rocks back there, so we do have a little bit of dust.
There's something going on.
He's
slowing down. The right rear.
No, he's
man,
got something red coming out of the front. Is that a fluid?
Yeah, he's got an issue for sure. Yeah, is that steering? Because remember, some of these cars in the 4500 class have to have some kind of mechanical steering.
Well, that is a bummer. He's going to pull off, have to get out, check out what's going on because he's obviously having some issues.
So
they're getting out.
Dwayne Garrison and Jeremy Tipton are both hopping out of the car, make sure everything is okay, but there's something coming out of the right front of that car. And we're just speculating, but it looked like fluids of some sort.
Yeah, it did look like something was spraying out. And he is our West Coast leader for our series.
And our physical race leader for this one right now. And you know it's serious when they're taking their helmets off.
We got lots of people chiming in on Facebook watching the show, so thank you all for chiming in. And Miles, there is a Jack Childers that's saying hi from Boise.
All right,
Yeah.
Jack, that's a name I haven't heard for a while. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. We've been running around King of the Hammers for a very, very long time.
Yes, Ron Prindle, he's checking in with us as well, and thank you all for watching. Awesome. And that crowd out there is an amazing crowd to see up there at that waterfall. I can only imagine watching it from there. I mean, we're watching it from here, and we have, like, VIP seats. But
they got a cooler.
They have a cooler, and they have shade. And there we have Ryan Webb.
They're just dropping down the Yukon Little Blue section. Yeah, look at all the easy ups up there. It's going to be a beautiful hot day. It's going to be sneaking up to 90 degrees once again. And Dwayne Garrison and Jeremy Tipton are out of the car inspecting. But, yeah, there's something that was going on there.
It definitely looked like it was a color of some sort, a red. I'm not sure exactly what that would be for them. But hopefully it's not something major. They can get back going. But there's Cody St. Clair dropping down Viagra.
So Greg Neff, how far back is it? He's going to take the overall lead over Dwayne Garrison. Remember, there are two different classes racing at the same time. We have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Make sure you go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same timing we have here in the Rugged Studio.
Now, Diesel Krentz hasn't had any issues going up the waterfall, and now he is backing up and having to do a different shot at it.
But he gets it. Oh, there's Jeremy Tipton running towards the Amsoil Hot Pits. And again, I'm going to say that's every bit of 400 yards he's got to get to the Amsoil Hot Pits because, again, it's a no-chase race.
And now he's going to have some wet shoes.
And that just shows you how it's not that deep there, but it's it's deep enough. Man, when he fast forwards that, he looks like he's running fast.
Well, he has done this before at AOP last year. He had to run in from the pits and go get some parts and take back out. So he's had a little bit of practice here and there. But we have Greg Neff, who is in second position right now, first in the Legends class, but second overall. But with Dwayne Garrison being pulled off, he'll more than likely, obviously, he'll be taking over the number one overall.
So Greg Neff pushing strong. But yeah, let's go to back to the Western Series points. In the 4500 class, it is Dwayne Garrison, so we'll see. But there is a drop race, so it's going to be a little bit hard to decipher that until we cross our T's and dot our I's. But Dwayne Garrison that first. Rick Levezzo's still in the hunt. Sean Rance Sr., Jesse Oliver, and Cody St. Clair. And in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, it's Jeremy Jones. He has engine issues. He's not able to be here, but he's had such a great season that obviously this is going to be his drop race. So it's still looking good that he should have that locked down. Right behind him is Woody Rose and Eric Weichel, Brent Harrell, and then Brian Trimp. And none of those are here, so it should be pretty locked down for that one.
Cody St. Clair making his way around. You can hear in the background, I'm not sure, I believe that is Sean Rance.
I see Jeff Flanagan going.
Jeff Flanagan, and there we do have Sean Rance behind him.
But we're back on screen with Cody St. Clair. He's going to be hopping into the first wood section here very shortly. Cool little spot here. And look at the shadows. They're going to be changing off and on all day.
Yes, and that's something we were talking about because we were racing almost into the night last night, and it starts playing games with you because you have your lines down, but once, obviously the sun comes up and the shadows will play, there might be a dip there that you don't want to hit or a rock in the shadow that you don't want to hit. But here we do have Dwayne Garrison with his hood up, And there goes Greg Neff right on by.
So we have a new overall race leader of Greg Neff in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. But Jeremy Tipton was heading up to the AMSOIL hot pits. Hopefully he can get some tools, some parts, whatever they need, and get it fixed. I know Erica will be down there in the hot pits. She'll hopefully give us an update at some time. And there is Cody St. Clair in the wood section. This is a cool little spot. So we're going to kind of arc to the right. And this goes for 150 yards or so, and then you dive out to the creek bed for just a little bit and then hop back in. So Tipton's about halfway to the AMSOIL hot pits, and he started out running, then he was jogging, and now he's walking. So tough break for Tipton. Yeah, it could be Jeremy Tipton. It could be Sasquatch. I'm not sure.
We have horns playing in the background. There is some battling going on behind us. But getting his way over to the AMSOIL hot pits, he'll be there in just a moment. But yeah, Erica, that'd be great if she's over there getting some information for us.
So Ryan Webb just did a huge splash pass over Tom Van Schaik right behind us. It was great. So Ryan Webb getting around Tom Van Schaik and back to Diesel Krentz at the Yukon Little Blue area. This is a great little splash spot right here. Just trucking along. And look, somebody's in the middle of the creek. It's warming up already. And look at the left side. That's the race line waterfall.
Oh, and look at this.
So who's going to push harder? Is that Jeff Flanagan or Sean Rance Sr.? Remember, John Rance had some water issues last night, so I assume they're going to both play a little bit easy here. And they both check up pretty good. Sean Rance does get around Jeff Flanagan. So let's go over the modified class. Dwayne Garrettson is sitting there. He's still in the lead, but now it looks like it's going to be Sean Rance that'll probably move in. No, it's Cody St. Clair, then Diesel Krentz, and then Sean Rance. In the Legends class, it's Greg Neff, Ryan Webb, and then Jeff Flanagan. We just saw those two. So 2 and 3 are pretty close to each other. Here's our physical race leader. Oh, and talking about that splash pass I was talking, here's the rugged replay. Ryan Webb overtaking Tom Van Schaik, the good old splash pass.
That is a great replay. Great drone shot as well.
I did that to my buddy-in-law quite a few years ago, Ben. That was brings back some good memories right there.
Oh, goodness gracious. And there we do have Greg Neff. He came through. He is now overall in position in that number 1 spot in our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. He has his fastest lap of the day was a 14:21. He has slowed it down. His last lap was a 16:13. So slowing it down just a bit.
Yeah, the average lap time is upper 16s or so. Oh, it looks like it's a transmission hose for Dwayne Garrettson. So it was red. You were correct there. We saw something going on. So thank you, Erica, for the update. Jeremy Tipton's getting some parts and taking it back there, and hopefully he can get that transmission line back to fixed. And then you have to replace all that fluid. So how much did he lose?
Exactly. And we do have him. Who was at the 511 right there? Or
That is
551,
Tom Van Schaik making his rookie debut. Oh, we got another. Oh, that is Jeremy Tipton at the AMSOIL hot pits. So that's Frank Vonderheide and Nathan Seiler, I believe, chatting to Tipton, just asking him what's going on, and they don't look overly excited to get back, so they're trying to still get a game plan as Cody St. Clair comes into screen.
And Cody St. Clair will take over the number 1 spot over Dwayne Garrettson, obviously because Dwayne is still on the side there. So Cody St. Clair, he's been having a great year as well. And there we do have back on with Sean Rance. He'll be coming around to get in another lap. Sean Rance is running 4th in his class of the 4500 modified class and 8th overall. And that just put him up into 6th overall, but still running 4th in class.
But Dwayne Garrettson is still sitting there, so every second he sits there, Sean Rance is reeling him in. And here's physical 2nd place, Ryan Webb in the Legends class. So right now it's Greg Neff 1, Ryan Webb 2, both out on lap number 4.
And Ryan Webb is definitely picking it up because he just ran a 15-minute lap. So that's his fastest lap of the day so far.
And we saw Jeff Flanagan had a flat. He must have changed it out on course by himself because he's in the Amsoil hot pits right now, switching out his spare tire. Again, Erica is down there giving us all the scoop over the rugged radios.
And back
Greg
on.
Neff is at the other water crossing. Oh, Tom Van Shake is new to the Amsoil hot pits. Not sure what's going on there.
We did see him go kind of slow through the water, but here is Cody St. Clair. Let's see if he's going to let up going through the water crossing.
So Cody St. Clair is our new leader in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. We just saw him pass Dwayne Garrison still sitting. And Jeff Flanagan
He's not
got
moving too fast.
but not, yeah, he's out of the Amsoil hot pits, but not moving at speed. Not sure what's going on. Or is he just taking it easy? He's going pretty slow. That's trail riding. That's not racing. Maybe he's stopping in the shade. Take a little break. The car to me looks okay. So we have Greg Neff back to the race line, wheels Waterfall. Again, if you are just tuning in, this is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We're on the back side of the Pensacola Dam, just outside of Disney in Langley, Oklahoma, at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area. This is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Up next at 2 p.m. will be the 4400 main event with the biggest and baddest names in our sport. And there's Brian Moore still sitting there at the top right of our screen. So tough break for him as our physical race leader and in the Legends class is making another lap up and through the Disney half pipe.
But he has a great view of that Disney half pipe, as you were just saying. And here we do have, he's still moving along very slowly, Jeff Flanagan. Cody St. Clair coming into the picture.
Crawling.
So Cody St. Clair will be in that number 1 spot as soon as he crosses that finish line.
That'll put him 3rd overall.
And taking it very easy going through the water, but Jeff Flanagan backing down just a little bit, but he is not moving as of right now. Oh, and there we go. I don't know, he's having some problems though. He had some issues earlier on, had that flat tire, but now looks like he's having just power issues. He's down on power.
As Cody St. Clair is all over the throttle. What a great shot there as Diesel Krentz making through. Hitting the Spider Track backsplash. We'll see if he checks up. Oh, yeah, okay, there he goes. Slows down to a crawl.
Yeah, I don't think Diesel would take the chance of wanting to go through that super fast.
So Erica's got us another update from the Amsoil hot pits. Van Shake came in, car was misfiring, but thinking it may just be water, so they headed back out. Hopefully it dries up. Well, there was Sean Rance just for a second, and there's Van Shake. As we just got the update from Erica that he is a little spit and sputtering, but hopefully it dries out and he can keep on keeping on. Oh, I hear it. It is spitting and sputtering bad. Like real bad.
You know, he went through last lap sputtering a little bit, but it is definitely sounding way worse this lap.
Oh, and Sean Rance is up there. Still trying to get up the race line Waterfall.
Sean Rance has been struggling all day long on the Waterfall. It's definitely not been his friend on the race course today.
So his co-driver Chuck getting out. They're going to winch up Waterfall as Greg Neff makes it through the Yukon Little Blue section. And Flanagan is just about 100 yards from the rugged finish line. He may not have much for steering or something because it sounds like it just kind of starts and dies. Water is definitely becoming an issue out here. The attrition is setting in heavy right now.
And it almost looked like when he was going forward a little bit earlier, it almost looked like he had no power whatsoever. no momentum. And Dwayne Garrettson looks like he is just chilling out, waiting for Jeremy to get back over there. And here we go. Sean Rance actually ended up winching this time through.
Hey, that's strategy. If you can't make it, save the car. It is a long race. We are almost an hour into it. So in 35 minutes, the white flag will be flying. For right now, it's going to be Greg Neff, but it's still a long race as Diesel Krentz is pushing strong. So Diesel Krentz, I believe, is going to move into 4th position and 2nd in the modified class. We'll wait for the live.ultra4racing.com to update.
And there goes Diesel
Yes, it
Krentz.
is. So it moves him 4th overall and 2nd in class as Dwayne Garrettson is just patiently awaiting some parts from the Amsoil hot pits.
And Cody St. Clair making his way through. Still running very strong today.
And he's got John Williams Littlefoot, who rode with Scott Farley last night, part of Rufus Racing, riding shotgun with him. And there he goes. He shifts from high to low to go up the race line wheels, Waterfall. And speaking about race line, that's what's on Cody's car.
And Nick Huff with Raceline was out watching our kids class this morning. There was a lot of people over here actually watching the kids class. We had Paul Wolf out here as well. And it's great to see the other racers and our sponsors coming out here and
coming
watching.
to support everybody, absolutely. As Cody St. Clair makes quick work up the race line Waterfall. Now he's heading up the Disney half pipe. And I'm telling you, our next race, they're going to be about double this speed. And on this corner, they're going to be completely sideways, getting all over it.
Yeah, that'll be definitely fun to watch from this angle for sure, especially with having, the drones going through with them. But here we have Jeremy Tipton.
Still not heading towards. So they're trying to collect parts, it looks like. So it's a transmission hose. Was it the steel line? Was it the rubber line? Are they trying to patch it? Transmission has a lot of pressure going at it, so it can't just be anything. It's got to be the correct material. And then do you flare it? Do you use hose clamps? Oh man, it's tough doing a trail fix, especially on a race car, because you're giving it all it's got.
Exactly, and there is Cody St. Clair. But we did see last time we had the camera over on Dwayne Garrettson, it looked like he had his phone out, so he's probably been assessing the car while with Jeremy Tipton ran over to go get the parts, and just in case they needed extras and to know what they needed.
I was hoping he was going to text me, but he hasn't yet, so he's still in the fight.
He's in the middle of trying to get his car fixed. He's not going to text you right now.
Oh, it happens. You never know. Has Tom Van Schaik making it through? He'll be heading up the race line Waterfall, making his Ultra4 USA debut.
Yeah, his motor's not very happy though, so hopefully it'll clean itself out or dry up whatever's going on, but it was sputtering really good the last time he came around.
Tom Van Schaik on the left line of the race line Waterfall section.
Looks like his co-driver's getting out. And here we do have Colin Hornick still working on his number 680.
And he's not too far from Garrettson, so they might be able to help each other. But another update from Erica Allreed, Dwayne's crew said that he threw a front drive shaft, and that's what took out the transmission line. So it could have done more damage than that, too, because when that front drive shaft gets out, it can really do some damage out there. And there's Liam O'Donnell, 23, our USAC rep. That helps with our sanctioning body, helps with timing, scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. Thanks again to everybody that with USAC to make this possible.
Sean Rance going down on Viagra, making that left-hand turn.
Great partnership that's been developing, and it's got some good things going. And our physical race leader is at race mile 3.5. Oh, and there's Flanagan still pulled over. There's Travis Cook, one of our Ultra4 USA safety members, making sure everything's okay. So Flanagan's out of the car. Colin Hornick's out of the car. Dwayne Garrettson's out. Garrett Humpson's out. We saw Brian Moore, so half of the field is not moving. So today is definitely a race of attrition. And you saw those tires. He he was all over the brakes, and he was basically sliding down. That's how steep that section is at the Yukon Little Blue area.
And that's something we were talking about yesterday in our UTV class. You know, they were having a lot of brake issues, and going down these steep hills, you definitely don't want to run out of your brakes because you can't go down too fast because of the bouncing, and you don't want to end up on your lid.
So Cody St. Clair and John Williams making quick work. They're third overall and first in class for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. I know his dad, Anthony, is back in the pits keeping everything going.
He actually was tuning into our live feed. I saw his name pop up on there. You got to listen to the show, too, because sometimes we might be talking about something that they don't know what's going on as well. And I was talking to some of the drivers and actually our camera guys as well out there. They're like, listening to you guys live while we're out there racing or sitting there, you know, it helps them get to the camera locations. They'll sometimes pan to something we're talking about if it's within their reach.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great tool to have. Looks like Chuck Mays is tuned in, Garrett Phelps, Cameron Gilbert, Chance Holloman, Randy Knoll. Man, there's a lot of great people in this chat. John Dykes. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are at the Raceline Wheels Waterfall section. Yesterday it was a joker line. Today it is in play for every single lap. Our physical race leader, Greg Neff, bypassing where Dwayne Garrettson is broken down.
Oh, and that was a big splash just now by Greg Neff.
Oh, but Ryan Webb's a 1 and 2 are right next to each other. So Ryan Webb is pushing hard trying to chase down Greg Neff. And let me see here. So Ryan Webb is on adjusted time, just took over the lead from Greg Neff. Ryan Webb pushing strong.
I was not expecting that just now. He came out of nowhere.
That was great. Our production crew did a great job placing these cameras, so good on you.
All right, Diesel Krentz right there with the 551. Right behind him, Tom Van Schaik. And we know that he has a motor issue going on, or an engine issue, I should say.
Diesel Krentz heading up the Disney
diesel
half pipe, the Disney half pipe up here.
He'll let you rename it.
And there's Greg Neff and Ryan Webb. Remember, they started off 30-second increments. So this race is on adjusted time. So Ryan Webb, did he just pull into the Amsoil hot pits possibly? Nope, there he is. Okay, so they are nose to tail, but remember, they took off 30 seconds apart. So on adjusted time, Ryan Webb, he knows if he's on his tail, he's got him on time. So that's got to be playing games with Greg Neff.
Oh, heck yeah. You know it is.
But Greg Neff has been shooting the waterfall super clean every single time, and Webb's been struggling. So we'll see how that shakes out here in a few minutes, as Brian Moore is still stuck out on course. Tough break for him.
Wait until they come around to this start finish line. It's going to be a very interesting race right in front of us. Oh, we just saw Diesel just stopped. He's actually having Brian Moore check out something on the front end of his Jeep.
I love that. That's sportsmanship 101. Like, hey, I know you're out of the race, but hey, could you give a quick look? I'm having a little worries about it. As Physical 1 and Physical 2 out on course battling at Greg Neff and Ryan Webb. But on adjusted time, Ryan Webb is going to steal it away from Greg Neff.
So Greg Neff knows that he's on his tail. We've been hearing the siren in our background, but look at them coming through as Ryan Webb gets the pass right before they go through our timing loop. So gosh, that was awesome. So Ryan Webb just now put down a 14-16, taking over the overall lead and from Greg Neff. Yeah, Ryan Webb definitely picking it up, but it's going to come down to the waterfall because, like you were saying, Miles, he's been having issues over there all day long getting up. So we shall see what's going on. And here we have Liam O'Donnell over there with Dwayne Garrettson.
But Dwayne's, he's working, you can tell. He's saying, Tipton, where you at, buddy? I need some tools. I need some parts. But that's one cool thing about Ultra4 is they have a great set of spares, a great set of tools, but you never expect to lose a drive shaft that takes out a transmission line. I'll bet you Garrettson has a spare drive shaft on site or on the car, but he's so close to the Amsoil hot pits that if he can get his transmission back to working, he can at least get up there and have all of his tools and help.
Hearing some horsepower in the background, and that's definitely Cody St. Clair because he has that very distinctive motor sound.
Yeah, that's a Thompson LS 408 stroker. Singing out there.
Yes, Cody
Heading
St.
on
Clair.
the beach run.
That's the beach
That's
run?
our leader for do what?
That's the beach run?
Yeah, we're heading out towards the beach run right now. So as far as you can see, you're going to do a 180 and come back to where Dwayne Garrettson is going. So Cody St. Clair with a great run and our leader in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. And here's the hero card for Cody St. Clair out of Ponder, Texas.
I love those hero cards showing up. Pretty awesome that production's doing all of that for us. Lets everybody at home see their face, puts a face to the name.
And he just wrapped up the Eastern Series Championship there in Crandon. So great job on Cody St. Clair. Him and his dad, Anthony, put a lot of effort out here, and it's great to see it pay off as we're watching Tom Van Schaik making his Ultra4 USA rookie debut.
And that's the area right there. It is a off camber to the left, and I don't know, when they're sliding
it's wet,
down.
it's stair-stepped. It can be a little sketchy if you hit it just wrong. But these are Ultra4 cars. They can handle that like nobody's business.
Yes, yesterday the UTVs were definitely going through a little bit faster, so it'll be interesting to see the 4400s later on, how fast they actually take that.
And Jeremy Tipton is still in the hot pits looking for some, looks like some line, the correct line to go over a transmission, I would assume. So there is Ryan Webb. Where's Greg Neff? Did he get around him already, or are we going to watch them battle it out?
He passed him right here at the finish line.
Perfect. Yep, you are right. So there he is. Okay, perfect. So Ryan Webb and Greg Neff heading into the race line wheels waterfall section. But Ryan Webb's been struggling here. Greg Neff has been one-shotting it. So we'll see if Neff can get back around Webb here or not.
But let's do this.
This is going to be interesting.
So let's talk about this too, Miles. So if he struggles, that is the same line that Greg Neff has been taking. So now if he's struggling, Greg Neff is going to want to make sure he goes to the next side.
Go left. He made it left last time also. So
yes. Hopefully
he can one-shot this one. And we got a pass on the waterfall. Who's going to get up and through? It looks like, no, they're both struggling. Skinny pedal down, and Greg Neff gets back around Ryan Webb. Remember, it's only a 30-second split, so right now, I think Greg Neff's going to take over the adjusted time lead once again. If he can't make it in this shot, Greg Neff just took over the lead once again in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. That's going to be so frustrating for Ryan Webb. This section right here is really, really struggling with him.
Yes, it's definitely a difficult part of the race course. I bet if you asked him what was your least favorite part, he would probably say the waterfall. And there we do have Sean Rance. He's on the Spider Track. What are you calling it? The Spider Track backsplash.
I assume the 4400 class coming up next, they'll be hitting that at 80-plus miles an hour and be able to just skim or hydroplane right across it.
So if Ryan Webb is still struggling to get up, as you said, that will give definitely Greg Neff the lead back.
As Neff heads into the woods section, this is a pretty simple section going through the woods, and then you drop down, and then you go down Viagra, which is that super steep drop. As Cody St. Clair comes back into screen. Saw our drone kind of flying through there at the bottom. But so Cody St. Clair winning right now in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
And if our time clock is correct up here for us, as it should be, they more than likely will be doing probably 3 more laps. So they'll do 1 more complete lap before they get the white flag.
Yeah, it's looking that way. Yeah, the white flag won't come out for about 22 more minutes. So, yeah, they should do 3 more laps. And Flanagan is still stopped about 100 yards from the Rugged Radios start-finish. Tough break for the local. He was out here racing with us last year as well, and he's been a huge help. You know, that's what the Ultra family's all about, is if anybody needs anything, but we've been calling Flanagan, we've been calling Jason McMurray for parts. We need to ship stuff here, and everybody's just been all about helping everybody. As Ryan Webb heading down Viagra as we speak, so he did make it up through. How hard can he push? Is he going to be able to reel back in Greg Neff? This is the battle right now for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So but before we find out what happens, we're going to take a quick break and reset a couple things, but we will be right back with more racing action right after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. From Ultra4 to rallies. These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. It jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
This is no lie. Brannick parts have been on this car. I have yet to break an axle shaft in a race. I have yet to break a U-joint in a race. Everything that's been on this car has pretty much been on this car, unless it's a wear item from Brannick from the beginning. And that's the honest to God's truth. They do quality work, quality parts, and I stand behind them.
We're real focused on making parts that last, that get our racers across the finish line. Looking for better materials, lighter weight, stronger, thinking about innovating new product, improving on what is already developed. That's why we do race, because it makes us understand you can't break.
They're racers themselves, so they know what it takes to race, and their parts are tried and true, right? They run them in their own race cars, and they've beat them, they've broken them, and they come back and they do better, and they do that before they offer them to the consumer. Everything they build has held up great on this car. It's Brannick Motorsports parts on this car all day long.
My name's Stan Haynes. Me and my son at Brannick Motorsports make parts to get you across the finish line.
So we race what we make.
Welcome back, and what a great little showing that was of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. That was Stan the Man Haynes and Brandon Haynes right there, showing you what Brannick Motorsports is all about. They've been around King of the Hammers and Ultra4 since the absolute beginning, and to see them grow with Ultra4 USA, it's close to my heart, and they've done so much for us. So just a huge shout-out to the entire Brannick crew out there. They're just a great part of the Ultra4 USA family.
Yes, they are, and we do have Cody St. Clair still trucking along here. It's good to see Diesel Krentz wasn't still stopped there. He was having Brian Moore check out the front end of his Jeep earlier on the last lap around, so it's good to see that he is not still there.
And we saw Cody heading up there. There are two lines going up there. There's a right line and a left line. The right line's a little steeper, more direct, and Cody St. Clair chooses the correct one there. And there is Sean Rance Sr. in that old school Bronco. That's a 1976 Ford Bronco that they've rebuilt it a few times, but he's been racing that for a very long time. Great to see. They've been racing Everyman Challenge since the very beginning, and there is Jeremy Tipton. So it looks like he's 20 yards away from Dwayne Garrison's. Hopefully he can get the parts there, get it figured out, and get going. But just such a heartbreaker for Dwayne Garrison, our pole setter for this class, and then just, hey, racing happens.
Right, and Jeremy had a bag in his hand, so hopefully he has all the parts, like you're saying, that they need to get it fixed. But Cody St. Clair going down on Viagra right now. This is a crazy downhill. I'm not sure. I've never been down that. I'm sure you have multiple times.
It is sketchy going down. It's sketchier going up. So as you can see, it does a little wheel stand just a tick. And I've got a physical watch on Greg Neff and Ryan Webb there, nose to tail once again at race mile 3.5. So the race right now on adjusted time, it goes back to Ryan Webb. He was able to reel in Greg Neff, but has not made the pass yet. I hear the sirens out there saying, hey, I'm here to pass. They made a great song about moving, too.
All right. That is Diesel Krentz right there.
So they both get around Diesel Krentz. So that is Ryan Webb in the middle and Greg Neff, our physical leader, but on adjusted time, there's a 30-second time split. So Ryan Webb has Greg Neff right where he wants him, but it's going to be back to the waterfall. What's going to happen? We have 15 minutes before the white flag comes out. So that's between Greg Neff and Ryan Webb.
Right now we do have Sean Rance. He does have a flat tire going on.
A right front flat tire. But it sounds like Erica Allred is down in the AMSOIL hot pits with an update about Dwayne Garrettson. So, Erica, what do you got for us?
Just let me know. Thanks, guys. Dwayne Garrettson's co-driver has actually been in the hot pits this whole time. The team actually had to run back to the actual pits, get some fittings. They were able to get it to the co-driver, and now he's running his way back to Dwayne in hopes that they can get things fixed and at least finish this race.
Well, thank you, Erica. And, yeah, we were kind of keeping a little bit up to date, but didn't know all of that. And here we go. Yes, Ryan Webb blasts. How far back is Greg Neff? Did he get around him?
Well, we did see earlier Greg Neff passed him on the waterfall, right? And then we were wondering how far behind he was going to be because Ryan Webb has been having issues get up the waterfall. But when they came through here earlier on, Ryan Webb was basically on the tail again. There's got to be an area where Ryan Webb is taking it a little bit harder than Greg Neff because they definitely are making up time behind him very quickly.
And there is Ryan Webb heading up the grand staircase. And the top right of your screen is the AMSOIL hot pits.
And that was a great view of it.
And Ryan Webb looks like a little bit off pace. Nope. Okay, he's going to keep on going. So great. Ryan Webb still looks like he's running strong as he cruises through the AMSOIL hot pits and enters the Brannock Boulders.
Oh, and he did get past Greg Neff. Greg Neff just now passed by the hot pits. So Ryan Webb out front.
Yeah, plus the adjusted time.
But Ryan Webb, as we saw earlier, he ends up not having that correct line going up, or he struggles going up the waterfall.
Yeah, that's been his nemesis right now. So Ryan Webb is probably aware of that, and he knows he needs to push hard to get a distance between him and Greg Neff, because Greg Neff is really one-shotting via the waterfall about every time. As we got Sean Rance coming down Viagra. That's a super steep ledge right there. And the crowd is having some fun watching some Ultra4 USA racing for the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Radios. And there is horsepower right here. Ryan Webb all over the throttle with Philip McGilton riding shotgun. And he's starting to pull away from Greg Neff. Is Greg Neff having issues? So I am going to say next time around for Ryan Webb, it is going to be the white flag. So we're about 15 minutes away from the white flag coming out for Ryan Webb and Greg Neff. And I hear a lot of spitting and sputtering. That is Tom Van Shake still having issues, still moving, as we're watching Sean Rance Sr. at the Yukon Little Blue area. And here we go. Is this Garrett Hunt or this is Colin Hornick? They were stopped just after the Spider Track backsplash. So great to see them back and moving. They were sitting there for quite some time. So is this finishing his first lap?
But he's only, that happened on the very first lap.
Yeah.
But he sounds like he's running very strong for having an issue because he went through that water, and that's when he's pulled off to the side. But Sean Rance, he did have a passenger front tire that was flat whenever he was going up the waterfall, and I don't think they've pulled over and changed it. see if we can get a visual on it on this side.
Yeah, the spare still looks like it's full of air. Yeah, it looks like the right front's still low on Sean Rance. So they are, where are they at? They're
and it looks
almost race mile number 2, so they're not even halfway through this lap. He does have a co-driver, so we'll see what happens. See if we can get this drone to fly around to the other side as he's looping around.
And he is taking it easy. I'm sure he knows exactly what's going on up there. You don't want, I mean, he's probably just going to try to make it around to the hot pit to get it changed.
We'll be able to turn on this, see it on this corner because that tire will be folding up as he turns.
Oh, the shadowing's playing minds with us, games with our minds.
I couldn't tell, but yep, it's definitely flat. So right front flat tire still for Sean Rance Sr. Hopefully he can get it in there and get that Milestar swapped out. Is he going to try to run another 3 miles on a flat tire? That's a long time when you have a co-driver with you.
Well, and he's running in that 3rd spot in his class, but 5th overall. And obviously we do have Dwayne Garrettson that is still not running, so hopefully they can get theirs fixed. But Colin Hornick, obviously a few laps down, he's running in number 5 in the Legends class.
And here's Tom Van Schaik with his Ultra4 USA debut. But that thing's spitting and sputtering the last couple times I have heard it. We're hoping it's just wet, but by the time it just hasn't cleared out yet, so it's got to be a little bit more than that as we're entering the woods section here. This is a really rocky little section, only for about 100 feet, and then it turns into a nice trail where you can really pick up some speed, but you can't pick up a lot of speed with a flat tire, as we're seeing Ryan Webb. So hopefully we can stick with this because he's heading into the Race Line Wheels Waterfall, and we'll see if he can one-shot this or not. Ryan Webb has been struggling here, so this is going to be interesting to see how far back Greg Neff is. There he is. Greg Neff is right on his heels. Greg Neff has to beat Ryan Webb by 30 seconds because this is an adjusted time race. So we'll see how this all shakes out. But right now, Ryan Webb is in the Race Line Wheels Waterfall. And right now, just full throttle, buddy. I think he's hitting the gas just a half a second too late.
Well, and here we have Greg Neff, and we know that he can make it up on either side. It doesn't matter
and
for
you
him.
know right now, both of them are just super pumped up right now. So Neff, right now,
Greg.
go around to the left. I don't know why they're waiting. Absolutely. There we go. Stick a nose in there.
I don't think you probably wanted him to back down and
I'd take a chance.
Injury both of them.
So the lead changes once again. Oh, nope, he's struggling now. He back up about a foot, and then don't give it a neutral drop, but get after it. So Tom Van Schaik in the Amsoil hot pits, and Greg Neff is up and through, so the lead changes once again in the Race Line Wheels Waterfall. Man, if I was Webb, I'd try that left line because
this is giving him some trouble today.
Yes, it must just be the wheelbase is just perfectly wrong for this section.
Just needs that little bit of a bounce up and almost
up.
up.
He is all over. That is hard-on equipment right there. So he's got to be a little bit careful because to finish first you must finish. And every second counts right now for Ryan Webb. Greg Neff is looking prettier and prettier every second. Oh, there he is. He's up and out. So I'm going to say Greg Neff has about a 30-second lead over Ryan Webb as we speak. And look at the crowd right there having some fun. So there's Colin Hornick.
Yep, exactly. That's what I was getting ready to say. Colin Hornick is obviously, he has made one complete lap going through that water earlier on, but now we are on board with Cody St. Clair, or not on board, but here he is.
On camera.
Camera.
Oh, there's another car pulled over. I missed who that was. Checking in with Dwayne Garrettson. Cody St. Clair checking up for this little spider track backsplash. I'm going to be interested to see for the 4400s if they're going to check up and try to save their, save wear and tear on their car, if they're going to skim it. I remember last year, Paul Wolf absolutely sent it over every single lap. JT Taylor, the race director, did just give me a heads up that Greg Neff has a 50-second time penalty. About midway through the woods, there's a little water section, and there's two people winching it. So Greg Neff went through tape that we had blocked off. So it's a 10-second penalty times 5, so 50 seconds. So now Neff has to beat Webb by 1 minute 40 seconds. I'm making a note of that. So Neff has to beat Webb by 1:40 now because it's on adjusted time, and there was a 30-second time split, but now with that 50-second plus 30, it's 1:40. So interesting. Thank you, JT Taylor, our race director, for keeping us honest on that. We have our staff out back and saw it happen, and Neff shortcutted, so he gets a little bit of a time penalty. It's official.
Yes, it is. And now we have Cody St. Clair. He's going through the Brannick boulders. Oh, we do have Diesel Krentz is now stopped as well.
The attrition is really setting in. Looks like they're looking at the dash.
I mean, we had some people yesterday with overheating issues, so, I mean, anything can be happening out here. Of course, it's racing, but here we are moving again.
So he's at the start of Waterfall, if I'm not mistaken. And he's got a little tree hanging off. At least he's got that out of the way for Chip coming up next.
He just cleared the course for him.
But Diesel Krentz has made quick work up this Waterfall section, so we'll see if he can do it once again.
You know, everybody that was one-shotting it earlier, they've been having to back up and reset.
Well, I mean, they're starting to drag more and more water up this way as well.
Exactly.
But it looks like all 4 Nitto tires still look like they're in great shape. And just getting an update from Benji, he's at Little Blue. Webb has a 33-second split behind Greg Neff. So Webb is back in the lead on adjusted time.
And we just saw Cody St. Clair go through for another lap, and now we are watching Sean Rance making his way through. So Cody St. Clair in that number 1 spot for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And here we have Diesel Krentz trying to still make it up the Waterfall.
And he is in second place in the mod class. And then it's, I guess,
Sean Rance.
Sean Rance, yeah, and then Dwayne Garrettson. So the top 3 are still moving strong. And then the Legends class, it's Ryan Webb over Greg Neff by about a minute. And then it is Tom Van Schaik in that 3rd position. He's in the Amsoil hot pit. So right now, it's a battle between Ryan Webb and Greg Neff up front. And it's a tight, because it seems like Ryan Webb is faster on most of the course, but right here at the Raceline Waterfall, Webb is struggling, just like Diesel Krentz is right now. So Greg Neff, man, he needs to step it up a little bit more in the woods in the wide open section. Otherwise, Webb's gonna walk away. But yeah, we're at an hour and 27 minutes. So next time we see Ryan Webb or Greg Neff, the white flag will be flying. And I do see a few of our 4,400 cars already starting to line up, but they aren't racing till 2 o'clock. So if you need to take a break, this race isn't over yet, so stick around. But we will have a little reset, so you'll be able to restock your coolers, grab some snacks, and the 4,400 main event is going down at 2 p.m. Central Time. Again, if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We're in the South Grand Lake recreational area, just outside of Disney and Lakely, Oklahoma, and we're on the backside of the Pensacola Dam. And Pam, you got some information for us.
Yeah, the Pensacola Dam is actually the world's longest multiple arch dam, and if you were to look at the pictures that we keep showing of their aerial views, it's absolutely gorgeous. But Grand Lake has a roughly 1,300 miles of shoreline with 43,500 acres of lake. This is such a large lake, but that Pensacola Dam right there, that is what makes this whole entire area even more beautiful than it already is.
Yeah, I mean, you can go boating, you can go fishing up there. The fishing's great around here. And then you can come down and go wheeling. There's over 100 miles of trails, 20,000 acres back here, and it's a GRDA land, so Grand River Dam Authority runs it, but it's open to the public. So after our race closes this evening, it's going to be wide open for anybody for the rest of the year. Come down here and go play in the Brannick boulders, go back there on Viagra, Little Blue, the Waterfall. There's so many iconic rock obstacles here as we're back at the Pensacola Dam. And, they can open those floodgates to lower the lake when there's a big rainy season. So if those gates open, before those gates open, the siren goes off and we got to get out of here because the Amsoil hot pits will be completely underwater when they do that.
Yes, and getting some information from Miss Erica. She said the Van Schaik came in and changed the winch line out. So that's interesting to be coming in and changing out the winch line, but he came in the hot pits and did that. And we do have Cody St. Clair, the 4561.
Looks like Lana Scott's tuned in, and Brian Trimp's hitting me up that he's just dying that he's not racing here. We miss you here. I know you had fun with us in Crandon. Wish you were here, but hey, hopefully we'll see you at Legends of Havasu. And speaking about that, that's coming up October 26th and 29th through the 29th. It's a do-not-miss event with Ultra4 USA. We'll have F1 boat racing, the IPRA Rodeo, American Side-by-Side Takeover, National Music Acts. We have Sand Outlaw Drags, pool parties, a jet ski trick show, and so much more. So go on to legendsofhavasu.com. There's some great VIP packages available and everything else. And there's Sean Rance changing that right front flat tire. So get a new mile star on there.
Yes.
There in the AMSOIL hot pits.
So he made it around. I mean, we were wondering if he was going to have to stop and do that, but he is running in that third position in class. And there's a great shot of, you were just talking about the water flowing down.
So it always, I'm not going to say it leaks, but it always lets a little bit through right there. And that's just coming down. But they can open all of those gates individually or all at once, and that becomes a monsoon coming down there as we see. Diesel Krentz, he'll be dropping down a Viagra here in about 5 seconds. You can see just in the middle of our screen there's that V, and we put those cones there because if you go left or right, it gets pretty gnarly. And there's that nasty ledge right in the middle of it.
And we have Diesel going down Viagra right now. This has been a tricky one right here. He hit it pretty hard the first time we saw him bouncing all the way down. But, you know, he, like I was saying, talking to him this morning, he didn't come out and pre-run this at all. And he's still taking it just like he did earlier. So,
well, gravity kind of takes over at some point.
Right, exactly.
Andrew Gorman's tuning in. Wants to tell you hi. Thanks for the great show. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. He's been helping us with a bunch of stuff behind the scenes.
Yes, he has. Andrew Gorman, met him, I don't know how many years ago now, but such a good guy. And here we are on with watching 551 of Ton Van Cheek. The last time he went around, his motor or his engine was not sputtering as bad, which was sounding good, but he's definitely probably going to make sure he's staying slow in the water, so maybe it's drying up for him. And his co-driver has gotten out every lap on here to winch up the waterfall. And back here watching Cody St. Clair. He's getting ready to go down Viagra.
So Cody St. Clair is our race leader in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Getting some great pictures for you guys later on. And he's about to drop that little ledge right in the middle. Taking it easy. So he's taking it super slow, and I like his pace right there because he knows that he's in the lead. I need to save the car, but if you go down there a little too hard and bounce, you can really stuff the front end and do some damage.
Well, Miles, smooth is fast, right? So
it depends on the day, but absolutely. And there's Greg Neff. Did we miss Ryan Webb?
I have not seen Ryan Webb come through, so Greg Neff.
So Greg Neff is in the physical lead once again. Okay, he's at the top left, so Greg Neff is back in the lead once again. But on adjusted time, remember that there's that 50-second penalty for Neff, so it's going to be really, really close as the white flag should be flying for Greg Neff as we speak. One more lap to go. Greg Neff and Ryan Webb, it's going to be a race to the finish.
And this is where you definitely want to make sure you turn it up a notch. And here we do have Ryan Webb making his way up and around. I mean, they're probably, about 30 seconds apart right now.
Yeah, but then there's that addition.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think Webb still has it. So it's going to come down to this lap. Who can run the waterfall cleaner? JT Taylor, the Ultra4 USA race director, giving everybody a little arm pump, getting excited. And there's Cody St. Clair dropping down the Yukon Little Blue section. Nobody's running the normal line, which is kind of a bummer to see, but it's a tougher line. So they're definitely they're racing. They're not out here playing. But Little Blue's a lot of fun on a recreational weekend. Come out here and you'll get some body damage if you take your Jeep or Toyota through it. But it's a lot of fun. UTVs can make it, but it's a little tricky.
Yeah, the UTVs raced yesterday. It was a great race. We had, 3 classes yesterday racing UTVs, plus we had our stock class race as well. Great racing happened. Oh, and see, he is still winching, got them up the waterfall.
But he's playing it smart. He's doing the strategy because right now Tom Van Schaik is in third position. So looking pretty good. If he can do his Ultra4 USA rookie debut and get third place here in Disney, he would be amazed. So just a little update. There is a time penalty on Greg Neff. He did do a little shortcut back in the woods. Our course members saw it. They gave him a 10-second penalty times 5 for the advantage. So it's a 50-second time penalty plus a 30-second time split between the adjusted time. So Greg Neff has to beat Ryan Webb by 1 minute and 40 seconds to take this win away. So it's going to be down to the wire, and it's going to be they should be entering the waterfall here very soon, and that's going to be the make or break of this race, is who can make the waterfall clear between Greg Neff and Ryan Webb.
Yes, and we were just watching Sean Rance. He's sitting in third in the 4,500 modified class.
So there's Neff and Webb in our screen, about a 30, 45-second time split between those two. So if Greg Neff can get up this clean, he still has a shot of winning this race.
And Greg Neff has to know, somebody has had to tell him on the radio, but you know what? He might not know that he has that penalty because a lot of people have lost their radios because of the water.
Yeah, the water's tough on him. So, yeah, you're absolutely correct. It'll be interesting. Jonathan Terhune was tuning in, asking some questions, so hopefully we clarified that up for you, buddy. And Greg Neff, it is his race right now. If he can make this smooth, he's got a great shot. Oh, and he just muscles his way up. So Greg Neff does a great job. So now we need to stay on this camera and see how long it takes for for Ryan Webb.
Dwayne Garrettson, in my shadow behind
Really?
us, just now went through the start-finish line. All right, where's Ryan Webb? We're going to see here in just a moment.
So Ryan Webb is in. It's been about 5-10 seconds. So we'll see. He needs to beat him by a minute and 40 seconds.
Oh, he's taking a little bit of a different line right there.
So we'll see how this shakes out. Ryan Webb really needs to make this climb quick. He is so close.
He's having
but
trouble.
hey, he could break his car and ruin his race. So there's a happy medium how hard you hit this.
Well,
But you know, Philip McGilton's in there saying, you got to go, buddy.
Exactly. But you know, Ryan Webb has been making up a lot of time on Greg Neff. Greg Neff has been kind of going a little bit easier than we thought he would be going out there in that lead. But Ryan Webb has definitely been making up time. And there
All right,
he goes.
he is up. So I have an unofficial time split of 1 minute between Greg Neff and Ryan Webb. So as Ryan Webb has been running faster. So right now, if they can run their same pace, Ryan Webb will still win this race. Again, that's an unofficial guess, but it's looking good for Ryan Webb. But it's going to be a race to the finish.
And the beautiful view right there. All the views around here have been absolutely beautiful all weekend long.
This is absolutely beautiful down here at the bottoms there of the South Grand Lake recreational area. I've been coming down here for 20 plus years. This is where I started, cut my teeth rock crawling back in the day. So it's so cool to have all those memories from back in the day and then come back here with Ultra4 USA and be able to put on a race here. It puts a big smile on my face, and I hope everybody loves it just as much as we do here. It's such a great race course. We've gotten so much great feedback. Obviously, the water is an issue, but we're in a live riverbed, and we did our best. JT Taylor and I drove around for days trying to figure ways around the deeper water holes. We adjusted some gravel, trying to make it a little shallower in certain spots. But it's great to see Dwayne Garrettson back in action. And look at him. He is pushing hard trying to get around Sean Rance Sr. because he knows it's down to here. So Dwayne Garrettson is in fourth position. It's going to be hard for him to get caught back up. So he is a lap down. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get on the podium. But, hey, he came here to race, and he's going to race. So there's Greg Neff, our physical race leader, but on adjusted time, I do believe it is Ryan Webb who pulled over. That's Tom Van Shake. So Ryan Webb will have to deal with some lap traffic as well. But again, class act of Tom Van Shake pulls right over, and look at Garrettson right up there. Looks like that was a second attempt.
Did you notice he did not have his co-driver in there
Correct.
with him?
Yep. He knew he had to go if he was going to make anything happen. But the white flag is out for the entire field, so this is everybody's last lap right now as Sean Rance at the race line wheels Waterfall, trying to put those, get a little traction with the race line wheel beadlock in that crack.
All right, and there we have Ryan Webb. You know that he is definitely trying to make up time. Like I said, though, Greg Neff might not know about the time penalty. Ryan Webb might not know either. But the radio communication sometimes with this water, as we were saying earlier, that becomes an issue out here. And as Sean Rance is still struggling, but here's Cody St. Clair going into that rock section. It looks from this area that it's a smooth section, but it's not. It's a lot of boulders.
Yeah, we've been driving around here all week, and there isn't much that's smooth here. So that is Jeff Flanagan. Great to see him moving. We saw him just before the rugged start-finish line. So Jeff Flanagan back moving. So we got two lines. So here's Sean Rance Sr. What a great battle we've had here all day long. So getting another update from Benji. It's a 50-second split between Webb and Ryan Webb and Greg Neff. So on adjusted time, he still has it. And we have been watching Ryan Webb push a lot harder than Greg Neff. So we'll see what happens. Here's Cody St. Clair checking up for the Spider Track backsplash. The white flag still is out for the entire field, so he'll head out for another lap. We're at the Disney half pipe.
All right, have we seen Ryan Webb or anybody come by behind us?
We haven't seen it yet, but they should be here in, well, I'm going to guess about a minute or so. They've been running pretty good lap times. Fastest lap time of the day still is Dwayne Garrettson with that 13:19 on his first lap. And then it's been around, so Greg Neff ran a 14:21. Ryan Webb with a 14:16 on their fastest laps. So we'll see. Ryan Webb's really pushing hard, trying to gain some time on Neff. They took off 30 seconds apart from each other, but there is a 50-second time penalty on Neff, so it's a minute 40 he has to beat him by. It's going to be down to the wire.
Down to the wire for sure, but it just makes me wonder if they actually do know that they have those that there's a time penalty involved, and that could mean,
You go flag him down and ask.
They're going to get the checkered flag here in just a minute, and then I'll ask. No, but it makes me wonder if they know or not, because that could, allow Ryan Webb to not push so hard on this last lap if possible. And there we have Cody St. Clair coming around. He'll be here in just a moment, getting that white flag.
Thank you to everybody that makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and marketing partners. And Pam will be giving away some of those Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies right after this race. For the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And there's Greg Neff at race mile 3.5. How far back is Ryan Webb?
And Greg Neff just took that water crossing a little bit harder than I think I've seen him do. So he's trying to make up some time right now. Do not see Ryan Webb, but we do have, oh wow, going down Viagra, the 869. That is definitely a sketchy spot. I know we keep talking about it.
It sure is.
Cody St. Clair he's not going as fast as he's been going, but he's taking it easy in these rocks.
Yeah, I was going to say, but he is in the lead, and he knows he's in the lead. And he'll be grabbing the white flag one more lap around for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified leader, Cody, the Texas Kid St. Clair.
So who's riding shotgun with him today?
John Williams, Littlefoot out of Rufus.
There's Ryan Webb.
So I'm going to say that's about a 45-second time split. So right now, we're about 3 minutes away from the checkered flag flying, and I'm going to unofficially say Ryan Webb has them, but Greg Neff's going to be pushing. It's going to be interesting to see who hits the Spider Track backsplash harder to try to make up some time. But again, we've seen that cause some issues. So do you hit it slow, play it safe, or do you wide open like we've seen Webb do in the past? And this is going to be an exciting finish.
Webb and Neff. Neff has been doing the same thing. We do have Diesel Krentz going through, but here we have, is that Greg Neff right there? Yes, it is. Looks like he's picked up his pace just a little bit. So maybe he does have some radio communication.
And he just knows it's a race. It's you got to save the car for the last lap. And he saved the car. And look at this full send for Greg Neff. He is on a mission. It is going to be down to the wire between Greg Neff and Ryan Webb. We had some great racing yesterday. But this, another great finish to a great race. Last night it was the 4600 Spider Track stock class kind of stole the show, but today the 4500 and the 48s is making this one exciting.
Okay, and here's Ryan Webb. He's picked up his pace, but we'll see. Is he going to hydroplane himself?
He's going to try to skip right across there. Ryan Webb full send at the Spider Track backsplash.
Oh,
and just absolutely sending it through there. So we should see them up at the grand staircase in the AMSOIL hot pits here very soon. And we'll see. I've got my unofficial timer ready.
And there we do see Greg Neff going past the AMSOIL hot pits.
Entering the Brannock Boulders.
That was a great choice of camera location on the ground right there at that water splashing.
Yeah, our Speed Sport, our official broadcast partner, and everybody behind the scenes has done an amazing job to make this possible. And don't forget, there will be a 1-hour post-produced special that will be airing soon. And Greg Neff out front, but Ryan Webb not too far behind.
Not too far behind. Right as I kind of tapped you on the shoulder, Ryan Webb was going up by the AMSOIL hot pits.
It's going to be really close. With the time penalty, it is 1:40 that Neff needs to beat Webb. And Neff must be listening to us because he's hitting it hard.
But remember what we saw yesterday with John Rance. That was not good going through that water as fast as he did yesterday.
So the checkered flag will be flying for Greg Neff. But remember, this race is on adjusted time, so we'll see how it shakes. But our physical race leader crossing the checkered flags, Greg Neff, all the way across the line. The unofficial timer is on. How far back is Webb? Webb has got this thing locked down. He is going to beat. So it's going to be crazy. So without the time penalty, it's going to be like within seconds. But with the 50-second time penalty, he's got him for sure.
You can hear his engine in the background.
So
and he's sideways.
Unofficially winning is Ryan Webb by 25-second time split. So even without the penalty, unofficially, I think he locked it down. So what an amazing race between Ryan Webb and Greg Neff. It was a battle to the end.
And Ryan Webb, you saw him. He was drifting that corner on the last turn.
Getting a little slideways. So now it is the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class, because Tom Van Schaik should lock down third position in the Legends class, but he is a lap down. So right now it is Cody St. Clair 1, Diesel Krentz 2, and Sean Rance in that third position for the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. And that should be the way it turns out. But wow.
Look at Dwayne Garrettson.
Fun racing.
Dwayne Garrettson was slamming on his brakes to not take that too hard. He learned very hard way earlier on. All right. Now we do see Diesel Krentz going up towards the waterfall one last time.
There's Diesel Krentz cruising along still. So you see a few of these guys are coming to a stop or slow down a lot. They're probably taking their transfer case from high to low because there's a lot of high-speed sections. But with this, you needed the gear ratio to go up the race line wheels waterfall. And Diesel Krentz going to try to one-shot it. And he has one-shotted it before, but not this time. It's proving to be tough and tough. But remember, these are 37-inch DOT tires. Up next are unlimited tires. Most of them are running 40-inch stickies. You know, we got a lot of Nittos. We got a lot of BFGs out there. And there's Tom Van Schaik at a crawl. He needs to finish to get that third position. It's going to be really close.
Well, he has been having issues all day long. We heard his engine sputtering quite a bit, and right now there's a little bit of white puff coming out behind, so hopefully he does make it around to the finish line. And there we do have a great shot of Diesel Krentz going up the waterfall.
And the crowd is just above our screen, and it's a great place to watch it. I've got a few buddies that are up there in the crowd having some fun.
Oh, that's right. You had some friends coming in from Kansas, right?
Yeah. I think they made it. I don't know. I've been too busy. But I got a couple buddies out there.
So Diesel Krentz finally makes it up the waterfall. Earlier on, he was having no issues, but we just now are obviously seeing that he was having some problems.
But, I mean, the car's been beaten for an hour and a half, so, you know, what's going on there? And here is, I believe that's Colin Hornick. With McGrills Racing pushing strong. He's going to check up because last time he didn't check up, and that caused him some pretty good issues on the Spider Track backstretch. So he's going to come to an absolute crawl to go through here because he just wants to make it in there. He's definitely a few laps down, but he's going to make a finish.
You know, when he gets going again, though, his engine does sound good. It sounds like it's running strong, so not sure exactly what it was that was a problem. Hey, guys out there watching.
And there's the crowd right there giving everybody a little wave, having some fun.
Thanks for coming out and watching, sticking around, staying in the shade, getting a suntan, some of them. And there we do have Sean Rance. Slowing way down as well. Yesterday I felt so bad for John when he came through.
It was a bummer, but hey, that's part of racing as we see Cody St. Clair come down the Yukon Little Blues section. That's our leader for the 4500 Yukon geared axle modified class. We already have Ryan Webb 1 and Greg Neff 2 for the Legends class, but we don't have a winner yet here in town. But Cody St. Clair is our physical leader right now. As our physical leader in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
And Colin Hornick still moving along. Obviously, we do know that he is down a few laps. Sean Rance was going up the waterfall in the background. Or not the waterfall, up to the Amsoil hot
grand
pits.
Staircase. That's where we do our knockout racing during the big meet run. And Tom Van Schaik is at a crawl, but hey, he's got time. Keep on going. Just make it to the finish line. If he can finish this race in his rookie debut, that would be a sight to see. The attrition has definitely set in today. Well, all weekend long. This is a fun course, but it is a hard course. So we're about 100 yards away from the finish for Colin Hornick. And he's hitting the throttle again.
Exactly, whipping it around that corner. He will be getting the checkered flag.
Checkered flag is out. A lap down, but the checkered flag flies for Colin Hornick. And be sure to download the MAO app on Google or Apple. Get on AOE.TV, Speedsport.tv, or get on the Ultra4 USA, MAO, or BMR Facebook. Share it, start a watch party, hashtag it up.
Oh, and Tom Van Schaik is stopping outside of the water.
And Sean Rance grabbing the checkered flag.
That puts him right now unofficially in that third position.
A lap down, but yeah, he should be on the podium. Sean Rance. And Chuck Richardson had a great run of that old Bronco. Oh, Tom Van Schaik having drivability issues that I assume something got wet. But hey, he's still moving. There's so much to do around here in the Grand Lake South Grand Lake recreational area. I mean, there's parasailing, fishing, you can rent boats, go rafting. And coming up in 2026 in Veneta, Oklahoma, the American Heartland Theme Park Resort should be open. So that's going to be a huge tourist destination just about a half hour down the road. And then go play on Grand Lake. Come down here and play in the rocks just below the Pensacola Dam.
So, Miles, on race course, people that are still moving, we do have Van Shake right here. Do we have anybody else that's moving still on course? Dwayne Garrettson, I'm not sure if he came in and got that checkered flag already or if he's still out.
Yeah, no, they're still running. So we still are waiting for Cody St. Clair, Diesel Krentz.
Because Sean Rance just came through.
Yeah, Sean Rance just got it. So, yeah, I think it's Cody St. Clair and Diesel Krentz are still in the mix.
Okay. And speaking of, there's Diesel right there. Perfect timing.
Where's that one at? Okay, he's heading towards the woods. So Tom Van Shake, he has to make it up the grand staircase heading towards the Amsoil Hot Pits, and he is extremely underpowered. So this could be interesting. He's got his work cut out for him with a wounded car. And don't forget to tune back in at 2 p.m. for the 4400 main event. You do not want to miss that one. It is the biggest and baddest names of our sport, and we've got a pretty stacked field and some crowd favorites. We've got Paul Wolf in the mix, Philip McGilton. We have Bailey and Wayland Campbell and a slew of other ones. Rufus Racing's here in full force. It's going to be a fun one to watch. So this is actually in the woods before the grand staircase, and I'm not going to say this is an easy climb, but you can make this in a UTV and two-wheel drive. I mean, it's nothing terrible, but it's uphill, and he apparently has zero power. But the never quit attitude of Ultra4 USA, they're getting the winch out and going to try to bring it on home.
I mean, right now he's sitting in that third spot, so it'd be kind of cool if he does get in here and finish.
We will have Pumpkin Hollow kicking off some music this evening, so we are going to have a pretty good party down here in the Chili Bowl area right above the rugged start-finish line. So be sure to tune in. We'll be doing our Western Series Championship points, giving away some awesome trophies. And the cameras are going to have a little battle out there. But, yeah, Pumpkin Hollow will be kicking off this evening, and we're going to have a party. So don't go anywhere. We got a lot more yet to come.
And that is a great view right there of the dam when we were talking about how it has the multiple arches. And there we do have Cody St. Clair making his way around.
Yeah, he's sneaking up on race mile number 4. So about a mile and a quarter yet to go for Cody St. Clair. And the checkered flag will be flying for first position in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Oh, and look, Tom Van Shake back underway, and he's actually moving a little faster than he was, so hopefully you can get a little momentum, because this is, again, not a hard climb, but it is steep, so you got without power, you got to get a little bit of a run at it. Oh, his co-driver's out chasing him down?
Well, once he got that momentum going, and as we were saying, he does not have that power, so get that momentum, don't stop, keep going. So let's see if he actually made it up the staircase.
Oh, he's on the middle of our screen, so there's a little ledge right here. He's made it up the steep part, but there is a ledge right where his tires are. Oh, and he just barely makes it. I mean, he just barely has enough power. So hopefully they send him. Yep, that's his team. They're sending him on. So that's the Van Shake Racing team sending him out. So hopefully he can finish this lap and maybe get a third position for his Ultra4 USA rookie debut. So there's Cody St. Clair still pushing along. That's our physical leader in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
And his co-driver is just following him along.
Well, he may have to push him.
Exactly. As
he's heading through the Brannick boulders as we speak, but he's just a few hundred yards away from the Rugged Radios start-finish line. That's a long walk. I think I could take a little shortcut through the water right there. Or I would have stayed in the Amsoil hot pits and hitched a ride. So the attrition has definitely set in. Oh, there's Cody St. Clair, our leader in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. At the top right of your screen, heading towards the Amsoil hot pits.
So this is where he's going to have some trouble, but he did make it up the staircase, so it kind of makes me wonder, like, why is he having issues in these areas with the rocks? He's still moving.
I think I can make it up the hill, the little choo-choo train that could. So Tom Van Schaik still moving. Not fast, but moving, and that's all that matters right now. It's been a tough, tough day on these cars. And the speed's going to be picking up later on this afternoon. That is an absolute fact.
Well, he is almost through our timing loop here in just a moment, but he is almost to us. It's just a slow move, slow go. Slow-mo.
Hey, he's making it happen, though. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
His co-driver will have a chance to get his feet wet here in just a minute if he's still following along.
And I've got a physical eye on Diesel Krentz. He's at race mile 3.5, so he'll be here in town in the next 5 minutes. But Cody St. Clair should be coming into screen here very soon. And there he goes. So Cody St. Clair is about to grab the checkered flag for the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. And there are 2 lanes here, so he's going to be able to sneak through. Yips gets around Tom Van Schaik. And Cody St. Clair, 2 turns to go, another 100 yards. And he'll be grabbing the checkered flag for the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
Too bad that didn't have communication, and Cody could have just kind of pushed him through a little bit.
And there he goes, wide open, checkered flag flying for Cody St. Clair, unofficially winning the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
He was fist pumping as he was going through, super excited. He's had an amazing year.
And Tom Van Schaik in his Ultra4 USA rookie debut is going to cross the finish line at 2.5 miles an hour. But hey, a finish as a finish. He may just lock down 3rd position in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Let's just talk about perseverance. This is perseverance right here just to finish his race.
And I'm right here. I can hear it, and it just sounds absolutely terrible. It's hitting on about 5.5 cylinders.
It's just at an idle pace right now, though. Literally, he's almost there.
I think I can, but he's going to make it. JT's going to wave the flag for about 10 seconds as he goes across the line. But, hey, he made it. Tom Van Schaik just unofficially locks down 3rd position in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. What a fun one to watch. And there's his co-driver heading out. But it sounds like we have our one and only Erica Allreed down there. She's going to have a quick chat with Ryan Webb. Erica, what do you got for us?
Thanks, Miles. Like you said, I'm down here with Ryan Webb, our unofficial overall winner on adjusted time. Ryan, during that race, we kind of saw you struggle in the waterfall section, but you were able to kind of regroup, rebound, and although that struggle, with about 30 minutes left to go, you were able to kind of sneak in there and battle for that lead. So what were you finding during those closing parts of that race?
We were just pushing real hard. The left side in pre-run, I never could make the left side. My car just didn't work there. So right side, it would go every time in practice, and then get to the race, and it wouldn't do it. And I was just bullheaded. I said, I'm not going to the left side. I said, I'm going to put on a show, if nothing else. And boy, we did.
Well, you certainly did that for us, but were you aware of that time penalty on Greg Neff?
No, I had no idea. I knew I passed him. I knew he started in front of me, and I hadn't seen many cars, so I knew I passed him and got the lead. And then on that ledge, he passed me back, and then we'd go back and forth. And, yeah, when the white flag, we kind of turned it up, and, you know, we were trying to keep the tires. No flats today on the Kenda tires, so it was all tires today.
Well, Ryan, congratulations. A well-deserved one, and yes, you definitely kept it interesting for us. But, guys, back to you.
Thank you, Erica, and congratulations to Ryan. Didn't roll over today, Webb, but what a fun one to watch. So we'll see how it all shakes up. There's Brent Moffitt's 4400 Unlimited race car. That'll be up next, taking off here in about an hour. So we're going to reset, regroup, and the 4400 will be taking off in a little bit. But there's Diesel Krentz, second position in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Sean Rance should be in that third position. He has already finished, but a lap down. So there's our second position. So we should be able to fill the podiums for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Again, everything is unofficial until we dot our I's and cross our T's. And then Pam will be running down there here in just a little bit and give away some of those Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies thanks to Cody Wagner and company.
Yes, it's always fun to go down and do the trophies, hand them out, get them their interviews, talk to them about their race, find out what they did and did not like about the race course. But you know what, everybody that I've talked to, everybody is loving the course that you and JT Taylor put together. They're saying it was a fun course, technical course with having all the different, of course the water though. The water is the one that they don't like.
I mean, it just shows what an Ultra4 can do. I mean, it can do the big rocks and do the high speed sections through the woods and, you know, and water. I mean, that's part of the game. It's a little bit of everything. So the checkered flag is flying for Diesel Krentz. Unofficial second position goes to Diesel Krentz in the 4500 class. And it sounds like we got our unofficial winner in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class down there with Erica Allreed. Cody St. Clair, what do you got?
Thanks, Matt. Maddie St. Clair. Cody, what a race from start to finish. Just how demanding was this one for you as a driver? Because although it looked fun, it looked really rough out there.
Oh, it was definitely rough. I don't think any inch of this car is the same at the beginning of this race. But the water was a little challenging because my gloves were getting slippery on the steering wheel. And I was making the car act up, but we were able to keep it together and get a first place.
Well, Cody, congratulations on this first place. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Erica. That was a great interview. Cody St. Clair has been having an amazing year, but there we do have Dwayne Garrettson still moving on course, having that issue earlier on, losing the transmission line.
But, yeah, what a great run. He was our pole position winner and had such a great race going until he didn't, but that's part of it. Dwayne Garrettson was third in the Eastern Series Championship. And I think it's going to be really close. Dwayne Garrettson may win the Western Series also. We'll see how it shakes out.
Yes, he is actually coming in, too, with a right rear flat. So he's coming in, you know, amazing that he's finished 4 laps with having the problems he had, but he also had the fastest lap of the race. But finishing this on 3 tires, the rubber's still there.
And again, it is unofficial, but by my math, it looks pretty good for Dwayne Garrettson. May have just wrapped up the 4500 Western Series Championship. Hearing over the rugged radios, it is a cold course. So we're going to reset some stuff. We'll give away some trophies here in just a little bit. We'll bring up the Good Boy unofficial vodka results here in just a moment. But, wow, another great, great race. And here's the unofficial Good Boy Vodka race results for the best damn race of the year. Here's the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And that first position is Cody St. Clair. And that second is Diesel Krentz.
And in that third position, Sean Rance. In fourth position, we just saw Dwayne Garrettson.
So now we'll switch it over to the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class for the Good Boy Vodka unofficial results. In first place is Ryan Webb. In second place is Greg Neff. In third place, Tom Van Shake.
And in that fourth position, Colin Hornick. Fifth, Jeff Flanagan. 6th, Garrett Humston in the 7th position, Brian Moore. We did see Brian Moore off course earlier, broken, Garrett Humston as well, so we didn't have them actually finish, but they were out there and they started the race.
It's racing. So a great effort by all. So again, thank you for everybody tuning in. We will be giving away some awards here very shortly, but this is a perfect time for you to reset, go stock your coolers, grab a snack, and we'll have some 2 p.m. racing coming up.
We can see all of our safety crew coming off of race course. We do have a little bit of a break before we start our 4400 Unlimited class. So we have beautiful views, great racing this morning, and we have a little bit more coming up here in just a little bit.
So much racing action has happened so much, but much more to come. So we're going to step away, and we'll be back after this. But we got a little treat for you. We got a replay of the Project X Grandin Classic Rage on the Rocks right after this.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, retake the lead! Dirt lane models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Oh, you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
This is no lie. Brannick parts have been on this car. I have yet to break an axle shaft in a race. I have yet to break a U-joint in a race. Everything that's been on this car has pretty much been on this car, unless it's a wear item from Brannick from the beginning. And that's the honest to God's truth. They do quality work, quality parts, and I stand behind them.
We're real focused on making parts that last, that get our racers across the finish line. Looking for better materials, lighter weight, stronger, thinking about innovating new product, improving on what is already developed. That's why we do race, because it makes us understand you can't break.
They're racers themselves, so they know what it takes to race, and their parts are tried and true, right? They run them in their own race cars, and they've beat them, they've broken them, and they come back and they do better, and they do that before they offer them to the consumer. Everything they build has held up great on this car. It's Brannick Motorsports parts on this car all day long.
My name's Stan Haynes. Me and my son at Brannick Motorsports make parts to get you across the finish line.
But we race what we make. And here we go, we are live here at Crandon.
And it looks like it is Paul Wolf on the inside for the Forest County Potawatomi Turn 1, and it is a clean race. We are green racing going right now. What a great shot right there. Oh, is that?
Oh, look at this. This is three times King Shannon Campbell has got the whole shot over Paul Wolf and making his way down into the Spider Tracks rocks.
But look, Paul Wolf makes a move, and it does look like Paul Wolf steals it back from Shannon Campbell heading to the Polaris gravel pit. There is Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy. Lauren Healy, look, and Paul Horschel's in the mix too. The top 5 are no slouches, Jim.
No, absolutely not. So right now in P1 it is Paul Wolf, in P2 it is Shannon Campbell, and in P3 I believe that was Paul Herschel. And then just behind him I think we've got the Broncos of Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy. So Paul Wolf crosses into the Brannick rocks. Oh, look at Shannon Campbell. He absolutely commits through those rocks. Makes up a heap of time there on Paul Wolf.
What a great showing of what these cars can do right now. But it is Paul Wolf out front, and then 3-time King Shannon Campbell heading back towards the Project X Rage on the rocks. And you saw how packed it is, and it was for this race right here, right now. The crowd is very excited to see what these big cars can do as Paul Wolf is heading into the Rugged Rhythm section out back.
Now I'm interested to see what happens here.
You see the sparks flying.
Yeah,
he's riding the brakes way too hard. He's got 7 laps to go, Jim.
I'm not sure that's brakes.
And look at Lauren Healy trying to double it, but doesn't able to keep it together right behind Shannon Campbell. Lauren Healy's going to try to take him on the inside.
Yeah, now Shannon Campbell, this is an older generation IFS vehicle. Shannon Campbell just checking up there as he comes in through the rocks.
Oh, that wasn't a checkup. He bunny hopped right up there. And this is right in front. Are we going to get a pass up the rocks? Lauren Healy on the outside makes the pass on Shannon Campbell. Lauren Healy, who won both races here last year, is on a mission. And his teammate, Fun Ever Off-Road, is Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that 4th position.
Yeah, he is indeed. Now, that's not very often you'll see that happen.
And Paul Wolf with a huge lead over the rest of the crowd. I'm going to say he's got a 10-second lead over 2nd place right now, which is Lauren Healy. Wow, Jim.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Shannon's nursing something, or maybe he has a problem. We saw him break a shaft earlier this week. We're just watching now as Mr. Paul Wolf, and he's absolutely on it.
He skims right through the Spider Track backstretch, and this is going to be a great battle right here with Shannon Campbell and Vaughn Gittin Jr. So Paul Wolf possibly having some brake issues up front, getting a little tidbits through my Rugged Race radio as we're heading to the Spider Track backstretch. And look at Lauren Healy, or sorry, Vaughn Gittin Jr. trying to chase down Shannon Campbell, just bonsaiing through. And now we're back to Paul Wolf on the Brannick boulders out front. So Paul Wolf has finished his 1st lap.
Yeah, so Paul Wolf at the moment is exactly where he wants to be. That's out front, and he's got a massive lead over 2nd place, Lauren Healy. But Lauren Healy is in a car that's built for exactly this race. He's packing out nearly 1,000 horsepower. Can he wind Paul Wolf back in?
So 12 seconds behind Paul Wolf is Lauren Healy, and another 12 seconds behind Lauren Healy is Shannon Campbell, and then Vaughn Gittin Jr. and him are 1 second apart. So 12 seconds between 1st and 2nd, 12 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. Can Paul Wolf keep this car together for this 7.5 lap race for the Ultra4 USA Project X Rage on the rocks here at the Big House? And Paul Wolf is really smoking through there.
Yeah, now Lauren Healy, he will not be wanting Paul Wolf to be getting away from him too far. This beautiful Triton engineering machine is built for exactly this, short course at Crandon. And Paul Wolf disappears, making his way back up towards the Potawatomi, turn 1.
But look at the... Oh, we already have lap traffic. I could...
Now,
we're coming out of it. Yeah, that's lap traffic. That's Roger King.
Yeah, this is Roger King. Now, there was something interesting. I don't know if you noticed, but I didn't see Casey Gilbert lining up.
Oh, you're right. He may not have taken it. I'm not sure what happened there. Tough break for him. But let's run through the top 10 right now. Paul Wolf out front.
In second is Lauren Healy.
Then it's Shannon Campbell.
In fourth, it's Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Fifth is Brian Crofts.
In sixth is Brett Harrell.
Seventh, Philip McGilton.
And our highest placed solid axle car, Tad Dowker.
And then in ninth, Christopher Branton.
Then it's Brian Rockhold in 10th.
And then John Grounds.
In 11th, and in 12th is Chad Hunt.
And 13th is Eric Blaze. Then 14th, Patrick Peterson.
Yeah, it looks like Paul Horschel is already off the track, so tough break there for Paul Horschel. But we'll try and find some news on where Casey Gilbert is, but it looks like Casey Gilbert is a non-starter.
There is Lauren Healy, two-time king, really throwing it in there with the fun haver Triton Engineering Bronco. Putting those Nitto tires to work. He's got Fox Live Valve on that machine.
Yeah, and that keeps on going, but it's all about this man, Paul Wolf.
With the Brannick wrap on that UFO, beautiful built Joe Thompson machine. Putting the power down with those Nitto tires. Yeah, but look at those Project X lights lighting it up the back, because there's no lights where he's at now, and he can see good.
Now, that's an IFS car for sure.
That is the 4413, I believe, of Tom Prendergast upside down. We didn't talk about those cars. You're pretty familiar with those cars as well.
I am indeed. Now, that is a tough break there for Tom. Such a nice
Who's
guy.
upside? Oh, that's Roger King tipped over.
Roger King.
So we got a couple cars on their side of Roger King and Tom Prendergast.
Yeah. Now, it'll be interesting to see what happened to Tom there. That's a UK-built car built by the Off-Road Armory. So let's hope Tom's okay, and let's hope Roger King are okay. Our safety crews will be out there very shortly, pulling the vehicles back up onto their wheels. But it's all about this guy. It is Paul Wolf, still our current race leader.
As he's heading out of the Project X ridge out back.
I'm trying to work out where Tom is.
So he's at the barn turn, I'm pretty sure.
Are you sure? Right, okay.
So our physical race leader, Paul Wolf, out front. There is no mandatory caution in these races, so if he has his lead, he is keeping his lead. But remember, to finish first you must finish. Can Paul Wolf keep that UFO together for a few more laps? Time will tell.
Yeah, I was just seeing some incredible action down in front of us a moment ago.
So did you see the puff of smoke? Tom Prendergast is back on wheels. He started the engine, puff of smoke, so it looks like we'll get him back and going here very shortly.
Oh, that's fantastic news.
So it looks like we got an AMSOIL, or a rugged replay coming up, coming out of the rocks. That's Roger King just catching it just wrong. Those rocks are moving on us. So thanks again for that rugged replay of Roger King.
Yeah, you can't just whole send these things. You have to have some caution there. You have to be compared. And we're watching Paul Wolf making his way through the Brannick rocks with his Brannick wrap.
Speaking about Brannick, I know Stan Brannick is tuned in back home. Hey, you couldn't make it here, buddy, but thanks for tuning in to Ultra4 USA. As you see one of your drivers, Paul Wolf, walking away with this race.
We've already seen Paul Wolf on track twice tonight already. He won the first race, couldn't lock it out in the second, but it looks like he's doing wonderful things right here, right now, in 4400.
As he's heading into the rugged rhythm section, that is Eric Blaze with Top Rock, another IFS machine.
Yeah, this field is stacked with IFS machines.
There's Paul Horschel. He is in the back, so he didn't have to even finish the lap.
So what is IFS? IFS is independent front suspension.
And some of these...
Look at this. This is Paul Wolf.
Making a pass on lap traffic of Eric Blaze. And some of these cars, not today, but some of them have IRS, which is independent rear suspension. And then you were talking about Casey Gilbert, our fourth position that didn't make the start. He was our fastest solid axle machine.
Yeah, I can tell you now, I'm just looking right now at our current top 5. In first position is Paul Wolf. In second
is Lauren Healy.
In third is his teammate, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In fourth is Brett Harrell.
And in fifth, it is Tad Dowker, our highest placed solid axle car.
And that Trent Fab machine, Bambi, been racing a long time with Ultra4. Dave Cole used to race that car back in the day. There's Vaughn Gittin Jr., the drift legend himself, who's crossed over, I'm going to guess 6 or 7 years ago, but was a national champion just a couple years ago.
Yeah, Vaughn's been very, very successful in 4400. We saw him only a few weeks ago at Visions doing superbly well.
So I'm going to flip back to the 4400 East Series points. Paul Wolf, if he wins this race, he locks down the Eastern Championship. Philip McGilton in that second spot. Jonathan Dawes not here, so Tad Dowker and Chad Hunt should move up the ranks. We'll see how it all shakes out. We'll give away some of those trophies later on tonight.
Yeah, I can see here now that we have got multiple vehicles going out onto lap 4.
So we are just over halfway through this race.
We are indeed. Our current top 10 in 10th position is John Grounds.
In 9th position is Chad Hunt.
In 8th is Shannon Campbell.
In 7th, Christopher Brandt.
In 6th is Phil McGilton.
In 5th is Tad Dowker.
In 4th is Brett Harrell.
In that 3rd position is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In 2nd is Lauren Healy.
And with that, getting that whole shot out front, hasn't looked back yet, Mr. Paul Wolf. Looks like he is looking good at this race with a almost 30-second lead over Lauren Healy. And has had some epic battles here at the Big House between Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf. Lauren Healy's really going to have to step up his game to get around Paul Wolf.
Wow, look at this. This is Paul Wolf trying to overtake Ryan Rockhold, who is lap traffic.
So
now,
Ryan Rockhold's doing a little rabbit game there and kisses the tire, does a bicycle. This is for the lead. Is he going to have to back up? Yes, he had to back up and go around Rockhold.
That's incredible. Let's not forget that the spotters can't see this bit. So there's no spotting information on this part of the course.
So, yeah, Ryan Rockhold may have not. He obviously didn't know who was behind him because he didn't have his spotter. Ooh, kamikaze Chris Branton is broke down in the Project X. Rage on the rocks out back. Tough break for him.
Yeah, and it looks like John Grounds is about to be passed by our race leader, Paul Wolf. That's incredible. Think of the pace that Paul Wolf here has to be actually passing cars such as Ryan Rockhold. These guys are not slow.
It is incredible pace what's coming out of Paul Wolf. But remember, he's got to keep that car together as he comes into Forest County, Potawatomi, turn number 1 through that last little leap heading into the barn turn.
Yeah, so Paul Wolf, he makes his way past John Grounds, driving that Miller chassis.
He'll take a hard left and head into the Spider Track backstretch. Another time across these rocks with a little lap traffic in front of him he'll have to deal with in the Polaris gravel pit. And look, he is still just skipping rocks. I love skipping rocks with my kids on water, and he just makes it look like that car do that.
Yeah, he makes it look so unbelievably easy. And there is our second place car right now. That is Mr. Lauren Healy.
And Lauren Healy is a 2-time King of the Hammers champion. Oh, has a lot of races.
Look.
Fun Haver off-road team.
Yes.
Second and third, they've got a great. No, that's.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Vaughn has overtaken Lauren Healy, and he opens the door and lets Lauren go back through again. So is this team orders? What's going on here? Or has Vaughn just been lapped?
No, Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s just got lapped, so he is. Something's going on with his car. Not sure what's happening there. But now Lauren Healy is off pace as well.
Yeah, no, they both look off pace.
What is going on right now?
Okay, now this is very interesting indeed. So we have both teammates here. So that is Lauren Healy leading Vaughn Gittin Jr., but they look like they're running around about 2/3 pace.
But Vaughn Gittin Jr. is a lap down. The only ones on the lead lap is Paul Wolf and Lauren Healy.
Yeah, now Lauren Healy looks like he's just come back up to speed again. So very interesting indeed. We'll keep an eye on that story.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but there's our physical race leader of Mr. Paul Wolf, the 1018.
Maybe they got confused. Maybe they didn't realize that Vaughn. Do you know what I'm getting at there?
Yeah. Well, they got to have a couple spotters up there. Not sure what's going on, but Lauren Healy's in that physical second position, but Paul Wolf walking away with a commanding lead out front.
Yeah, at the moment it's over 30 seconds from second place, Lauren Healy. Now let's put that in some kind of context. Lap time here at the moment is around about 2 minutes 30 seconds, and Paul has nearly a quarter of a lap's worth of lead right now.
That is super, super impressive. We'll see if he can keep it together as he's heading around into the barn turn. He'll take a hard left here through the Spider Track backstretch.
Yeah, we just saw Tom Pendergrass's vehicle down in the bottom there with his lights on. So good to see that that's back up and running again. Let's hope he can get back on track.
And skipping through the spider track backstretch into the Polaris gravel pit, Paul Wolf running one heck of a race.
Yeah, he's really putting it together here. What I like about Paul is also he's not stripped his car down for this race. He's still left the spare wheel on there. He's tuned for that. He's set this vehicle up. He's coming to Crandon. He's like, I'm an Ultra 4 racer coming to Crandon. I'm not trying to be an Ultra 4 racer.
And the white flag is out for Mr. Paul Wolf, his last time through the Brannock Boulders. And that UFO Joe Thompson built machine, putting those Nitto tires to work. Yeah, the beautiful Brannock wrap on the side.
Using all of that four-wheel drive to drag those tires along this course. And that car still looks as good as it did earlier on. And I think that is Lauren Healy.
And it looks like he's back on race pace pretty good, so not sure what was going on. Yes, that's absolutely. He gets a little slideways in Calamity Corner.
And I'm wondering if you got confused by seeing Vaughn Gittins there and wondered if there was something going on. But we'll find out after the race, that's for sure, as Lauren Healy makes his way around the track. Currently about a 30-second gap between him and race leader Paul Wolf.
It's a 34-second lead over.
And you can
Lauren
see how
Healy.
Lauren is working here.
You can see the flames popping out of the back of that Ford Performance horsepower. As
nearly 1,000 horsepower in that vehicle, running a sequential gearbox.
Paul Wolf heading through the Project X Rage on the Rocks for his last time around.
Yeah, Paul Wolf will be coming down through the Forest County Potawatomi Turn 1 at any moment now.
There's those Project X lights shining through the dust. He'll hop back onto Forest County Potawatomi Turn number 1 for his 7th and a final time. Paul Wolf, the man on the mission. As he hits the barn turn, I can see the crowd up front. There's some kids up there jumping up and down, enjoying this race.
Look at this. He's only a few short turns away from the checkered flag. And his 3rd win here this weekend at Crandon.
3rd win at Crandon. You can't say that. That is incredible. As his last time through the spider track backstretch here at the Polaris gravel pit. He'll get around here and then head towards the Yukon launch.
So here we go, Miles. He's coming in now. This is our race leader. Our drone picks him up. They're coming over the Calamity Turn, and there is our 2nd place, Lauren Healy. So it's all about our race leader who's going to be coming across the checker flag right now, and that is Mr. Paul Wolf, the winner of the 4400 Ultra 4 Project X Rage on the Rocks here in Crandon.
And look at the excitement. He's pounding the dash. Paul Wolf had a picture-perfect race here in Crandon for the Ultra 4 USA Project X Rage on the Rocks. And there comes Lauren Healy heading towards the Yukon launch, and the fireworks are going crazy.
Oh, this is wonderful scenes here in Crandon. This is why we come to Crandon, Mars. What incredible racing. And Lauren Healy crosses the line in 2nd position. Oh, Paul Wolf's out of his vehicle. He is...
At 360 Wraps, we've been working hard to transform the vehicle wrap industry. Wherever you are, we're standing by to show you the professionalism you deserve. With a dedicated account manager, you'll always feel confident and in control the entire time. Providing nationwide service to the top brands in the industry, our team will confidently handle any project you give them. One contact, one company, nationwide service. Come by to experience the 360 difference for yourself.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year. That was Saturday night's Project X Rage on the Rocks, a special treat for you, and it's so much fun. The 4400 main event will be kicking off in about 25 minutes, so regroup and get your snacks. But we got another special treat from you. We have Sunday's main race for the 4400 event, the Ultra4 USA Granted World Championship. It was a fun one to watch. Hopefully you guys enjoy this little treat.
And it's go time here in Crandon.
And it looks like Brett Harrell may have the early lead with Lauren Healy right behind him, trying to make it around. Paul Wolf, Philip McGilton, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Chad Hunt, Paul Horschel jumps up early.
Yeah, look at this, Mars. They get away clean as they make their way down. Oh, we've got...
And that was Paul Wolf that went for a tumble, and it lands, so he'll be able to take off, hopefully. Hopefully the car is still okay. You can see him open, trying to get his... The car is moving.
Yeah,
it looks like he's okay, but look at the front. The Project X lines are hanging off, so he's going to take off. He's going to. This is not a competition yellow, so he's got the work cut out for him. Tough break for Paul Wolf. Not sure exactly what happened, but right now it is Brett Harrell, then Lauren Healy, Philip McGilton, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Paul Horschel, Chad Hunt, Christopher Brenton, Casey Gilbert, John Grounds, Ryan Rockhold, Tad Downford, Jeremy Jones, Justin Hall, Woody Rose.
Yeah, now Brett Harrell is out his way down into the Granite Cross right now. On Harnett, he's last year champion. So Lauren Healy, but look at this coming up alongside them.
Open wheel action, door to door, they get into each other. Lauren Healy goes for the pass and makes it stick. That was a little interesting how that happened, but he made it work. And Brett Harrell is driving Lauren Healy's last year winning car, so Lauren Healy really wants that new car to do some good work.
He does. Brett Harrell's put a bigger engine in there, and it's got full company-size horsepower, over 900 horses. They look at these vehicles.
And look at the hood on Lauren Healy. That visibility may be hurting him on some of these jumps.
Yeah, he's putting that 4 horsepower to work as Lauren Healy makes his way down.
There's a brand new Triton engineering machine with a sequential transmission. And look at it, is he riding a little bit right might we have a little bit of issue for Healy, can't quite tell.
Yeah, they'll be wanting suspension down on these to make them handle a little bit better on this short course. You can see him powering around the gravel pit right now.
So Lauren Healy trying to get away from Brett Harrell. Brett Harrell's dropping about 6-7 car lengths back, and then Lauren Healy's team member for the Fun Harbor Off-Road team, Vaughn Gittin Jr., the Drift Master, is not too far back. So that hood is really starting to flop around. It's Lauren Healy grabs another lap, heads into the granite boulders right in front of the grandstands.
Oh, he's fully sideways as he comes out of there. Now they've got to be careful going through those rocks. It's so easy to tag a tyre. If you tag a tyre on this race, you are done.
The attrition could set in. Remember, this is a 10.5 lap race, and they are going to give it their absolute all. And it looks like the fastest lap time is Lauren Healy right now.
It is indeed, but look at this battle here at the moment for second and third place. That's Brett Harrell and Vaughn Gittin Jr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. has been a multiple champion in this racing, but he's more often well known for being a world champion drift racer.
We usually race endurance races most of the time. That just kind of spectates what these cars can actually do. So we actually have a spot on this van just like the short course drivers have for normal. So these are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. They race King of the Hammers here at the Big House, Trigger Woods, and everywhere else. These cars can do it all and do it all well. As we're watching Vaughn Gittin Jr. trying to take over from Brett Harrell, who finished third place last night.
Yeah, Brett Harrell, his son Brent, has absolutely dominated the 4800 class here at Crandon this weekend. So he'll be looking for another podium.
Lauren Healy's starting to walk away a little bit from this race. The battle right now is Brett Harrell, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Right now is Paul Horschel. See how hard they hit the Brannick boulders right in front of the grandstand. Lauren Healy is starting to walk away. Brett Harrell's got look at the 1200 horsepower of Paul Horschel. Is going to sneak around Vaughn Gittin Jr. Is he going to be able to make it stick? It does not look so.
Yeah, it's great to see Paul have problems last night, and he'll be putting that Dugan's engine to work as he powers around the back.
All 4 of the cars up front have huge horsepower, amazing drivers. This is going to be a battle right now. Second, third, and fourth is the battle we are watching right now. Warren Healy out front physically, but the battle for second, third, and fourth is right here in front of us, and they are having some fun.
They are indeed. Also worth noting that our course today we've got Jeremy Jones, Justin Hall, and Woody Rose, who raced in 4800, but they've stepped up into 4400 for this race today. Oh, look at this. Brett Harrell goes wide. Morgan Jr. takes advantage and passes him in the rocks.
The Spider Track backstretch is awesome out there. Vaughn Gittin Jr. overtakes Brett Harrell. Now Brett Harrell's got his teammate Paul Horschel right behind him. So Horschel machines 3-4, and Triton Engineering up front with the 1-2 with Funhammer off-road team. So right now it's the 4-3 and Vaughn Gittin Jr. Paul Horschel goes way wide. Brett Harrell gets back into that position.
Yeah, I've just seen something quite incredible. I'm just watching Paul Wolf is back on the track, but I can see a puff of smoke from the back of his car. I do wonder if he's running wounded.
About wounded, you can see the front lip of Warren Healy. That visibility could be giving him some issues. Warren Healy pulls off. There's something going on. Warren Healy looks like he is out of the race, so now it goes to Vaughn Gittin Jr. out front, and then Brett Harrell and
I can't see anything physically wrong with Warren Healy's car. So the tough race. The two-time king and last champion here at Crandon. But right now, it's all about the Bronco of Vaughn Gittin Jr. who powers his way around.
So right now it is Broncos 1, 2, and 3 with Vaughn Gittin Jr. That Monster Energy sponsor machine. Right behind him is Brett Harrell into the Spider Track backstretch, and then Paul Horschel. All three amazing machines. And they're really going to give it their all for that Grand Prix here at the 54th Polaris Graded World Championship here at the Super Bowl of Short Course at the Big House. Vaughn Gittin Jr. hitting the Yukon launch, coming around Calamity Court. This is a 10-lap race, so Chad Hunt's out of the race as well. So the race for him and Warren Healy. We saw Warren Healy and Brett Harrell have a little contact earlier on in this race. That's probably what started the damage for Warren Healy.
Yeah, oh, look at this. Paul Horschel.
Contact in the Brannick boulders. And Paul Horschel gets all the way out of line. Brett Harrell is in a battle today. He is having to fight off everybody.
Yeah,
Right from a flat tire for Paul Horschel. That's going to really take his toll on that, especially when you go to these deep corners trying to dig in. So the attrition is setting in, Jim.
Is we talk about racecraft, you have to pick your moments. Paul there possibly got unsighted, punching his way through the rocks. And that little moment in time is going to cost him dearly.
They're going to have to save their cars to keep going. These guys and gals are pushing a little too hard sometimes. To finish first, you must finish. And we saw Warren Healy drop out. Now Paul Horschel's having some issues.
Yeah, we're just watching here. So this is Paul Horschel. You can see he has got that right side flat front.
But it's still pushing strong. Can he save a podium? I don't know. He's got 6 more laps to go.
Yeah, as we're watching, that is our physical third place right now. And I can tell you that Vaughn Gittin Jr. checking out in front, some 20 car lengths ahead.
And another interesting fact right now is Casey Gilbert's in that 4th position, but we know Paul Horschel is wounded. So Casey Gilbert in that Miller Motorsport chassis with that solid axle machine, who was unable to race last night, has a very good chance to make a podium as long as he drives a smart race.
Yeah, in fact, let's just check this out. We're currently sitting in 4th, 5th, 7th, and 6th. So our 3 solid axle cars. We've got Casey Gilbert, Christopher Branton, and John Grounds.
Christopher Branton is an IFS machine.
Oh, right.
All good. So there's our physical race leader, Vaughn Gittin Jr., the Drip King, and that Monster Energy back Triton Engineering IFS machine. What a beautiful car that is.
Yeah, Vaughn's got it all under control here as he makes his way around the Potawatomi turn 1. Coming on over that turn, making his way around the barn turn now. Heading down into the Spider Track backstretch and over the rocks one more time. Now just check this out. He comes in. Oh, who's that? That's Tom Pendergrass there.
And lost a right rear tire, so Tom Pendergrass is going to be out. Oh, and he is right in front of Brett Harrell. He doesn't know it. So Brett Harrell's having to deal with a little bit of action. Ooh, that was Justin Hall out of the race as well.
Yeah, Justin Hall normally races in 4,500. Stepped up for the big guns today. It's a tough break for him.
Tough break. So Brett Harrell still running strong in that 2nd position. He's really had to battle quite a bit out there. Now, I do see Paul Wolf completely off the course after his tumble earlier on the day. Tough break. He won that race last night. Was able to keep it going today.
Yeah, I'm sure you have a story to tell. There'll be some reason as to why he had that multiple flip earlier. It's a testament to his car. Going the 2 miles.
Brett Harrell through the Brannick boulders right in front of the grandstand. We're halfway through this 10-lap race, and it is still Vaughn Gittin Jr. 1, Brett Harrell 2, Paul Horschel in that 3rd position with a flat tire.
Yeah, it looks like John Grounds has made his way up to 4th position in that Miller car. So great stuff there from John Grounds, but that means where's Casey Gilbert?
Casey Gilbert dropped back to 6th position. I'm not sure what's happened there. I see Ryan Rockwell off pace a little bit as well, as Vaughn Gittin Jr. is still pushing strong, heading into the spider track backstretch.
Yeah, now Vaughn Gittin Jr., he has opened up a tremendous lead here. It's got to be something around about the 8 or 9 seconds, possibly even more.
It's a 10-second lead at the last lap around, Jim.
Now Brett Harrell is going to be caught in traffic, giving Vaughn even more opportunity to move that Bronco further and further away from Brett Harrell.
What an amazing weekend of racing we have had here at the Big House. This is Ultra4 USA at its finest. Here's John Grounds, our physical 4th position in that Miller Motorsports chassis. This is his first race back this season since King of the Hammers, Jim.
Yeah, it is. Now, he will be told by his spotter that Paul Horschel has a problem. Paul Horschel has a flat. He's running wounded. This man needs to make time. He can make that podium, but it's go time here at Crandon.
As
John Grounds.
As he skips through the spider track backstretch into the Polaris gravel pit, he'll head straight towards the Yukon launch and then click off another lap. There's a parking lot out there, Jim. The attrition is setting in.
Yeah,
this course is tough.
Yeah, we just see John Grounds there going past Ryan Rockholder, who's coming to a halt. So tough break there for Ryan Rockholder. But John Grounds looking good here in that solid axle Miller car. Into the Brannick rocks, making light work of those, but look at how they're jumping off the backside of them.
So that is a solid axle machine, Jim. You can see it up front. Explain that real quick.
Well, solid axle is exactly what it says, solid axle. The IFS machines have independent front suspension, just like this one here of Brett Harrell and, of course, Paul Horschel.
Paul Horschel still pushing strong in that 3rd position with that right front flat tire. He's already had it for about 3 laps. Can that Nitto tire hold up to this abuse of being flat for that long? Oh, that is Patrick Peterson. Right rear smoke. Is that brake issues or something? I would assume. So tough break for him.
Yeah, literally a tough break. That's smoking real hot.
Patrick Peterson out of Wisconsin having a little bit of bad luck with Bad Axe Productions. Tough break for him, but he's still plugging along.
Yeah, well, he's got a choice, Miles. He either pulls over or he keeps on pushing.
Back to John Grounds, our physical 4th position, still pushing strong. That 4415 Proving Grounds racing machine. He wants to give a shout out to Ryan Rockwell. On the way out here, he had a truck issue, lost a turbo, and the Ultra4 family comes to help him out and gets him here to the track.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's all about this man right now, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Green flag is still out and flying as he's heading towards the spider track backstretch. We'll see what kind of work he can do.
Yeah, there's about 2 laps left in this race, but Vaughn Gittin Jr. is his race to lose right now.
And he has stretched that lead from 10 seconds all the way to 23 seconds. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. with a commanding lead over Brett Harrell.
Yeah, Brett Harrell's putting together a fantastic race, and just behind him is the genius that is Paul Horschel. Now, Paul Horschel's got that flat tyre, but he's still able to push on it. I wonder if there's some kind of liner system inside that wheel that's allowing him to really keep going like this the way he is. They'll be checking for that after post-race to make sure that there are no illegal tyre inflation devices.
So the white flag is out for Vaughn Gittin Jr. 1 more lap to go. We'll see if he can keep it together. How far back is Brett Harrell and Paul Horschel and John Grounds? Can Paul Horschel keep that tire together for another lap? Time will tell, but it is running out.
It is indeed. I just saw Paul Horschel laying down the biggest jump you've ever did see.
With a flat tire.
But right now, here we go. It's Vaughn Gittin Jr. holding it together as he comes around the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1 jump. And he takes the 2nd jump, makes his way into the barn turn for the final time.
Vaughn Gittin Jr. heading towards the spider track backstretch, a little ski jump and into the rock section for the final rocks here at the Big House for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship of Off-Road Racing.
Oh, look at this, Mars. It's a full throttle assault as he makes his way down towards the gravel pit. Throws the steering one way, throws it the other, hits the skinny pedal, launches towards the Polaris launch and Calamity turn.
So Vaughn Gittin Jr., one more turn to go here in Calamity Corner. The checkered flag is out for Vaughn Gittin Jr. That Monster Energy Triton Energy machine. Vaughn Gittin Jr. makes it happen.
Yeah, Vaughn takes the win here at the Big House at Crandon. And we're just watching now in second position. This is Brett Harrell with the Horschel built machine, powering his way around with a huge engine over the Polaris launch.
This car, that is Paul Horschel in third position. Brett Harrell in that second spot is the car that won last year. Look at that Ditto tire, held up for 6 laps, completely flat, but it looks like Paul Horschel's gonna be able to make it done. And Brett Harrell grabs the checkered flag in second position. And the tire comes off in the final corner for Paul Horschel.
He won't care about that. This is a right-hand bend. He's taking the pressure off that wheel. He crosses the line. He takes the checkered flag. What a fantastic run there from Paul Horschel.
So unofficial third position is Paul Horschel. Unofficial second, Brett Harrell. And winning this race for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Yeah, just crossing the line to lock out a 4th position and our highest placed solid axle car. It is John Grounds.
And we'll start from the back of the pack. Philip McGilton, Tad Dowker, Paul Wolf, Justin Hall, Lauren Healy, Chad Hunt, and Tom Prendergast.
In 10th is Rockhold. In 9th is Casey Gilbert. In 8th is Peterson. In 7th is Jones. In 6th, a fantastic run there from Woody Rose. In 5th is Christopher Branton. 4th is John Grounds.
And then in 3rd place is Paul Horschel. 2nd place, Brett Harrell. And top of the box, Vaughn Gittin Jr. I hope you guys and gals here at the Big House had as much fun as we did watching the Ultra4 USA race. I love seeing the short course races, but you throw little rocks in the mix, you can't get much better than that.
Yeah, I'm loving this. Now, Vaughn is going to be super pumped if you don't follow him. Get on a Fun Haver and go and check these guys out. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is teammate of Lauren Healy, who was last year's winner. And they are going to be so excited by this race. Now, this car's around about 2 years old now, Miles, and it's just really coming good, isn't it? Every single race is really at the front end of the pack, just laying it down, podium after podium. It's very impressive.
Yeah, Vaughn Gittin Jr. has been racing with us for 6 or 7 years, started in the 4500 Yukon Geared Axle modified class, and then made his way up to the top of the cream of the crop. And there's Lauren Healy, teammate.
Yeah, Lauren Healy, his best mate, and of course his teammate, coming over, jumping off of that UTV so he can say, hey bud, you're the man. You are a champion here at the 54th Crandon World Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreation Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. And this is Ultra4 USA racing at its finest. We are about to kick off the 4400 main event, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. I am Miles Hasquis alongside my good friend Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to get this party started. This is our lineup for the 4400 main event, 2-hour race plus 1 lap. Pam, it's going to be exciting.
Yes, it is. You can hear the horsepower. You can feel the horsepower. They're getting ready to start the best of the best here at Disney, Oklahoma.
Speaking about the best of the best, it is Paul Wolf drag racing against Waylon Campbell. Waylon Campbell had this race in the bag last year until the end. But to finish first you must finish. And we have our third member down in the pits. We have Mrs. Erica Allreed. She'll be checking in and on and off during this race. Erica, let's hear it.
Thanks, guys. It's time to kick off our 4,500 and 4,800 race. What's interesting about our 4,800 Legends?
So there's Paul Wolf, our physical pole leader. Drag racing, Waylon Campbell here in just a moment. What a great race we have on our hands that is about to kick off. They are going to have to do the entire lap we just watched last race, plus nosedive, which was last year's Joker line. So this is still about a 5-mile course, but you have to hit the waterfall every time and last year's Joker, which is nosedive. So this is going to be extremely tricky. What was last lap's fastest? A 13:13. So add in nosedive. I think we'll probably be in that 13-second range or so. But we're going to try this once again. Let's hear it from Erica Allreed, who's going to be tuning in off and on. Erica, what do you got?
When going into this 4,400 race, it's no surprise that we see championship contenders Paul Wolfe and Philip McGilton qualify within the top 5. But I think a driver we can't count out here today is that of Waylon Campbell. He was leading the race here in Disney at Legends of the Fall last season when a flat would unfortunately deter his efforts. So I know he's going to be looking for some redemption coming into this weekend, and that definitely showed in his qualifying efforts as he sits P2 on the front row next to Paul Wolfe, guys.
Thank you, Erica. Yeah, speaking about this track, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Let's this course is going to be tough, isn't it, Pam?
Yes, it is. And speaking of the course, you've been out here all week long, and you've been out here helping set up with everything. But you actually got out, and you got a little bit of a track preview for everybody. So let's hear what you had to say out there, Miles.
We're here to round out the Western Series Championship here below the Pensacola Dam for the best damn race of the season. It's going to be a great show all weekend long, so let's check out the course. We're here roughly race mile number 1. This is the first hard obstacle during the race. This is the waterfall. As you can see, the water's coming down now. It'll be coming down during the race as well. There are 2 lines coming down the water right there and to the right. We'll have 2 winch points up top, and there's going to be some epic battles going on. Left and right, there's going to be a lot of action. Next up is Viagra. We're going to be coming down this, head in the woods, and then head right over to either the Joker line or back to Little Blue. This is nosedive. This is going to be an awesome part of the race for the 4,400. Specifically, they have to hit this every single lap, and it's a hard obstacle. Water was always running down it. It's going to be a fun one to watch. And now we're here at Little Blue. We'll be coming down this. The main obstacle's right down the center, but there are a couple offshoots you can hit. But this is an iconic part of the trail, and this could be some really fun action if we can get them down the middle. We are in an active riverbed. Most of it's dry, but obviously the water's got to go somewhere. So we're going to have quite a few water crossings. We try to keep that to a minimum, but we'll have some splash passes going on. It's not all about the big rock obstacles and the wide open racing. We still have a lot of tight trees we're going to throw you in, slow you down, give you a little change of scenery, and have some fun. We're here at the last hard obstacle here. This is the Grand Staircase. And we're going to go up, go back down through the rock garden, around the corner, through the water, and to the start-finish line. And that's a quick peek at this year's race course.
Miles,
we're here to round out the Western...
Miles, what a great track preview. That really shows everybody at home what we're actually racing on out here, what our racers are facing out there on race course.
Yeah, it's a tough course. There's a little bit of everything. That's what Ultra4 USA is all about. We got the rocks, we got the high speed, we got some water crossings, and the tight woods. We've got 17 Ultra4 racers that are about to take the green flag. We're 3 minutes away. It's going to be a great showing what Ultra4 USA is all about. So we're going to step away, take a quick break, and be right back after this. Welcome to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Race Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. And there's a great showing of everybody here tuning in. And they are ready for the crowd. Look at the crowd at Waterfall. This is the first hard rock obstacle, and they are ready to see this battle. The Ultra4 4,400 unlimited horsepower, unlimited suspension. It is going to be a show to watch, Pam.
Yes, it is. And we do have 17 of them taking a green flag here just momentarily. And we do have a lot of heavy hitters out here this weekend. I mean, number 1, Paul Wolfe, he's been doing really good.
And speaking about heavy hitters, let's check out the Project X starting grid. And that pole position is Paul Wolfe. And second is Waylon Campbell. In third, Pip Justice. Fourth, Philip McGilton. Fifth is Levi Shirley.
In that 6th position, Bailey Campbell. 7th, Chip McLaughlin. 8th, Frank Vonderheide. 9th, Brent Moffitt. And 10th, Brian Crofts.
And in 11th, it's Kenneth Goodall. In 12th, Dana Hale. 13th, Kevin Taylor. 14th, Kenneth Hale.
In the 15th position, Brendan Jones. 16th, Daryl Kresbach. In 17th position, Tim Hooper.
So we've got a pretty stacked field here. Let's see, we're about less than 2 minutes away from green flag racing. Paul Wolf did get 7 extremely important points for sitting on that pole during qualifying just a couple days ago. And JT Taylor's given the 1 minute mark to Paul Wolf and Waylon Campbell. And this is going to be a drag race. Neither one of these guys are wanting to lift. This is going to be a great, great showing versus this UFO IFS versus the Campbell IFS machine. 2 of the biggest names in our sport up front, Pam.
Yes, for sure, but Paul Wolf does kind of have an advantage out here because he did race already on this course twice yesterday. So this is his 3rd race of the weekend. So that has to be an advantage for him this morning out here at the race.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no better pre-run than at race pace, and we do have on board with Mr. Paul Wolf as well. So we'll hopefully be able to see that. But I know he's going to skim that back section, so it's going to be a little wet from time to time, but hopefully it checks out. So it's going to be a drag race. Paul Wolf, Mid-America Ambassador versus Waylon Campbell. We're going to take off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. A 2-hour race until the white flag comes out. And it looks like 3, 2, 1. Paul Wolf is going off the line out of Altus, Illinois with Wolf Racing Drag Racing. Waylon Campbell out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. And Paul Wolf with the hole shot around Waylon Campbell. What a great run there.
So again, Waylon Campbell in that number 2 spot, but Paul Wolf has all that seat time out here already this weekend, so an advantage like we were talking about. But next up off the line will be Pip Justice next to Philip McGilton.
And it's IFS up front. Now second row is both solid axle machines, so Philip McGilton and Dr. Amanda Ross out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama with 47 Motorsport. Drag Racing, Pip Justice, and Diamond Dave out of the Australian Butch with Rufus Racing.
And it looks like Pip Justice got the whole shot out there, but next up off the line will be the 81 of Levi Shirley and the 35 of Bailey Campbell.
Both in Campbell chassis. This is Levi Shirley's car. He let the Campbells borrow this at King of the Hammers earlier this year, so it's kind of cool to see the car Bailey drove at Hammers, and she's racing her own car. So Bailey Campbell, a Mid-America Ambassador with Ryan Miller riding shotgun out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. Drag Racing, Levi Shirley, number 81 out of Dodge City, Kansas with Lucky Dog Racing and Levi Shirley Racing.
And Levi Shirley did just now get the whole shot on Bailey Campbell, but Bailey Campbell, she's always one that will not back off. I love seeing her out here racing against these boys. And in row number 4, getting ready to start, will be the number 4 of Chip McLaughlin and the 4423 of Frank Vonderheide.
Chip McLaughlin and Brad Christian out of Corinth, Texas with Rufus Racing, Drag Racing, Frank Vonderheide, and Drew Davis out of Scranton, Arkansas with STT Racing. And it does look like Chip McLaughlin gets the whole shot over Frank.
And Chip McLaughlin with the huge Rufus Racing team out here, everybody cheering him on. But next up off the line in row number 5 will be the 401 of Brent Moffitt, right next to the number 9 of Brian Crofts.
Brian Crofts in that single-seat IFS Campbell chassis out of Queen Creek, Arizona, Drag Racing. Brent Moffitt and his brother Corey Moffitt, and that Jimmy Solid Axle machine out of Kewanna, Oklahoma with Catch This Racing. And Brent Moffitt may get the whole shot over Man, that was a nope. Brian Crofts gets it. That was a showing. So here's the Raceline Wheels Waterfall, and look at the Raceline Wheels on Paul Wolf making it right up. So Paul Wolf has the quick lead over Waylon Campbell, and Waylon Campbell is struggling. I did not expect to see this. So he's going to have to back up once. So now he's got about a 12-second lead over Waylon Campbell.
And then we do have next off the line, that is Kenneth Goodall and Dana Hell.
So Dana Hale with Peanut riding shotgun out of Weatherford, Texas with Team Hale Drag Racing. Ken Goodall and Todd Miller out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing, both IFS machines. Dana Hale was racing Ben Napier's old car, a pinhole machine. Cool to see that still racing with us.
And then in row number 7, getting ready to start, the 911 of Kevin Taylor and the 187 of Kenneth Hale.
So Kenneth Hale making his 4400 debut with Donnie Callenbach riding shotgun out of Conroe, Texas with Team 187. Kevin Taylor with Heath Day riding shotgun, that 911 Porsche themed machine out of Texarkana, Texas with Point One Racing. Here comes Levi Shirley in the waterfall section. We'll see if he can make quick work of this, because it's kind of a center line here in that single seat car. So, Bailey Campbell in that left line. I think she's going to get up and through. So Bailey Campbell with the pass in front of the crowd. Bailey Campbell, Ryan Miller out in front.
Yes, and just now taking the green flag is the 199 of Brendan Jones and the 553 of Daryl Kresbach.
So the 199 of Brendan Jones out of Arkansas City, Kansas, with Jones towing. Drag racing Daryl Kresbach with Jay Sharman out of Waterloo, Iowa, with Full Moon Motorsports. And is that a live camera? Yes, people are moving. Levi Shirley is stuck in Waterfall, blocking the right lane. So here is Chip McLaughlin with Rufus Racing. Can he one-shot it? Yes, he does. That Tribe 16 IFS machine, quick work. Frank Vonderheide right behind him with a solid axle machine. Struggled a little bit. Oh, look at this. So this is nosedive. This is last year's Joker line. This is going to be a tough one to see as Paul Wolf is stuck there. He's been there for a little bit with Waylon Campbell right behind him. There is a winch point up there, so we're going to see. There's only about one line, though, and look at this. This could be a really big issue for everybody. And I did see somebody blow by. You have to hit this every line, otherwise you're short-coursing the course.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that would have been right behind him because we do have Philip McGilton and then Pip Justice as well. So not sure who that was that blew by.
So Waylon Campbell, our physical race leader. Now Chip McLaughlin just moves into third position, I believe. So right now it's Waylon Campbell 1, Paul Wolf 2, and Chip McLaughlin racing for Zandy in that third position.
All right, it looks like Levi Shirley is back moving. Not sure what was going on with him. He was obviously stopped and not moving whatsoever, but he's backing down and getting out of the way.
Something is broke as Dana Hale pulls up in that new machine for him.
And Philip McGilton. He's already gone through.
Philip McGilton, yeah, he's running strong. So that may have been him that may have bypassed that first one. I am not sure. It's all speculation. And Waylon Campbell is coming through the Yukon Little Blue during the first spot. Ooh, look at that.
Oh,
Levi
wow.
Shirley's got a broken trailing arm, so he is out of the race. Tough break for him. There's Kevin Taylor heading up the race line wheels. Waterfall with Brent Moffitt right in front of him.
Looks like
tough break for Levi Shirley.
Looks like he's trying to give him a little bit of a push, but yeah, unfortunately that is not good.
So on board with Paul Wolf at just sneaking up on race mile number 2. What a great race we have on our hands thus far. There's Bailey Campbell, and that is, I believe, Chip McLaughlin in front of her. So it's an early lead for Paul Wolf and Waylon Campbell. We'll see how this spreads out.
And we did see Paul Wolf did get the whole shot earlier on, but Kevin Taylor now is backing down and getting out of the way on Waterfall. And we do have 187 of Kenneth Hill making his way up the Waterfall.
And rounding out the Eastern Series Championship in Crandon was Paul Wolf in that first position. Second position was Philip McGilton, and then third was Jonathan Dawes. And today's race will wind up the Western Series Championship. And sitting in that first position is Philip McGilton, then Paul Wolf, Brian Crofts, Bailey Campbell, and out of the race is Levi Shirley. So here's Kenneth Goodall trying to make it up the nosedive. He's full throttle assault, and he does make it up. There is a recovery point at the top. And there's the 199 of Brendan Jones with Jones towing on that center line, but he's not moving. He's almost all the way up as Kenneth Hale's trying to make his way. So I misspoke a little bit ago. That was Pip Justice. There is Chip McLaughlin.
Yes, and Pip did start in front of Chip on course.
There's Brian Crofts coming down the Yukon Little Blue section. We saw Waylon Campbell coming down the normal Little Blue section down the center of it. It's a really fun little run, and it does shave off a little real estate, so we'll see if he keeps playing that or not, as Brian Crofts is still pushing strong. As Kenneth Hale making his Ultra4 USA 4400 debut. He's in the Raceline Wheels Waterfall, the number 187. So it's 2 solid axles blocking the Waterfall as we speak.
Did he just get out of the car, or is that his co-driver out of the car?
I'm pretty sure that is a single-seat machine. So he is out of the car. Oh, he's looking at something underneath it.
Wow, the Waterfall is definitely taking its toll on our 4400s already. And I hear
horsepower. Who is it? So physical out front.
It sounds like Paul Wolf.
It is not.
No,
that's Philip McGilton. But he may have been the one that bypassed nosedive. I am not sure. And there's Waylon Campbell in physical second position out there. We're following on board with Paul Wolf, so that is him. So Paul Wolf is in physical third position. So right now it's Philip McGilton out front, then Waylon Campbell, then Paul Wolf. This onboard with Paul Wolf is awesome to see. We're going to do a little bunny hop here, and it takes a huge hop. This is heading towards the beach run right now. This used to be super, super rough, but it's smoothed out a fair amount. But you can tell at speed, anything is rough. But you can see that Nitto tire bouncing in that left front and seeing that IFS machine work.
All right, so what were you saying about 13-minute laps is roughly what you were thinking?
That was my guess, but we're already, it's going to be close.
I was thinking 15 minutes, but we can see behind us here, Pip Justice is going along, and here we do have, this is Philip McGilton going on along.
So Philip McGilton physically out front, but again, I'm just guessing. It looks like he may have bypassed nosedive, so that's going to have a little penalty going on there. We'll see how that all shakes out as Kenneth Hale and Brendan Jones are trying to winch up Waterfall. And here goes the skim. The spider track backsplash is getting sent. And I just talked to Paul Wolf. He's going to be full tilt at this section. And there he goes, the spider tracks backsplash. Waylon Campbell and Paul Wolf just smoking through it. Paul Wolf trying to chase down Waylon right here, heading towards the grand staircase in the Amsoil hot pits.
So the cars, obviously they're longer wheelbase and everything, and the speed that they have, they're not even getting that splash that we've been seeing from all of the other race vehicles going through that backsplash. And
did I just see, was that Frank Vonderheide possibly parked at the bottom of nosedive? That'd be a tough break for him.
He was down there earlier on, just sitting there, and the 44-23, that will be, yes, Frank Vonderheide. That is unfortunate, and I believe that's pretty much like right there at the entrance of it.
Yeah, that's at the entrance of nosedive. So our AOE team's down there checking everything out, seeing what's going on. So I hear Brian Crofts in the background. Here's Philip McGilton.
Well, Miles, this will definitely give us a difference in time split.
So JT Taylor, our race director, is down there with a red flag. So he is going to be pulling Philip McGilton over and explaining what is going on. So Philip McGilton is going to get shut down.
All right,
so JT Taylor's going to go over there and explain what's going on, because I do think it is unintentional, but he did bypass nosedive. So we'll have to see how that shakes out. So right now it is Waylon Campbell in the lead heading out for another lap. And what is his lap time going to be? It is a 11 minutes, 10 seconds. These guys and gals are smoking. Paul Wolf right behind, so Waylon Campbell is in the lead. So we are going to have a rugged replay of Philip McGilton.
All right, and there Philip McGilton is back out on course. So JT Taylor did his explanation of what the reasoning was.
And here's what we were talking about, the rugged replay. You can see on the bottom left here is Philip McGilton so that was him right there, the red car. He does bypass nosebleed, so he deviated course. So he stopped him, and I'm sure there's going to be an added penalty. He doesn't want to end his race. I'm sure it was unintentional, but he shortcuts, so he's going to, I'm going to guessing a minute penalty there. So it is now Waylon Campbell out front. Then is Paul Wolf in second, and then Philip McGilton will get a time split on him.
And there we have Bailey Campbell with Pip Justice trailing closely behind. And Miles, my timer's not working on my computer, so I'm going to get on yours. So Waylon Campbell with that 11:10. Paul Wolf went through with an 11:19. So Bailey Campbell just now jumping up in that number 3 spot. Her lap time is 11:27. So their times are super fast. And Pip Justice with an 11:59 running in that number 4 spot. So we do have 2 cars over here stuck on Waterfall. Very unfortunate. One of them is Brendan Jones, and then the 187 of Kenneth Hale.
And they've been stuck there for a little while as we're back on screen with Brian Crofts.
Brian Crofts in that Dixon flannel wrapped Campbell Enterprise built.
Single-site Campbell chassis. That thing's a work of art. He had some drivability issues when he was pre-running, but obviously they got that sorted out and got him back out there on course. So Brian Cross still with a strong run right now.
All right, and there we have Waylon Campbell with Paul Wolf super close behind him. They're coming up to the waterfall where there's only one line now because the other line
This is going to be interesting. You're absolutely correct, Pam. So we need to get back to the waterfall to see what kind of log jam. So the left side is open for Waylon Campbell, but now there's nowhere for Paul Wolf to pass, so he's got it completely jammed. So Waylon actually has the time on his side, so he does make it up, and now we'll see if Paul Wolf can one-shot this. But Waylon Campbell up. Look, he's struggling just a little bit. A full throttle assault, and Paul Wolf is there. They started on the pole position, so that means Waylon Campbell has about a 15-second lead over Paul Wolf as they head up the Disney halfpipe. And there is Chip McLaughlin with a right front flat tire. Looks like they got that quickly changed and sending him back out. And there's Ken Goodall coming into the AMSOIL hot pits as well, so lots of racing action going up there in the AMSOIL hot pits. I'm sure we'll get an update with Erica off and on throughout this race. Yes, she just hit me up. Passenger front flat for Chip McLaughlin. Thanks, Erica.
All right, we have Goodall right there. They're getting a flat tire changed as well. And here we are on with the 553 of Daryl Krisbach. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they do have the Frank Vonderheide clear of the bottom of Nosedive. There's Bailey Campbell, followed closely behind Pip Justice, right behind her. And Bailey Campbell, she has definitely got her line down on Waterfall. Now we have Pip Justice. This is going to hurt some drivers a little bit here if they're battling it out because they only have one line they can take. All right, Pip Justice having to back down because he's having an issue.
And just getting an update from one of our own, Brandon Grapevines out there. He said Frank Vonderheide has a front right axle yoke broken.
Oh,
so
bummer.
some tough break for Vonderheide. He is out of the race, it looks like. We'll see if he can get anything going. But Chip McLaughlin heading out for another lap. Got that Maxxis tire change, and he is heading out. That puts him in the top 6 right now. So don't forget, go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the Rugged Studio. There's Philip McGilton hitting the nosedive where he blew by it last time. Did get that penalty. We'll figure out exactly what that penalty is, but he's struggling a little bit.
And like you're saying, I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but here we are with him going up nosedive. And this is definitely difficult for these guys because we saw even Paul Wolf and Waylon Campbell earlier on struggling to go up.
And what is the over-under on Chip McLaughlin actually finishing one entire lap? So he's got a good thing going for him. And look at Waylon Campbell completely sideways coming down. And just got an update from JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director. Since Philip McGilton bypassed nosedive, his first lap did not count at all. So he is going to be a lap down, and he is sitting in the first position for the Western Series Championship. So that's really going to hurt his standings. It's going to be really close between him and Paul Wolf, but he still has a chance if he can finish this race. So he's got to be frustrated, right? Well, he's got to finish this race just to get to the Western Series. And I haven't seen much of Paul Wolf recently, so there goes Brent Moffitt with his brother Corey Moffitt riding shotgun in that Jimmy's solid axle machine. Speaking about Jimmy's, there's Philip McGilton in that other Jimmy solid axle machine with Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun. And tough break for him, accidentally bypassing nosedive, so he is going to be docked his first lap.
That is such a bummer. I mean, again, like we said, we have confirmation. We actually saw it on the instant replay as well, but that is definitely a bummer for him.
There's Dana Hale making his 4,400 debut with Ultra4 USA. He's been racing with us in the 4,800 class for a little bit, but recently bought this car from Brett Harrell, and who originally had the car was Ben Napier. So this Pinhall car has been around for 10 plus years, and when it was first came out, it was an absolute top of the line, and it's still a great machine, but it was a top of the line back then. There's Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller riding shotgun,
making their way through the splash zone. One of the many splash zones we have out here. I can't even talk, Miles.
There's a bunch of them out here.
And here's Chip McLaughlin. He's making his way up to Waterfall.
At the race line Waterfall. We saw him take the left line last time. We'll see if he does that again. And yes, he does. And because Kenneth Hale still has it blocked on the right front. on the right side. And then there's Brennan Jones, I believe, that's up there. He did get out of the way, but he is not moving.
And you can see the winch line is out on Kenneth Hale.
And I'm sure Donnie Kellenbach's out there getting them winched out, so we'll see what happens. But there's Dana Hale and Peanut riding shotgun with him. All 4 Nitto tires looking like they're holding air. That is a really slick machine.
All right, so Waylon Campbell has the fastest lap of the race so far at 11:10.772, and then Paul Wolf was at 11:19.700.
And you can hear the horsepower. When they come right behind us, I can't hardly hear Pam right next to me. But I love the sound of some horsepower and the smell of race fuel. So Kenneth Hale does get up and out. So at least the line is open. We'll see when we see the next cars coming through. Again, thank you for everybody for tuning in. This is the 4400 main event for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Season, presented by Rugged Radios. We are in South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma, on the backside of the Pensacola Dam. Here comes Brent and Corey Moffitt with Catch This and that Jimmy's chassis.
And Brent Moffitt making his way up to the
So I'm
Waterfall.
getting a little chatter for the Rugged Radios that Waylon Campbell may have been rolled. Again, this is just a little chatter. I don't know exactly where he is or what's going on. There's Paul Wolf, so he is getting out of the car.
Well, Paul,
I wonder if he's getting out to see if is that Waylon in front of him or what's going on.
No,
he's checking his car. So Paul Wolf is having some issues. There goes Kenneth Hale. We saw him. So where's Waylon Campbell and what's going on with Paul Wolf? Our 2 leaders I'm hearing are having, well, we see Paul Wolf having issues, and Waylon may be as well. Wow. This is going to be a race to the finish. The attrition is already setting in.
All right, and Kenneth Goodall getting some information. He's in the pits right now, changing a serpentine belt and a tire change.
So serpentine belt, so that means the water in the rocks here could be giving them some issues. So Philip McGilton is still pushing strong. Remember, his first lap did not count because he bypassed nosedive. But now our leaders may not be moving, so if he can play his cards right, he could still be in the mix. We saw Levi Shirley out of the race, Frank Vonderheide out of the race. Haven't seen Kevin Taylor, Brendan Jones, and Ken Hale both having issues. Daryl Krosbach, haven't seen him. I don't think Tim Hooper took the start. And then Philip McGilton is a lap down, but he's still pushing.
Yes, and Philip McGilton is leading those West Coast points. And Paul Wolf in that second spot. And then we have Bailey Campbell, or Brian Crofts, Bailey Campbell, then Levi Shirley. But we saw Levi Shirley with a broken trolling arm. And here we are with Chip McLaughlin. And Paul Wolf is still stopped right there at the base. It looks like he is completely out.
This is at the top of Waterfall before you head down Viagra. This is all the way at the, you can see the dam in front of us. But this is above Waterfall where Paul Wolf is stuck. He has to go up a pretty steep hill right where he's at to go into the woods and then come down Viagra. So he's miles away from the Amsoil hot pits, so that's not an option. I'm not sure what's going on as we switch to Dana Hale and Peanut. We got Ken Hale on course, Dana Hale on course, Waylon Campbell, Bailey Campbell. Getting a little tongue-tied, I do apologize. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race King of the Hammers, Crandon, Mid-America Outdoors, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, Lake Havasu. We can go over huge rocks, mountains, short course, water, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars can do it all and do it all well. And this is a great showing here in Disney, Oklahoma, as Philip McGilton heading through the Brannock Boulders.
And right before they went to this camera view, Bailey Campbell, she's skimming through that Brannock, or the backsplash back there, and she did not let up whatsoever.
So this is interesting. This could put Bailey Campbell in the lead if she... yes, that does put Bailey Campbell in the lead. And then Brian Crofts in second. So I'm looking at live.ultra4racing.com, and Waylon Campbell and Paul Wolf has not tripped the heads-up loop. It's only been Bailey Campbell, then Brian Crofts. So Bailey Campbell 1, Brian Crofts number 2. How far back is Pip Justice? What is going on with Waylon Campbell? And what's going on with Paul Wolf? We see him, but we do not know what is going on.
All right, so we'll get a true lap time right here. We'll see what his lap time just now was for Philip McGilton, 11:47. So it's a great lap time even with the nosebleed. And here we are seeing Kevin Taylor stopped right next to Levi Shirley.
So that's at the bottom of the race line waterfall. And Lauren Healy's chatting in. He said Waylon's driver's door was gone, so he thinks that Waylon and Wolf could have gotten a little bit of a tangle. Not sure what happened, but yeah, good pick up there. Thanks for the info, buddy. And Shelby St. Clair is tuning in. 911 is going to change a drive shaft. So our physical race leader, Mrs. Bailey Campbell, has got a great showing with Ryan Miller riding shotgun, finishing lap 2, heading out on lap number 3 here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. Bailey Campbell out front. How far back is Brian Crofts? So this is pretty fun. Yeah, that's going to be a little heated talk tonight. We'll see. It's going to be fun seeing Bailey and Brian battle it out on course.
Yes, I did see Brian go by behind us here, so he is not too far behind her, but how exciting is this for both of them right now running 1 and 2, because obviously we do not have Waylon Campbell in. We don't have Paul Wolf as we saw him out of his vehicle, but Brian Crofts should be coming through here in just a moment, and there he is.
So we'll look at our timer, but yeah, I'm going to say it's a minute split or so. And Bailey started 1 minute ahead, so it's actually going to go back to Brian Crofts on adjusted time, not by much. Wow, wow, wow. So Brian Crofts, adjusted time leader, but physically out front is Bailey Campbell. Haven't seen Waylon Campbell or Paul Wolf for a little bit. Pip Justice, where's Chip McLaughlin, Brent Moffitt, Dana Hale, Ken Hale, Philip McGilton. Whoa, this is going to turn out to be a battle of attrition. There's Philip McGilton. Again, his first lap did not count because he bypassed a nosedive. Tough break there, and I'm sure it was by accident, but hey, that happens, and it's time to go up. So Philip McGilton's going to head into the race line waterfall. We'll see if there's any lap traffic hanging out, and it looks to be clear.
Yes, they've got everybody all cleared and out of the way. The 199 of Brendan Jones is still broke down right there on the side. But we do have, let's talk about the points really quick. Philip McGilton's number 1 in the West. Paul Wolf is number 2 in the West. Brian Crofts is number 3. And then Bailey Campbell is 4th in points on the West. So between
this could really shake up.
Between Brian and Bailey, there's also only a 40-point difference.
It's going to be down to the wire. See Daryl Crosbach up in the Amsoil hot pits. Oh, getting an update from Benji. Waylon lost his sign panel when he drove down Little Blue, and it just skimmed on the side. So no tangle with Paul Wolf. It did happen in the center line of Little Blue. Thank you, buddy.
And Miss Bailey Campbell making her way up the waterfall.
This is a 5-mile loop. They are racing for 2 hours, and then the white flag comes out. So it's going to be a race to the finish, and our physical race leader is struggling on the race line waterfall right now. Brian Crofts is about a minute behind, but on adjusted time, he is leading this race. So she just got, I'm going to say about 8 seconds added to her lap here. We'll see if Brian Crofts, how far back he is, and if he can make a smooth line. He should be coming into screen any moment as Ken Goodall is dropping down the Yukon Little Blue as we speak in that 2-seat IFS Jimmy's car. And here's Chip McLaughlin, number 4 with Rufus Racing. We'll see if he skims the back. Looks like he's about to lose his jack off the back end.
Yes, I saw that earlier on when he was going by. I was wondering exactly what it was, but it does look like his jack. And there's Brian Crofts making his way up the waterfall.
So Brian Crofts is struggling a little bit, just like Bailey was. So the waterfall is starting to lose its traction. It always is a little bit wet, and the more cars that drive up it obviously are giving themselves some issues.
And there we have Chip. It looks like, is he going to go up into the Amsoil hot pits? or will he bypass it? They might be telling him, hey, you need to stop in. We have something, coming loose. But nope, he is on his merry way. So Chip McLaughlin is actually running in. I believe he's, third physically on the race course.
Yeah, Chip has a pretty good run going right now. It's going to be exciting to see how it all shakes out.
It's redemption for all the trees he's hitting. He's trying to make sure that he doesn't hit one this race.
Oh, no, another update from Brandon Grapevine. Dana Hale, pinball himself, has a broken right front axle at Nosedive. So Nosedive is proving to be a very, very tough race.
Chip has a tree branch on his driver front, so he did find one.
I don't doubt that one bit. He's got a couple of leaves hanging off the top of that one.
Too funny. Chip McLaughlin should be coming through here in just a moment. I think he planted that there.
Oh, and it is a spare drive shaft that's hanging off the back of Chip's car. Get an update. Thank you, Shelby.
Well, hopefully it stays attached and doesn't come completely off. But here he comes around. Let's see what his lap time will be, because his last one was a 13:59. So Chip McLaughlin coming through in that number 3 spot with a 13:45.777. So he's actually picked up his lap time.
So Chip and Bailey and Brian have all gotten around Wayland Campbell and Paul Wolf, two of the heaviest hitters in this race. Hopefully they can get back going. There's a Pip Justice. There's Bailey Campbell coming down Little Blue. Going to take a right, slide down, take another left, and head towards the wood section. So Bailey's 2-seat Campbell chassis still looking like it's in great shape. Her and Ryan Miller have a great race under their belt. It'd be great to see her have a great finish here in Disney, Oklahoma for the best damn race of the year. Presented by Rugged Radios. There's a 5.53 of Daryl Kresbach, still in the Amsoil Hop pits, but it looks like he's heading out.
And you have Ryan Rockhold over there helping out in the pit. All right, Miss Bailey Campbell. Bailey Campbell is in that number 2 spot. Mitch, she's physically out on course in front, but on corrected time, she is in that number 2 spot.
Yeah, we'll see how that turns out next time around. Her and Ryan Miller are pushing really strong, and they are on the same team. So I'll bet you they're on the same race channel as well. And they're saying, hey, you're both running strong. Run your own race, but Brian Crofts is sneaking up on you on the adjusted time.
Yes.
There is Brent Moffitt and Corey Moffitt hitting the Spider Track backstretch. Oh, getting a little chatter through the Rugged Radios that Waylon Campbell is back on all 4 wheels, so hopefully he can get going. Not sure where or how that happened, but hopefully he can get it back going and start chasing down Chip McLaughlin and Bailey Campbell and Brian Cross.
And there we have Pip Justice will be coming through here any moment, clicking off another lap.
There's Donkey cruising along. That Tribe 16 solid axle machine has been around for a very, very long time, and it's great to see Pip Justice coming all the way from Australia to come out here and race with Ultra4 USA. I know some of his friends and family back home are tuning in. It's 2 or 3 in the morning in there, so out here tuning in.
All right, Pip Justice going through. He is sitting in. Oh, he's almost through. I got a little happy there.
Pam, Wayland Campbell just tripped our heads-up loop, so he's at race mile 3.5.
Yes, I saw him physically go behind us. It looked like he might have had a right rear flat going on, but we'll see if we get him back on camera. And that we do have Mr. Chip McLaughlin going up to the waterfall. There we have Waylon Campbell.
On screen, that puts him in the 5th position right now, and he looks like he's moving pretty good, so not sure exactly what happened, but great to see him back on all 4s. Remember, this is a 2-hour race plus a lap on this 5-mile course, so this is still a lot of racing to go. Waylon Campbell is still in the hunt.
So they're probably going to do what, roughly about, 8 laps roughly, maybe?
It's going to be, we'll see. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So what's the fastest line? So we're going to run, I'm going to say 10-plus laps.
10-plus laps, okay. All right, Brent Moffitt going through, clicking off another lap.
So Brent Moffitt just moves in 4th position overall. Great run, and then Pip Justin in that 5th spot. And look at the crowd at the Raceline Waterfall. What a great shot. They are having a lot of fun out there. There's going to be some battles going on.
All right, there is Wayland Campbell going into the hot pits, and he does not have a flat like I thought he might have.
But we know he flipped over, so there's Ryan Rockhold and Sean Rance. Oh, yes, good catch. Paul Wolf is back in the hunt as he's coming down Viagra. So he was stuck there for quite a while. Not sure what happened, but he is back in action.
All right, so Paul Wolf actually just now went down Viagra and
now
stopped.
He stopped again, so he's having some electronic issues or something. Tough break. I hate to see this for Paul Wolf. He has been such a great competitor all season long. He started moving, but then Chip McLaughlin was right there, so now Chip's going to have his first shot at nose dive right in front of Paul Wolf as Ken Goodall heading back around. He'll be seeing his laps click off.
All right, it looks like Brian Crofts and Bailey Campbell might be headed nose to nose because they both keep clicking the ticker here and it keeps coming up green. So they are coming through. There's Miss Bailey Campbell right there chasing down Brian Crofts if she didn't already pass him.
And there's Philip McGilton still running strong. He moves up into 7th position because he was a lap down because he bypassed right here. So there's Dana Hale we see on our right with that broken right front. But that means Chip McLaughlin must have made quick work of nosedive.
Paul Wolf is definitely having some issues going on. He's just sliding sideways every time he's gassing it right now.
So we've seen Waylon Campbell down in the Amsoil hot pit. So I just touched in with Erica Allreed, and she's going to try to get an update for us shortly as he heads out. So we'll see what's going on down there. But Waylon Campbell in and out of the Amsoil hot pits.
And Miles, I can't tell what it is, but on the back of Paul Wolf's, I don't know if it's just like an overflow line or what, but behind, on the back side of his car on the right side, there's something hanging down. So hopefully that's not what's causing the issues.
We'll find out. And look, Waylon Campbell pulled most of the body panels off his car, so when he tipped over, maybe they were loose. Is he having some overheating issues? Again, just speculation, but most of the body panels are off of Waylon Campbell's car. And Waylon and Levi and Brian, they all look almost identical. Obviously, Levi's still parked, but it's going to be hard to tell between Waylon Campbell and Brian Crofts if their bodies came off. And he's getting slideways all over the throttle. His car looks absolutely healthy. All 4 Nitto tires on the ground and putting the power to the tires.
All right, Bailey Campbell going through just now. Let's see, where is Brian Crofts, because they looked like they were running super close together. But Miss Bailey Campbell going through. And there's Brent Moffitt. And the 401, Brent Moffitt, sorry about that. There's the 911, Kevin Taylor.
And look, everybody's helping. Everybody in the Amsoil hot pits, I absolutely love it, as Paul Wolf, who is our pole setter, is back and moving. But Bailey Campbell right now is the one to watch. Her and Ryan Miller are driving an amazing, amazing race. So here's Brian Crofts. So go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live time we have here in the Rugged studio. We'll see what kind of time splits we have.
All right, let's see if that moves Miss Bailey into that number 1 spot over Brian.
So there's the Raceline Wheels Waterfall, and there's Ken Goodall.
All right, and there's Kevin Taylor in the 911, back moving.
So there's the Disney half pipe at the top of the Raceline Waterfall. He'll take a right, then head through the trees for a little bit, and then drop down Viagra. And it looks like it is still Brian Crofts in the lead on adjusted time behind Bailey Campbell. The split is not very much. They took off, let's see, about 1 minute apart. They are super, super close on time. So there's Philip McGilton.
Philip
and Daryl's
McGilton.
Kresbeck.
Yes, making that left-hand turn after Viagra.
Oh, and there's somebody else struggling down there. Is that Brent Moffitt that's backing out of the way and letting McGilton go up on nosedive?
Yes, it is.
And there he is, up and out.
All right, let's see if Brent Moffitt's having some issues trying to get up nosedive. Oh, and here we have Goodall coming up now as well. So Goodall's just going to try to make his way around and make that line look easy.
And he does make it up and out. But it sounds like getting some chatter on the rugged radios. Our one and only Erica Allred is in the Amsoil hot pits. And she's we saw Waylon Campbell in there, but it sounds like she's down there with Ryan Rockhold for an update on what was going on with Waylon Campbell. Erica, what do you got for us?
Thanks, guys. Joining me is Ryan Rockhold. Ryan, unfortunately, we saw Wayland on the side of the course, but thankfully he was able to get going again and just came into the pits. So can you give us some insight as to what went wrong?
Yeah, so his power steering, it blew the vent tube off, and it was just dumping fluid out, a little bit over full. When he pulled in, the AN cap and everything was gone, the whole tube and everything, so we just capped it off and made it solid to where it won't breathe anymore and spit all over him. So.
Well, we're thankful that he's back out there and look forward to seeing how he can do in the rest of this race.
Absolutely. The kid's doing amazing. He was in second when that happened. I'd hope he gets back up there.
Us too. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Erica and Ryan Rockhold, for the quick little update. So apparently he did not flip. He was having power steering issues. So we'll see what's going on there.
Yeah, great information. Erica's making sure she's keeping us up to date, getting all the information she can. And that was a nice little wheel stand there by the 187 of Kenneth Hale. And Kevin Taylor making his way up.
So Kevin Taylor trying to get up, as well as Ken Hale.
Kevin Taylor was having issues earlier. We did see him pulled off to the side next to Levi Shirley, and that is Chip McLaughlin.
Chip McLaughlin getting ready to hit the spider track backstretch, and he's hitting that at about a medium speed. You need to either hit it faster or slower. But right behind him should be Mr. Paul Wolf, I believe, so we'll get a shot of him. Here he is, Paul Wolf, getting ready to hit the spider track backsplash at wide open speed, and that's how you do it right there. Oh, here is this Brian Cross?
That is Brian
Cross. Yes, it is. Struggling a little bit on nosedive. It looks like on top there in the shadow, I think that's Frank Vonderheide. So doing a little class act up there.
Yeah, you can tell what they're doing is they're bringing more water up on the rocks, and what does that do, Miles?
It just makes it slick for sure. But he's up and through, and then he's going to go up here, take a left, and then go through the woods for a little bit, drop in, and then go over Little Blue. So there's Waylon Campbell. Oh, yes, he's going to do a pass up and over. Oh, look at that. Waylon Campbell with the pass.
Who did he just pass? Who was that? I couldn't tell.
Ken Hale, I believe. Or Daryl Kresbeck. Both of them look very similar. Oh,
right.
Paul Wolf is in the Amsoil hot pits. This will be a very exciting we'll see what happens here. Obviously, it's a right rear flat, but I hope Erica can get in there and figure out what he was having issues with at the top of the waterfall, because he was stuck there for multiple minutes. And look at Ryan Rockhold down there. This is what Ultra4 is all about. Everybody, all hands on deck to get these drivers in and out. So there is Ken Hale. So that was Daryl Kresbach that Waylon Campbell did the pass on at the end of the Yukon Little Blue.
Yes, so he had to winch himself up. We were having issues up there earlier. I believe he was stopped as well up there, and that's Levi Shirley.
Speaking of sportsmen, absolutely. Levi Shirley is up there helping everybody winch because he's broken at the bottom, so good on him. And there goes Chip McLaughlin for another lap.
And that was Chip McLaughlin's fastest lap of the race for himself today with a 13:13.197. So there we do have Paul Wolf in the pits, getting that tire change, probably talking about what else was going on, because we did see him working on the front side of his car. And the 199 still off to the side up there at Waterfall, Brendan Jones. I know that I can see that they're working on it.
Yeah, he's been up there for quite some time, but he hasn't given up yet, but just tough break for him. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. Here is Pip Justice, number 78, all the way from Australia, part of Rufus Racing.
So Pip Justice, he is actually out in front of Chip McLaughlin this race, so a little change up here.
There's a friendly bet between those two, I guarantee that. But yeah, Pip Justice, that car still looks healthy, so Rufus Racing is still in the hunt. So Chip McLaughlin in that third position, Pip Justice in fourth. But out front, it's still Brian Crofts and Bailey Campbell out there.
I mean, look at it. It's teammates 1 and 2, teammates 3 and 4 out on course. And there is Kevin Taylor. He was having some issues earlier on. It's good to see that he's moving again.
So Kevin Taylor and Heat Day still pushing strong. There's Philip McGilt. Remember, he did lose his first lap because he bypassed the nosedive section, and it is Paul Wolf back out of the Amsoil hot pits. And just behind us, Pam, this is a race. It's Waylon Campbell is trying to chase down his sister, Bailey Campbell, and it's a dogfight out there on course.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to see and watch. Hopefully they don't have to stop into their pits, but Waylon Campbell definitely picked it up. I mean, he's already coming back through for another lap. But Brian Crofts, let's see where he's at. We have not seen him quite yet.
But on adjusted time, it's still his race right now as Paul Wolf is still back in action. Hopefully Eric can give us an update here very soon. But the car looks healthy. He's pushing strong. Paul Wolf still in the hunt.
It sounds healthy.
He's moved all the way back down to 9th position because he sat there for so long at the top. So there's Bailey Campbell at the top of our screen, and should be Waylon's right in the mix. Not sure if Waylon got around Bailey or not, but this camera should put them up here in the next 5 seconds or so. Yes, there are two cars nose to tail. Who's in front of who?
When I saw them in the distance, it was Bailey out front, but did Waylon get around her? And so, how is this brother and sister battling it out right now?
Oh, no, that is Brent Moffitt possibly. Yes, that's Brent Moffitt, but right behind them is going to be...
Ooh, and they are going to be
So that is
on
Bailey
it.
Campbell doing a little splash pass. And it just goes dark. But look at that, Waylon Campbell's right behind her. So about 3 second splits. Waylon Campbell right behind his sister, Bailey Campbell. There's Chip McLaughlin at the top of the Disney half pipe. So he's already cleared Waterfall. He'll be heading towards going down Viagra. There's 2 lines going up right where he is. He's on the right line. There's a left line that's a little easier but a little longer. And back to Pip Justice in the race line wheels Waterfall section. And look at the crowd. They're absolutely loving the 4400 main event here for Ultra4 USA.
And Pip Justice running in that number 4 spot. So let's just go through our top 5. We have Brian Crofts in that first position, Bailey Campbell second, Chip McLaughlin third, Pip Justice fourth. And look at this, Miles. Philip McGilton is actually running in that number 5 spot.
That is absolutely impressive. And we're getting a little update that Erica is down in the hot pits with an update with Paul Wolf's pits. So Erica Allred down there, I hope she got some fun information for us. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. Joining me is Robert, a member of Paul Wolf's pit crew. Robert, we weren't quite sure what happened with Paul Wolf out on course, but he was able to limp it back to the pits. So can you give us a breakdown as to what happened?
He rolled it over, supposedly, I guess, and out in the trees somewhere. He's learning how to drive. It's his first driving lessons, I guess, so he'll figure it out. Maybe come back up there. We need to finish. That's our goal here today, is to finish. Finish decent as we can and go from there.
Well, thankfully, Paul's come from behind efforts are second to none, and history has shown that he doesn't need to start up top to finish up top. So we look forward to seeing him back out there, and thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you, Erica, and Uncle Robert up there with the jokes, giving Paul a little bit of hard time. I love it, as Paul Wolf is up and through the waterfall, heading through the Disney half pipe. But look at Brent Moffitt and his brother Corey out of the car. Looks like they're on the back, getting some tools out. Not exactly sure what's. Oh, it looks like a right front flat tire. So they're getting the jack down and the impact and going to have to swap out a right front flat tire. And there is the 553 of Daryl Kreisbach.
So, Miles, while we were in the pits with Erica, Bailey Campbell came through. She is on her 4th lap with an 11:24.770.
So she has gained on Brian Crofts just a little bit. I think she's going to get the overall lead on this one once again.
Yes, because we can see where Brian Crofts is with those overheads that we keep clicking off. So and he started, 2 rows behind her, I think is what it was.
Yeah, we got 2 rows, so 30 seconds, 2 at a time. So that puts a 1-minute lead as Brian Crofts comes slideways towards the Rugged Radio's start-finish line. So we'll see what it updates in here. And yes, Bailey Campbell is our overall leader on adjusted time and physically out on course. And there's Paul Wolf still pushing hard. He'll be heading down Viagra as we speak, and he's hitting it with some pretty good speed. Taking a hard left and heading towards nosedive. So hopefully this drone can kind of fly around and see how he does going up nosedive. Yes, this guy is good. Our camera guys are doing a great job. And Paul Wolf going up nosedive as we speak. But this is really getting tricky. It's getting it's super wet, and it's undercut by quite a bit. But there, Paul Wolf taking his time. This is a long race. We are only 50 minutes into this 2-hour race, and right behind him is Philip McGilton.
And is that Frank Vonderheid up there in the trees? Because we know he's broke down over by there, so he might be there just in case he needs to be a helper.
A sportsman, yeah. We saw Levi Shirley at the top of Waterfall, and yeah, Frank Vanderheid and Dana Hale are broke down there, so it could be any of those characters. And there's Ken Goodall, and it looked like a Campbell car behind him. Yes, is that Brian Crofts?
It would make sense. Yes, it is Brian Crofts because he just came through here. But yes, Kenneth Goodall making it up. Let's see. And now we have both lanes open. Everything is cleared. So Kenneth Goodall made it look very easy. That is actually Waylon Campbell, not Brian. So Waylon is behind Kenneth. And Waylon Campbell came through. His fastest lap today has been an 11:10. Philip McGilton actually has the fastest lap time of a 10:59. Fastest lap of the race.
There is Paul Wolf heading out. And the 48-44 of Dana Hale blew some a steering line or something, so they're trying to fix that as well. They are not calling their race. They're trying to get it back going. So thanks for the update, Grapevine.
Oh, and Philip McGilton's net is down.
Getting out of the car at the back of nosedive. So Philip McGilton out, but look at that, putting the helmet on top, letting everybody know that he's okay. But it looks like Philip McGilton is calling his race. That is a tough break. Not sure exactly what's going on. Grapevine's back there, hopefully can give us an update. But Brian Cross one-shots the right side of the race line, Waterfall.
All right.
And look at the parking lot. There's Dana Hale, Philip McGilton, and Frank Vonderheid all parked there. Tough break.
And Amanda's riding with him, correct?
Yep, Dr. Amanda Ross riding. And there he is, up and through. Oh, somebody's dragging a jack. Oh, Brent Moffitt isn't too far away from there, if I'm not mistaken. So he may have ran up to the Amsoil hot pits and grabbed the jack. Because remember, no outside. Oh, no. Kenneth Hale is upside down. Is he going to land on wheels? No, he is not. This could be interesting. There's Frank Vonderheid coming down to help him out. So Kenneth Goodall is over here. Oh, there's Peanut checking everything up. There's Dana Hale. So look at all of these racers over here making sure everything's okay. So all of these racers and Ultra4 USA staff can help him get this car righted.
Well, and here's what I was going to point out. I mean, where Philip McGilton is, he might be in perfect range to winch him back over.
Absolutely. But can he get him there? I don't know what's going on.
And that might be just a little too far.
Yeah. Oh, there's Grapevine in that Toyota. So
there he is.
But, yeah, he's
got his hat out even. He is calling it,
You know, if you got the helmet on top of the car and you're putting your ball cap on, it ain't looking good. There's Ken Hale.
See if we can get in touch with them.
It has been
187 of Kenneth Hale moving along.
It has been a wonderful day of racing, and we could not do it without Raceline Wheels, AMSOIL, Good Boy Vodka, Can-Am, Speed Sport, Project X, Rugged Race Radios.
And we do have Brian Crofts trying to go up nosedive, and he's making his way up. We do still have, who was that Goodall on his side. All right, let's finish your list here. We have Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, and Optima Batteries.
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Wayland, the Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, and Fun Haver Off-Road. So please support who supports the sport. And as we were seeing nosedive, there is no outside assistance except for Ultra4 USA staff, which is there, and your fellow competitors, which is there. So everything that's going on at the bottom of nosedive is absolutely legal.
All right, Kenneth Hell moving along. He is actually slowing up for the water section. He's not wanting to splash the water up and over.
And that is one of our Ultra4 USA helpers, Brandon Grapevine, getting him loaded back on his wheels. Again, this is a safety thing, so that is everything is A-OK right there. As Paul Wolf is in the mix, heading down the beach run, where as far as you can see that dust, he'll do a 180 and head towards the Spider Track backsplash. And there's Brian Crofts, who's still running strong in that second position. But right now it's still all about Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller out front physically and on adjusted time. And again, you know they're on the same radio channel, and I wish I could hear that chatter in the AMSOIL hot pits.
Fun drive home, too, together. So here we do have Kevin Taylor. He just made it up the waterfall. There's Chip McLaughlin, still has that drive shaft trailing along. He's going over towards the AMSOIL hot pits.
And look at this. Chip is in third position. This is probably his best race he's had in Ultra4 USA in the 4400. So I hope he can hold it together. He's got a great race going as he's entering the Brannick Boulders.
Yes, he's currently still running in that number 3 spot, so great run by him. Pip Justice is running in that 4th position. And we just saw Kenneth Goodall. He's running in that 5th position, but we did see him do a little flop down nosedive.
And look at that. It looks like the right front may be towed in a little bit, so he may have took a pretty hard hit, but we'll see if Kresbach can keep it going. And we are it is loud behind us with Brent Moffitt, but I was getting ready to say we are sneaking up at the halfway mark of this race. It is a 2-hour race plus the white flag. And they're out on lap number 5. So, yeah, we're going to be close to that 10 to 12 lap range. We'll see if they can keep it together. Waylon Campbell making some noise behind us. It looks like they're checking out Ken Hale. They're going to get that window net back up. Took a little bit of tumble, so they're bending some stuff out. And here is Rufus Racing coming through. Chip McLaughlin and a Pip Justice. That's awesome. In. Nose to tail, and they're on the same lap. So there is 3 and 4 nose to tail. Where'd they take off? Pip Justice took off.
Pip Justice was in the 2nd row and 3rd spot, and Chip McLaughlin was in the 4th row in the 7th spot.
Yeah, so there's a minute time split. So on adjusted time, it's looking good for Chip McLaughlin, because if they're nose to tail, that means he's got a minute lead on him.
But they are running neck and neck, and here we do see Paul Wolf still moving along.
Looks like those Project X lights are tilted a little bit, so we heard Uncle Robert say tipped over. We have a little fun with it, but the car looks like it's still healthy. But that puts him a lap down, so he's still in that 9th position.
But running strong, I believe he has the 2nd fastest lap of the day, actually the 3rd at 11:19.700, but down there in that 9th position.
So next one we should see coming through the Rugged Race Radios, start-finish is going to be Waylon Campbell in that 7th position. So our 1st and 2nd early, Paul Wolf and Waylon Campbell both having issues early in the race, but it's been smooth and steady for Bailey Campbell, Brian Crofts, Chip McLaughlin, and Pip Justice. And sitting in 5th position is Ken Goodall, but he's the one that's been flipped over at the bottom of nosedive. So we'll see if that changes up some as Waylon Campbell blowing by the AMSOIL hot pits, entering the Brannick Boulders.
After the issues he's been having, it's a good thing that he did not have to stop. So obviously everything is going well for him out on course.
It's been a very exciting race thus far as we see Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller in that 2C IFS Campbell chassis heading into the race line wheels Waterfall, taking that preferred left line with the, that's a big car. It's built for King of the Hammers. It's built for the desert, but it just goes to show these cars can do a little bit of everything and do it well. And here's her brother, Waylon Campbell, back on screen. He'll be clicking off another lap. So that does put...
Well, Brian Crofts, he went by in our sights just a little bit ago. So there goes Waylon Campbell through. But Brian Crofts should probably be back on our what is that, the Brannick backsplash?
The Spider Track backsplash. But that does put Waylon Campbell on the lead lap and bumps him in front of Ken Goodall. So Waylon Campbell had his issues early on, but has moved his way back into 5th position. There's the Spider Track backsplash right there as Brian Cross blasts across that, doing a little hydroplane action. And there's Pip Justice on the race line wheels Waterfall, followed by teammate Chip McLaughlin. And they both make it smooth up there. Ooh, I said it a little too early.
Way too soon, Miles.
And look at that. You see how he backed up just about 6-8 inches and gave a little bump. That's all it took. So Chip McLaughlin knew where his tires were on that ledge and made it look easy. And there's Bailey Campbell checking up hard as she goes down Viagra. Ryan Miller's, talking to her, hey, remember, this is super steep. There's that ledge in the center of it, so go slow. Just use your brakes. After you drop off, blip the throttle just a tick. And there is Paul Wolf heading up the Disney half pipe at the top of the race line wheels Waterfall.
And you could see Levi Shirley was still there, but
here's Ken Goodall, who we saw struggling at nosedive. Pam, this is getting interesting. Oh, and he knows it, so he backs up and lets the race leader go around. So sportsmanship at its finest from Ken Goodall.
And who was that was behind Ken? So there's 2 other cars waiting to go up. Didn't quite see who that was. Maybe the camera will go back that direction.
Oh, Ken Goodall does make it up.
Oh, there we go.
Is that Ken Hale, I believe? Ken Hale and Daryl Kresbach look very similar.
I believe that's Kresbach. Yeah, the 553.
That's 553, yep.
Oh, and now we do have Moffitt. Not sure if he's trying to make his way back up, but here we have Brian Crofts coming through. Let's see exactly how far back he is from Bailey Campbell. Brian Crofts, that just put him on lap number 5.
So there is Waylon Campbell heading up the race line Waterfall, making quick work on that right line. And there's the 199 of Brendan Jones, who's been broke down for quite some time at the top of Waterfall. Tough break for him. As we see Paul Wolf making it up nosedive, takes a left into the woods, and they'll drop down towards the Yukon Little Blue section. There's Dana Hale still working on his car. And I saw a quick little glimpse of Levi Shirley still at the top of the race line Waterfall, being a great sportsman for Ultra4 USA.
All right, we are past our halfway point for the race today. The drivers are out there having a blast, except the ones having the issues, I'm sure.
Oh, they're still having fun. Everybody's still got a smile on their face. It's just part of the experience.
Here's a great view right here.
That's Ken Hale dropping down Viagra, and that gives you a great shot of that little lip right in the middle. That really can give you some issues, especially going up. I mean, you see a lot of people one-shot it, so it's a fun hill to go up, but it's not really raceable.
And Ken Hale is running in that 12th position, but here we do have, I believe that was Bailey, but here's a race going on between Paul Wolf. I'm not sure who that is in front.
Looks like that's Chip McLaughlin.
It is Chip McLaughlin.
So Chip McLaughlin is up on Paul Wolf, but Paul Wolf gives him a little bit of heaters on the back.
I wonder where Pip Justice is, if he's that far, much farther in front of Chip McLaughlin.
Yeah, it's been a great race between. Oh, we got another car upside down, and that could have been Ken Hale, and that is Wayland. No, that's Paul Wolf. Nope,
that's
no,
Wayland.
It is Wayland. That is Waylon Campbell. So
yep, that's a 187. That is Kenneth Hale upside down.
It is not much room right there. Does Wayland have enough? Man, this could really change some things. Waylon's trying not to get into him. You obviously don't want to do that, but right now Ken Hale and Donnie Kalenbach are just sitting in there just patiently awaiting, because their safest spot right now is in. And look at this. Waylon Campbell is going to be a sportsman right now and flip over Ken Hale. You got to help them help you, because he's in the way.
Exactly. Get him righted. He'll get out of the way. Waylon Campbell can make his way on up.
So, again, great sportsmanship all the way around today. Remember, it is a no-chase race. Only Ultra4 USA staff and your fellow competitors can help you out on course outside of the AMSOIL hot pits. And Waylon Campbell is going to get him flipped over. A little bit of finesse. So now what the issue is, hopefully they can get him unhooked and Ken Hale can pull out of the way super quick. So there is Bailey Campbell. Ooh, and I heard a big backfire out of it. It stumbles a little bit, but there she is back on the throttle. Not sure what happened. It went from wide open throttle to check up for that water, and it backfired really hard and then splashed the water, and then it seemed to clear out. So not sure exactly what happened there, but it looks like she is back and moving. Her and Ryan Miller have a great race under their belt. So Bailey Campbell heading out towards the beach run.
And there is Kevin Taylor in the 911 coming through, the very unique race vehicle, taking it super slow through our water sections.
So there's Bailey Campbell, our physical race leader. Getting ready to hit the spider track backsplash.
And whatever happened with her car making that loud noise, it's definitely obviously not hurting her right now.
Yeah, she flies right through as we see Kevin Taylor and Heath Day with that 911.1 off-road machine. There's Ken Goodall. We saw him flipped over at nosedive just a little bit ago. But obviously these cars can take a pretty good hit and keep on moving. Bailey Campbell heading up the grand staircase towards the AMSOIL hot pits. It has been a great race for her, and there's Waylon Campbell. We saw him stopped at nosedive. Obviously, he got up and around that over the Yukon Little Blue section. Now he's about to dive into the woods right here for the first wood section. Well, there was a car pulled off. That was either Ken Hale or Daryl Kresbach.
Yeah, not quite sure who it was. Getting a little update, though, from Miss Amanda Ross. Such a bummer for them, a front ring and pinion. That's what has happened and taken them out.
So that is 553 of Daryl Kresbach, and that is the entrance of the woods just shy of race mile number 2. Here comes Bailey Campbell. And just getting some rugged radio updates. It looks like Waylon Campbell is going to get a time credit for helping out at the nosedive.
And Miss Bailey Campbell coming through, clicking off another lap. And it's over there at our waterfall, and here we have Paul Wolf. He's over going up the staircase by our AMSOIL hot pits.
Paul Wolf had a great run going early, but had some issue. Here's come Ken Hale into the AMSOIL hot pits. Obviously, he went upside down for just a little bit, so they definitely needed to get everything checked out, see exactly what was going on. Looks like they're checking out the back of the car. It doesn't look like to me they need to change a tire. Maybe they're just going to check a few things out.
Well, he did go upside down, so want to do a little once-over, but they are jacking up the front. It looks like they are going to do a change of a tire, or maybe he's having some issues with brakes, and they're going to check out the lines.
They're taking off a tire off the back, so we switch back to Paul Wolf. He'll be clicking off another lap. And he will push strong all the way to the finish line. I guarantee you that. We've been racing for just over an hour. This is a 2-hour race plus the white flag.
And we have Waylon Campbell in our sights over here. He's got another body panel getting ready to come off, so I don't know if he's going to have anything left on his car whenever he's
he's going to have a naked chassis at the end of this race. As Paul Wolf clicks off one more lap, and that moves Paul Wolf all the way up to 6th position. So let's go over that. It's Brian Crofts and Bailey Campbell out front. Then Chip McLaughlin, Pip Justice, Waylon Campbell, and a Paul Wolf. So Chip McLaughlin still sitting in that 3rd position. What a great run by him. Rufus Racing has had a great showing this weekend, helping out with the kids this morning. Scott Farley getting on the podium last night in the stock class. Chip McLaughlin, we just talked about him. There he is, hitting the heads-up loop. He will be our next one around.
All right, Miles. Erica Allreed is letting us know that Kenneth Goodall did have a driver front flap and the front flat, and they are switching it out with the spare. So here we have Chip McLaughlin coming around, though, clicking up another lap. He is in our 3rd position.
One of these times it's going to smoke that camera that's down there. Good thing they're only like $500.
So Brian Crofts out front. He did get around Bailey Campbell. Not sure what happened with her. She had a little bit of a long lap, so maybe you're right, Pam. She must have had to change a tire out on course or something, and Brian Crofts did get around. So Brian Crofts physically out front, then it's Bailey Campbell, then Chip McLaughlin.
Yes, and that would make sense time-wise because he is almost a half a lap ahead of her, roughly. So that would make total sense on time.
And Pam, did you check this out? Waylon Campbell just laid down the fastest lap of the day with a 10:25.
Wow.
He came out of nowhere and laid down a heater.
Well, he's shedding weight is what he's doing.
And Erica's updating us. Ken Goodall is doing a flat and swapping the spare.
All right.
And here's
that is Waylon,
Campbell.
right? I mean, there's no body panels left on his race truck.
And he's got the green tires. That helps you just tell the difference between him and Brian Crofts. Brian Crofts has the gold tires. And there's Paul Wolf in the race line wheels Waterfall. As you can see, that race line wheel hanging off the back of his car. But all 4 Nitto tires still holding up.
So, Miles, with Brian Crofts being in that number 1 spot, he has quite a lead because Bailey Campbell is literally, as we look at it physically, almost, I don't know, maybe half a lap in distance.
Yeah, but that's a flat tire, and there's Bailey Campbell right there. So, yeah, that's not even race mile number 2, and Crofts is at race mile number 4, roughly. So, Brian Crofts has basically a 2-mile lead. That is a very, very impressive. And Bailey Campbell's trying to get around Kevin Taylor, and she does. So thanks, Kevin, for being a sportsman there.
And Kevin Taylor earlier was, like we were saying, having issues. He was pulled over by Levi Shirley, but now he's back on. Brian Crofts just now went through, clicked off another lap at an 11:21, so he's out on lap 6.
And getting an update from Nosedive, Ken Hale tweaked his chassis, so he is not going to go on, but he's not calling himself out of the race because he wants to stay there and help his fellow competitors. So, again, a huge sportsmanship out there on screen for Ultra4 USA right now. Thank you, Grapevine, for keeping me in the loop on a lot of information out there. And getting an update from Erica that Bailey's car keeps going in and out of limp mode. So she's having some drivability issues as well. And remember, with that huge backfire just her last lap. So, yes, that's what's going on. She's having some drivability issues. Is it fuel? Is it air? Is it some water? Only everybody's guess.
It just has to last for 47 more minutes, and then she can possibly hold on to that number 2 spot.
Lots of chatter over the rugged radios, keeping everybody honest here in production and out on race ops. And look at Waylon. He is on a mission. He is flowing. He is slaying it right now. He's driving the make or break. If you remember last year, he was winning the race, and then on the last lap, he had a flat tire, and he's by himself, and he didn't change it, and it got so bad that the wheel went around the hub and the brakes, and he was unable to finish his race. But he is right now in that 4th position trying to chase down Chip McLaughlin. It's going to be an interesting race. We still have 47 more minutes before the white flag comes out for our leaders. And right now out front with about a half a lap lead is Brian Crofts. We're up and through the Disney half pipe.
Have Miss Karen and Benji out there. She sent me a video. I can't quite make out who it is. I think it is Wayland, maybe when he lost the skin on his car. It's on my phone, so we can't actually see it on the live show. But
yep, that's when he went down the center of Little Blue.
He just skims it and gets back on all 4s.
Wow. There's been an amazing race on our hands. So much stuff going on. I've had a blast. I hope you have had a blast. We're going to reset, take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome, world, to the 2022 Method Race Wheels.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Dam Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Race Radios. On the backside of the Pensacola Dam here at South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney in Langley, Oklahoma, as Bailey Campbell just went through the Brannock Boulders. And there was Ken Goodall making it through the proper line of the Yukon Little Blue section. And that's where Waylon had a little wheel stand and started tearing up his body on his chassis. There's Kevin Taylor and Heath Day taking it easy over the Spider Track backsplash. And Paul Wolf, where's he at? He's moved his way up into 6th position. But right now, it's all about Brian Cross with about a half a lap lead. But here comes Bailey Campbell for lap number 7. Yeah, it's a 5-minute, 43-second lead that Brian Crofts has over Bailey Campbell. Not sure if she had a flat or not, or if it's been all about drivability. Is that Brian Crofts?
Yes, it is.
All right, so Brian Crofts is sneaking up on race mile number 2. as Bailey Campbell just came back by race mile 0, basically. So it's a 2-mile lead with 5 minutes and 43 seconds on adjusted time. So Brian Cross is sitting in an excellent position right now.
And he is also running in our points and 3rd position for our West Coast right now with how we ended up after Crandon. And so this is definitely a bonus for him.
But look at Bailey Campbell. Her last lap was a 10:47 compared to Brian Croft's 11:21. Brian Croft is running right around that 11:20, pretty consistent, so he's doing a great race. But Bailey Campbell really turned it up, and so is Waylon Campbell with a 12:14. But the fastest lap was a 10:25 by Waylon Campbell.
But just remember, Bailey's car keeps going into limp mode, so she's having some issues out there.
So Waylon Campbell gets around Chip McLaughlin, so that's going to be a little change up in the scoring here. So Waylon Campbell just moved into 3rd place on adjusted time.
And here we do have Miss Bailey.
Let me update that. So Waylon just got around Chip, and there's about a 30-second split, but he started a minute and a half behind him. So,
and he also will be getting that time credit for helping as well.
Oh, that's right, a 2-minute time credit
for Waylon Campbell. So this is going to shake it up.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. So Waylon Campbell, looks like, is going to be ahead of Chip McLaughlin on adjusted time.
And Miss Bailey Campbell just hauling the mail. She knows that she's got to keep up her pace a little bit more. She's having those issues that she was having as well. And here comes Paul Wolf through. Paul Wolf is still running strong. Now that he's back out, he's actually in the number 5 spot, and his lap was just now 11:18.845. So that is Paul Wolf's fastest lap of the day for his race.
And we got 40 more minutes yet to go before that white flag does come out, as Bailey Campbell's putting on a show at the Raceline Wheels Waterfall. And there is a huge spectator area right there, and everybody's having some fun. Thanks again to everybody who makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. As we see heading up the Disney halfpipe is Bailey and Ryan Miller. She's pushing strong. She's going to drop off this little rock ledge, head up into the woods, and then run for about 30 seconds and then drop down Viagra. Bailey Campbell taking that right line. It's more direct, a little steeper, but these cars can do it.
Oh,
and there is Chip McLaughlin, if I'm not mistaken. Tough break for him. He is just on the other side of the Spider Track backsplash, so that's before the water. So not sure what's going on. Yeah, there isn't hardly any trees left out there on that beach run, so not sure what took him out, but he is pulled off and getting out of the car. Tough break for Chip McLaughlin. Had such a great race going. Well, Waylon Campbell's turning it up, Pam.
We did see Waylon get around Chip McLaughlin, and Waylon just now took over that number 3 spot from Chip.
Yeah, we just saw Chip pulled over also, so he's definitely got a lead. And a 10:28 lap for Waylon. His fastest at 10:25. So Waylon Campbell is on the move, trying to catch his sister Bailey Campbell and brother-in-law Brian Crofts.
And speaking of Bailey, here she is going up nosedive.
So it's a Crofts-Campbell podium right now. Family affair at its finest. That's some great racing from the entire Campbell crew.
Have to give a shout out to Erin. She's up in Montana watching the race. Her and Grizz have the Your Series, but she's up there cheering on the racers. And here we have Paul Wolf right now behind Kevin Taylor getting ready to go up the waterfall.
I hope Paul takes that right line. No, he's going to be patient, takes the preferred left line. It's so crazy how some people love the left, some people only will run the right. It's a wheel-based game for sure. But Kevin Taylor and Paul Wolf make up and out pretty quick and easy. Don't forget, our next and final race of the year will be Legends of Havasu for our national event. It's a do-not-miss event with the Ultra4 USA F1 boat racing, IPRA rodeo, American side-by-side takeover, national music acts, the Sound Outlaw drags, pool parties, jet ski tricks, and a little bit of everything. So do not miss that one at all. That is going to be at the end of the month for October 26th through the 29th, and there are VIP packages available. Go to legendsofhavasu.com to check it out. And there is Chip and Brad out of the car.
And he's taking off all of his safety gear and everything too. So either they're going to try to work on it, maybe get back going or not. But there is our leader, Mr. Brian Cross, in the number 9.
Tough break for Chip McLaughlin. But you did see how his helmet went on top of the car. So that shows a visual for other drivers that, hey, at speed, don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm off the side of the road. But that's a good visual to put a helmet on top of the car to make sure everything is okay. So Brian Crofts, our physical race leader, and on adjusted time by over 5 minutes right now, Mr. Brian Crofts. I know his dad, Art, is rooting right now, hoping everything goes good. Brian Crofts' car looks like it's in great shape, and he's running a solid pace, but he's not. It's a conservative pace. He's still running fast, but Wayland and Bailey are laying down some faster laps. But he knows he's out front, so he's playing that strategery right now.
Well, he did. His time has gone down slower just a little bit, but not too much. But he's definitely going to be conservative, because why would you push it that hard? Because you don't want to have anything happen.
North Shore Racing is tuning in, wishing everybody luck here, and we'll see you in Havasu.
So it sounds like Chip McLaughlin's team has no idea what happened. They have actually no comms going to him at all. So a little bit of chatter through our rugged race radios.
And remember, we are only about 500 yards away from the Amsoil Hot Pits. We'll see if Brad and Chip run up there to see if they can get anything figured out. As we see Waylon Campbell coming down Viagra, and he's coming in hot. He is pushing hard. He knows he has to give it all he's got to try to catch his sister and brother-in-law. Oh, Chip McLaughlin. Nope. Just looked at the timing thing, and it popped up, but that was
yeah, I saw that
wrong.
earlier, too. I'm not sure exactly what it was.
So Chip, last time around, he was stopped as Waylon makes quick work up nosedive. Take a little left in the woods and then head down the Yukon Little Blue. Brent Moffitt still pushing strong, him and his brother Corey.
And Brent Moffitt, he just moved up into that number 7 position. Pip Justice, we haven't seen him in quite a while. He was running a great race, but we have not seen him.
He's a lap down, not sure what, or a couple laps down now, not sure what's going on with him. Haven't seen much of him, and now we know Chip McLaughlin's pulled over. So it's looking good for Paul Wolf, Ken Goodall, and Brent Moffitt right now. If they can keep pushing strong, they'll keep chipping away. Brian Crofts need to keep this car together. It is his race to lose right now.
You can hear in the background that Miss Bailey Campbell.
She'll be heading up the first heads-up loop. Don't forget to go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the Rugged Studio. There's our physical race leader, Brian Crofts, at race mile number 1, just below the waterfall. And look, there, chilly.
To watch the race.
You got a cold cooler and a little creek right there. That's where I want to be hanging out.
The other day when we were out on course, somebody was out there hanging out with a big old floating duck as well. So good times out there in the water.
That's the Little Blue State Park on the opposite end of our racetrack. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. And I've got another special guest in here, race director JT Taylor. How's it going, buddy?
What up, Miles?
Oh, man, it's been an amazing weekend so far. We've been out here for over a week, and it was all for this moment right now, and everything's running smooth.
Yeah, I'm knocking on the table because we're still 33 minutes in on this one, left to go, and then get that white flag out there, get them around one more time, see who can pull this off.
It's been an amazing race out there. Lots of attrition has set in, and all of our volunteers and staff out there has done an amazing job. You know, normally you're out there running around like crazy, but right now you actually seem like you're pretty calm. Everything seems to be under control.
Well, I got some of the best volunteers in the biz out here helping us, and then the best crew with Gus Fisher and crew from MAO covering the course up, locking it down, and doing recoveries. And so, yeah, it makes it to where I can help manage it instead of on the ground manage it.
Yeah, I mean, you've been on the Rugged Radio all week long, making sure everything's running smooth. As our physical race leader, Brian Cross, struggling a little bit at nosedive. I love how you threw this in on every lap for the 4,400 event.
It's hard. It's a big challenge, but 44 is the biggest and the baddest. So that's what we wanted. We want to make it hard.
But, yeah, that's going up. Nosedive right there. They'll take a right through the woods and then head over towards Little Blue. And there's our pole setter from the start of the race, Mr. Paul Wolf.
Yeah, it was a shame he had a problem. I still haven't heard what his problem was over there at the top of Viagra.
Yeah, I mean, he was out of the car for a little bit. That's just part of it.
It was Bailey Campbell through the start line.
Yeah, she is on the move.
Yeah, she's trying to chase down your old man.
And look at that Little Blue State Park right there. It's a great showing. You can get in the water, cool down, grab a cooler, and watch them come down Little Blue.
Yeah, that's about as America as it gets right there.
That's what I'm talking about. And there's Brian Crofts, our physical race leader, coming down the Yukon Little Blue section, right? And so Little Blue State Park is directly to his left as he was coming down. And Paul Wolf getting ready to hit the Spider Track backsplash, and he is wide open. That's 80-plus miles an hour and just hydroplanes across.
Yeah, he was moving.
So what's your favorite part of the course that's turned out? Because, like I said, when you're building the course, you think how it goes, and it always changes.
I think the new little private property roller coaster.
Yep, but back in the woods, it's a really cool little section. It's pretty tight for these big cars as well.
It is tight, but then you get to come back out on the rocks and you're sliding and drifting and hooking it and then diving back in the woods and then back out on the rocks, sliding it, and then back in the woods and then bringing it back on race mile 3 past start-finish area on the south side of the river bed.
Yeah, it's a fun little section. This part right here is super rocky for about 100 feet, and then it starts getting a little – that's about the only hard rock section back in the woods, and then it's really flowing. They really start moving.
All right, so, yeah, it does get real tight right there going in that little wood section, but then it opens up and it's pretty fun. Here's Paul Wolf singing along.
Always a competitor. He's raced 3 races this weekend with us and had some success, had some part issues. This one we saw him early on having some issues, but he has moved up into the top 5 right now. So we'll see. He is going to be ahead of – he's in the top 4 now because Chip is still not moving. So Paul Wolf dropped all the way down to 11 and now back up to 4th position. As we saw a quick glimpse of Bailey Campbell.
Yeah, he's coming around the corner. They're going to go through to start-finish to bump another lap. Paul Wolf moves up into 4th with an 11:20.9. He's 11 minutes off of Crofts.
So, JT, you've been on the Rugged Radios quite a bit, and we saw Wayland earlier being a sportsman and turn over Kenneth Hale when he was flipped over, and you gave him a time credit. Kind of walk us through what happens there.
So the funny thing is, not too long before that, Wayland was in the roller coaster wood section laying on his side as he came up the hill, hit a tree, dumped it on his side. I got to him. Pip Justice was already in there with Brian Williams, had him hooked up. Pip spent about 4 minutes in there pulling him back on his wheels. So Pip got a 4-minute time credit for that. Brian Williams verified it. And then Wayland stopped there at nosedive and rolled Goodall back over. And we watched it, and I timed it, and thought it was right around 2 minutes. So
that's awesome.
He got that time credit for sportsmanship and for
instant
helping.
karma.
Instant karma.
He needed help, and then he gave help. So that's just awesome to see. Yeah, we're winding down. We got right at 30 minutes left to go. So, JT, thanks for coming in here in the booth. I know you don't like getting on the mic too much, but we thoroughly appreciate it, and everybody loves to hear from you. So thanks for coming on in. I'll let you step back. I know you still have a little bit more work to do, but again, thanks for everything you do, buddy. It's been a blast.
No, thank you. You guys are doing great on the mic. We love it, and production's killing it, so you guys keep it up.
All right, give it up for JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director. So there is Kevin Taylor and Heath Day in that 911 Porsche-themed machine.
Spit it out, Miles.
It's been a long weekend. Man.
All right. So, Miles, while JT was in here, I caught up with Chris Hickman, and Chris Hickman was saying that Paul hit a tree, rolled over. They have no communication radio-wise, so they don't know exactly what was going on, but obviously he's doing good. He's running strong. So he found a tree.
So Paul Wolf and Wayland Campbell have both tipped over, and Wayland has moved into third position, and Paul moved back up into fourth spot, and Chip McLaughlin still is not moving yet, so tough break for him.
Yes.
And yeah, speaking about trees, I saw where you were going with that Paul found one. Chip, I don't know if he did or not.
Well, Chip did have some tree branch in his driver's side window earlier, but you know what Chip did, right? I mean, he put it all over social media. He went hanging those little green trees all over the back of all the 4400 guys.
And there's our physical race leader, Brian Crofts, hitting the spider track backsplash. And so that is at race mile 4. Wayland is at race mile 1. So it's a 3-mile split between there. Okay, Bailey Campbell is roughly race mile 2. So it's a 2-mile lead, 1-mile lead over Wayland. It's going to be a race to the finish with 26 minutes until the white flag comes out. And getting a time split from Benji, Bailey is 4 minutes, 20 seconds behind Brian Crofts.
So we were talking, we have not seen Pip, and we have not seen him on camera. The Rufus Racing team, they do not have any radio communication with him as well. So the water is taking a toll on these guys and on the radios, and that's what we saw yesterday in our UTV class. A lot of that was going on.
As our physical race leader is moving into the Brannock boulders as we speak. And Caleb Thompson out of New Zealand's tuned in. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. He said he's trying to work, but it's hard to work when he's trying to have this much fun watching this.
We have the luxury of this is our work, so it's pretty cool to do, and I love that everybody's tuning in from all over the world. Thanks everybody that is doing that.
And don't forget to go to the MAO app, and we have that on Google and Apple. Go to AOE.tv and Speedsport.tv. Go to the Ultra4 USA, MAO, and BMR Facebooks. Share it. Start a watch party. And Brian Crofts, our physical race leader, and on adjusted time, heading out for lap number 9 as he clicks out.
So we do know that Bailey Campbell's in that number 2 spot. Earlier on, she was 5 minutes and something behind Brian.
It was 5:43, and she just cleaned it up to 4:30.
Yes.
So
you took exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, so she's got a minute up on him, or made up a minute, as Kevin Taylor makes quick work. There's Paul Wolf coming down the Yukon Little Blue section.
That is a great shot right there. I believe that is Paul Wolf.
Yep, Paul Wolf heading, you can see at the top of the screen where the woods, you enter the woods, so he's got one little more water crossing to go. But what a wonderful day of racing it has been, and we are not done yet. And thanks again for everybody tuning in to the best damn race of the year, presented by Rugged Radios here with Ultra4 USA, displaying what it is all about. So Bailey Campbell is doing good.
Paul Wolf is just trucking along in the back stretch. Now that is one of our high-speed sections, but here we now are back with Kenneth Goodall splashing through the water. He'll be coming through here in just a moment. Oh, slowing down just a little bit. I was a little concerned there for a second because I saw some steam, but it looks like he's doing just fine.
And there's another shot of Chip. Oh, that is Pip Justice. Sorry. So we haven't seen much of him. Not sure exactly where he is at, but
Yeah.
they're getting some tools out.
And we were wondering, and we were trying to find out if anybody knew what was going on with him, and there is no radio communication.
There is Brian Crofts, our physical race leader, heading towards the Raceline Wheels Waterfall section.
Brian Crofts making his way up the waterfall.
All right, so he is at the end of the first wood section. So that is a race mile number 2, basically. So that is at the end of the first race, the first wood section. And actually, last year the racetrack went where he is on that line. This year it's to his left. So he is off course, not sure what's going on. Had such a great race going, but Pit Justice is off the side of the course and has been sitting there for a few laps. So tough break for him as Brent Moffitt clicks off another lap, moving himself into 6th position. There's Bailey Campbell bypassing the Amsoil hot pits, hitting the Brannock boulders. And look at this, Chip McLaughlin is back in action. He moved back to 7th position, but great to see Chip McLaughlin with Rufus Racing back underway. He was sitting in the 3rd spot. Tough break.
Pretty much all day long he's been in that number 3 spot. So that took him quite a bit of time, whatever was going on with him. About 16 minutes is what it would look like it would have taken him on that lap. And there's Miss Bailey Campbell. She'll be coming through here in just a moment. Bailey Campbell sitting in that number 2 spot.
So we'll be able to get a time split here very soon between Brian Crofts and Bailey Campbell. It was up to 5:43, moved down to 4:30. What's it going to be right now? We're about to find out. Down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So she gained another 30 seconds that lap. So she's really starting to turn up the heat.
Yes, she's definitely on a mission. Hopefully Brian knows that she's trying to, well, obviously he knows that she's chasing
hopes
him
he
down.
doesn't
but
know.
Right, exactly. But he's either letting up just a little bit, but wow, what a great race Bailey Campbell's having.
Should be roughly 3 more laps in this race. We got 20 minutes yet to go before that white flag comes out for Brian Crofts. We will be giving away some of those Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies after this. And then tonight at 5 p.m., just before Pumpkin Hollow goes on the stage for some music, we'll be giving away the Western Series Championship. So we will be having a party down here at the start-finish line tonight. So if you're anywhere in the area, come on down, check it out. We'll have some live music and have some, we'll tell some racing stories, maybe even tell a couple fishing stories.
So do you see how when Paul Wolf entered into that water, like they're flying off of that ledge just a little bit. They're not even entering in the water right at the beginning. It's like halfway through is when they're hitting it,
Yeah,
actually.
they're skipping, but you can tell at the end of the water it's starting to get a little dugout where they're landing, so it's going to give them a little bit of buck.
And there we have Brian Crofts.
Clearing the Yukon Little Blue section.
So, Miles, really quick, Waylon Campbell, I guess Paul Wolf is a lap down from Waylon Campbell because Waylon was just now behind Paul when they went through that water crossing. But Paul Wolf is a lap down compared to Waylon.
You are correct there, Pam. So it is Brian Crofts out front by 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Then we'll get a time split from Waylon here in a couple minutes. And there's Ken Goodall pulled off as Bailey Campbell gets past, and Paul Wolf is back in the Amsoil hot pits.
So like we were saying, we talked to Chris Hickman, and he had no communication with him whatsoever.
And you see Anthony out. There's Uncle Robert. There's Ryan Rockhold. All hands on deck trying to help out Paul Wolf. And he looks a little bit frustrated, which it can happen.
It looks like he is actually unplugging his helmet.
So Paul Wolf, I'm not sure what he was dealing with, but he decided, I can't waste any more time in here. I'm heading out. And there's Waylon Campbell. So we will have a time split between Waylon and Bailey Campbell here in just a few minutes. And it gets all sorts of slideways.
So Waylon Campbell coming through. He is sitting in that number 3 spot.
And it looks like it's a 4-minute, 25-second time split. And Waylon Campbell has been pretty consistent right around that 10:30 mark. He is laying it down. Remember, Waylon started on the front line 1 minute ahead of his sister Bailey. So Waylon has to get around Bailey and put a minute on her. So right now it's looking good for Bailey Campbell to beat her brother. The Campbell camp is going to be a fun one to chat with tonight if it sticks out the way it is right now.
Oh, can you imagine 1, 2, and 3?
It would be pretty wild with the Campbells and Brian Crofts.
And Mr. Paul Wolf making his way. And Bailey's having trouble getting up onto this, up the waterfall, so I'm not sure what's going on.
So Bailey Campbell up at the Raceline Wheels Waterfall section, trying to chase down her fiance, Brian Crofts.
Okay, so she made it up right there. I was getting a little bit concerned for her because Waylon Campbell's not too far behind her, and he is running in that number 3 spot.
And look at that Optima battery leaderboard. It's been an amazing race thus far, but we are not done yet. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more racing action right after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. From Ultra4 to rallies, these guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. It jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are here at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney in Langley, Oklahoma, on the backside of the Pensacola Dam, as we're watching Waylon Campbell, physical 3rd position, trying to make it up nosedive, and he makes it up pretty quick and easy. Pam, this has been a good one.
Yes, and while we were at break, Brian Crofts went by, not through the finish line yet, but he went by behind us. His race truck did not sound too hot, so hopefully he's not having any engine issues. But he was definitely not on it like he's been this whole race. But we have been seeing Bailey Campbell picking up time as well. So it did not sound like it was running at par, but hopefully he's still trucking along and no issues.
And Erica's giving us an update. The 911 of Kevin Taylor is in the Amsoil hot pits with a driver rear flat.
And speaking of Brian Crofts, here he is. He'll be coming through our finish line here in just a few moments. And you were saying earlier we should have about 3 laps left in this race.
Yeah, we are 14 minutes, so it's actually going to be really, really close. I think it's 3 more laps, yeah.
Well,
we got 14 minutes, and he just clicked off a 11 minutes, so he should get 1 more lap in before the white flag. So that is a 3 more lap race if everything kind of keeps consistent as it has been, as Waylon Campbell is really pushing hard trying to catch his sister, Bailey Campbell. Caleb Jones just said he saw it was Chip McLaughlin coming down Little Blue, so he's still running strong. Great to hear that. As we're back on drone with Waylon Campbell, number 3 out of Gilbert, Arizona, with Campbell Racing and that Campbell Enterprise Monster Energy backed machine.
And that's great. The drone can follow them through until they have to go into the woods here, but that's awesome to see. It's good to see, too, the drone up high because it shows you the way the track is looking. But here we do have Paul Wolf making his way through. He is running in that number 4 spot. He is a lap down.
And Benji's giving me an update from Little Blue. Bailey's 5 minutes, 20 seconds behind, and Waylon is 6:22 behind Brian. So about only a minute is splitting Bailey and Waylon. So pretty impressive to see how this is going to shake out. I got a physical eye on Chip McLaughlin. He's still moving strong. Him and Brent Moffitt. Oh, Waylon Campbell is pulled off right by Pip Justice. Not sure what is going on, but Waylon Campbell, our physical 3rd position, just pulled off race course. I don't see Pip Justice anywhere right now either. So Waylon, I just saw him trying to come out of the car. Window net is up. Waylon Campbell is crawling out of the car. What a heartbreaker for him. What is going on?
Probably a flat tire. The way he's moving, he knows it's a hurry up. Oh, and look, and Pip is moving.
Justice is back in, getting back in action. No, he's got something.
Yeah, is that a belt? He's got a belt in his hand.
So something is going on in the front of his car.
So that's his tool bag that I saw earlier flapping around whenever he went by. So that's what kind of belt is that? I mean,
yeah, I don't know. Or without the side panels, his tool belt kind of came out and got tangled up in something. That's possible as well. So there's our physical race leader, Brian Crofts.
It just goes to show it's not over till it's over.
To finish first you must finish. And Brian Crofts makes quick work up the race line wheels waterfall. And there is still the 199 of Brendan Jones has been parked the entire race right there in the center of your screen. Tough break. And back to Bailey Campbell, physical 2nd. Now she's pulling away from her brother, Waylon Campbell. So who's in that 4th position? It's Paul Wolf. But Waylon is a full lap ahead. So it's gonna be interesting. Hopefully Waylon can get back going as Kevin Taylor and Heath Day change that tire. And he takes on out. But yes, Waylon Campbell is in the tool bag right now. Not exactly sure what he's doing, but look at this. He keeps his helmet on, so he still has high hopes he can figure it out and keep on rocking and rolling.
So it sounds like Paul Wolf, what had happened is he came in with oil pressure issues, but there's nothing they could do about it, so he just went ahead to go back out. I mean, if you can't do anything about it, you can't do anything about it.
So there is Chip McLaughlin heading through the Brannock boulders. We saw him parked for quite a while. Great to see him back moving in that 7th position. But right now the race on our hands is what's going on with Waylon Campbell. Because right now it's Brian Crofts and Bailey Campbell out front. And they're both still running pretty smooth. And Waylon was really running hard until he has some kind of mechanical. He's out of the car trying to fix it.
And Kevin Taylor coming on through, clicking off another lap. Kevin Taylor's running in that number 8 spot.
So Paul Wolf is at race mile 3.5 right now, and Waylon is at race mile 2. So he's got to make 6 miles up to get around Waylon. So Waylon has literally 15 minutes or so to get back underway before Paul Wolf overtakes him.
And Chip McLaughlin's engine is sounding very, very healthy going through. He is now in that number 5 spot. So good job by Chip McLaughlin.
Getting thumbs up from Ken Hale and Todd Miller. They're in one of our water sections. I believe that's the one that's just before the Raceline Wheels waterfall. Ken Goodall and Todd Miller. So Ken Goodall and Todd Miller trying to figure something out on the engine. Yes, so that is the water crossing, the last water crossing before the waterfall. So Kevin Taylor is taking a hydraulic hose. It's causing some fitting issues, maybe some brake fluid. Oh, he's taking some parts out to Kenneth Hale. Sorry, misunderstood that. So a hydraulic hose and some brake fluid out to Kenneth Goodall so he can finish the race. So another great sportsmanship from Kevin Taylor helping out Ken Goodall. So thank you, Erica, for that update. There's a great shot. Oh, there it is. There's my buddy-in-law, Ben, Levi. Looks like Ryan Young, Shelby, and Levi for all the way from Paola, Kansas, right on the bottom right. Checking out the race. Oh, there's Luke, too. Great venue out there at Waterfall. Everybody's having some fun. They told me they were going to come, and they got a great shot there at the Waterfall.
And it's getting all shaded up there. I'm sure it's getting nice and cool up there.
So there's Paul Wolf back in the AMSOIL hot pits once again. There's Jared. There's Uncle Robert. Anthony Yount. Man, what is going on? Paul Wolf, he needs to keep pushing.
So there are no calms in the Campbell pit whatsoever.
But speaking about Campbell, there's Waylon. He is back in the car and getting suited up, so he is back in action. Not sure what his issue was, but to finish your, go ahead and finish your thought, Pam.
No, it's all good. It's all good. There's no information from the team because none of them have any of their radios.
Yeah, so no communication between the top three. So they're all running blind out there. So they can't get time splits. They can't tell their pits what's going on. The pits can't tell them what's going on. So that's a huge disadvantage right here between the entire Campbell crew. But Brian Crofts is still out front, and Paul Wolf in and out of the AMSOIL hot pits, entering the Brannick Boulders.
And Paul Wolf is still sitting in that number 4 spot. Waylon Campbell in that 3rd. So Brian Crofts first, Bailey Campbell second, Waylon Campbell 3rd, Paul Wolf 4th, and Brent Moffitt in that 5th position.
Paul Wolf back underway. We'll see what happens, but we did see Waylon Campbell take off, so he's got, let's see, if I do my quick math, about a 2.5-mile lead over Paul Wolf. So what's that going to be, about a 6-minute lead or so?
Roughly, that's about what the split was earlier between Bailey and Brian, whenever they were kind of around the same area.
And remember, Waylon and Paul took off side by side in that front row, so it's a physical finish between those two. Paul Wolf all over the throttle. From my venue point, the car looks like it's in great shape, but obviously he keeps stopping in the AMSOIL hot pits, so something's going on.
Something is going on, but he's still in that number 4 spot, which is a very good position to be. I mean, he is in 2nd position in the West Series points. And there is Brian Crofts.
Brian Crofts really checks up for that water and had a little bit of backfiring going on.
Earlier on, that's exactly what happened whenever I had said he went through when we were at break. His motor or his engine did not sound like it was running as healthy as it has all day long, but then he came through and it sounded like it was running just normal. So I'm not sure if he's having some problems or not, but he's still out there out front.
I mean, he is running open headers, so when he's wide open throttle to completely off, it may be just baffling back just a little bit. Oh, Waylon Campbell is not too far behind Brian Crofts, obviously a lap down. So Waylon Campbell's trying to chase down his brother-in-law, Brian Crofts. So it looks like Paul stopped in the pits and they were going to put some oil in it, but it would take too long, so they sent him back out. He's running about 20 pounds of oil pressure, so he needs to watch it. Oh, man. So if Paul's kind of dancing with the devil right there, because if these race engines are very, very expensive, but it does take time to put oil in.
It
so
does.
Thanks again, Erica, for that update.
It does take time to put oil in, but sometimes the oil pressure sensors can be off, and so that's another thing that happens. You think your car's losing oil or oil pressure, but it actually isn't. So hopefully that's the case. It's just an oil pressure sensor and not actually losing oil.
And there's Bailey Campbell back on screen, and I just want to give Erica Allred another huge shout out for running her tail off up there in the Amsoil hot pit. She's done an amazing job giving us all this tidbits of information. So Erica, thoroughly appreciate everything you are doing for us.
And here we have Paul Wolf making his way up to the waterfall.
You can see one of those Project X lights pointing towards the ground when he took that tumble earlier in the woods, but thankfully he was able to ride it. It's a huge wheel stand in the race line wheels waterfall section. That Brannick Motorsports logo on the side still looking good from Crandon. Paul Wolf has a great social media. He does these race recaps all the time, so if you're a fan of Ultra4, definitely go follow Paul Wolf. He's got a good thing going on the backside of everything. There's our physical race leader, Brian Cross, number 9. Out of Queen Creek, Arizona with CB Motorsports. So we got just over 2 minutes before the white flag goes out. So he will absolutely go out one more time before the white flag goes out. So there are 2 more laps to go before this race will end. And look at him. He's way off course a little bit. Not sure what happened there. Took a little bobble. Oh, it looked like he's wiping his shades off so he couldn't see. So Brian Crofts. Green flag racing for Brian Crofts. 1 more lap to go before the white flag comes out. With less than 2 minutes, JT was out there watching, but no, he snuck through. So 2 more laps to go, and here comes Waylon Campbell heading through the Rugged Radio's start-finish line. So it will be white flag next time around for Brian Crofts here at the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area here in Disney and Langley, Oklahoma. And this race is not over yet. 2 more laps to go before we crown 1, 2, and 3 with those Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies. And then later on this evening, we'll get out the Western Series Championship for all of our classes as well. And then we'll start playing some music with Pumpkin Hollow and have a party down here at the start-finish line. So if you're anywhere in the area, come on down. It's a free event. And we've had a great weekend of racing, and we're going to celebrate tonight. There is Mrs. Bailey Campbell hitting the heads-up loop number 1.
All right, she's running strong, and she is going to be coming through here in a minute, but they're still getting 3 laps left.
2 more laps.
2 more laps.
Yeah, next time around will be the white flag. There's Paul Wolf, and there's a great shot of Little Blue State Park as he comes down the Yukon Little Blue section and heading towards the woods, where we did see Pip Justice park for a little bit, but he was able to get back and going. Oh, but I see him behind us. So he made it another mile or so, and he is pulled off the race course at the end of the qualifying lap right here at the start-finish, but there's another mile and a half to go. He's not going to keep going. Tough break for Pip Justice all the way from Australia.
Yes, and here's another update. Kevin got the parts over to Kenneth, and Kenneth is on track working to hope to finish the race. So good job by these guys and helping each other out. So Kevin Taylor being the hero for Kenneth Goodall's race, so hopefully he gets out and finishes it up.
And that is sportsmanship at its finest as Bailey Campbell own line now. The crowd's doing a great job having some fun out there. Big waves from everybody. Oh, look at the crowd having fun there at the Waterfall. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and checking out. It's an amazing event. But it sounds like we have a rugged replay of Brian Crofts heading straight up the gut of the Waterfall. So here is our rugged replay. There's normally a left and a right line, but yeah, he just kind of comes straight up the gut and just one hits it and ranks it right up. That Campbell chassis does work right there.
Well, and he did have Wayland right behind him. Even though Wayland is not competing with him right now for position, he knew that he has the heavy hitter on his tail.
There's Bailey Campbell going through the heads-up loop just before the rugged radio start-finish. So she'll be heading out for her 2 laps to go. We'll get a time split between her and Brian Crofts. So out front is Brian Crofts, then Bailey Campbell, then Wayland Campbell. And there's Brian Crofts, our physical race leader. He has cleared nosedive and heading into the Little Blue Yukon area. Right now, if he takes a hard right, he goes down the Little Blue proper, but no, most everybody is bypassing that and going around. And they'll be doing the cave drop. And yes, Wayland Campbell is all over the tail of Brian Crofts. So they're out there having some fun.
They're having some fun, and talk about pressure. I mean, you don't want to get passed, but also you are running your own race here as well.
Yeah, but yeah, don't forget Wayland Campbell is a lap down on Brian Crofts, but it just goes to show you how amazing these Campbell chassis are. Brian Crofts and Wayland Campbell are on basically identical cars, and boy, they're out there running strong, first and third. So it's a Campbell sweep now.
Yes, it is.
Those Campbell chassis are doing amazing. There's Paul Wolf getting around Chip McLaughlin.
And Chip looks like he is limping the car or his race truck to the hot pits possibly.
Brian Crofts still clicking off some laps. He's at almost at race mile number 2 of 5. Next time around for Crofts, the white flag will be flying here in about, just shy of 10 minutes or so. As long as they can keep everything going. And it is a 4-minute, 8-second time split between Brian Crofts and Bailey Campbell.
And look at Bailey Campbell. Her last lap was her fastest lap of the race at a 10:42.221.
So she knows where she's at, and she's pushing strong. So it's a 1/1000th of a second slower.
So I missed a number there.
So it is a complete, within a 1/1000th of a second, exact same lap as her fastest lap. That is incredible to, on this 5-mile course, running that hard to be that close. And it looks like Chip has another left front flat tire.
And here we do see Bailey trying to make it up the waterfall. She was having some issues going up there earlier, but right now it looks like she's all good.
Still pushing strong, Mrs. Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller. And there's Brent and Corey Moffitt still pushing along. They are in the top 5 for the 4,400 class as we speak.
And Brent Moffitt right there going through the water. He'll be coming around here in just a moment to our finish line in just a few moments. Going through those water crossings. But Brian Crofts out there in that number 1 position.
So 2 more laps for Brent and Corey Moffitt in that solid axle, straight axle machine. Jimmy's chassis still running strong. So it is Brian Crofts and Bailey Campbell out on the lead laps. Here's Paul Wolf still pushing. Hopefully he's having some oil pressure. He is not having some oil pressure issues. And it is a dogfight between Brian Crofts and Waylon Campbell out there. They are pushing each other to the limits.
Yeah, Waylon Campbell still behind him. But
no,
here we
Paul Wolf is pulling off the race course just past the race line start finish. Remember, he was having oil pressure issues, so he's playing a points game right here. He made it he clicked off another lap, but is pulling over, trying to save the car probably. We'll see if we can get somebody down there to get us an update. So he is over 2/3 of the race, so he will get finishing points.
Well, and it all will come down to where is Brent Moffitt as well. And then you have Chip McLaughlin that we know is having some issues as well. So Paul Wolf, even though he pulled off, might still be able to hold that number 4 position.
Yeah, on laps, you're looking right. It's going to be between him and Brent Moffitt, it looks like. Chip McLaughlin could sneak. Nope. It's going to be between Paul and Brent for the top 4 right there. And look at Brian Crofts, and in his dust is Waylon Campbell. The couple brother-in-laws battling it out on course. And Brian Crofts does a complete skim pass. How far back is Waylon? And there he is. And it looks like Waylon's got some speed on old Brian Crofts. So it's going to be interesting to see how this last lap plays out. So we are about a minute and a half away from the white flag flying for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. We are on the backside of the Pensacola Dam, right here in South Grand Lake Recreational Area, just outside of Disney and Langley, Oklahoma, as Brian Crofts bypasses Ames Oil Pits and getting ready to hit the Brannock Bowl.
Oh, and look how close behind Waylon is. Waylon is super close behind. All right, and here we are. Now, is Waylon going to do it and go get past him? Because if Waylon gets past him...
Oh, I didn't think of that. If Waylon can get around Brian Crofts, he's got 2 more laps. That is a good call there, Pam. and I'm sure Waylon knows that. And he's just pushing hard because why not? But if Waylon can get around Brian Crofts, he will have 2 more laps.
But they have all this water right here that they're trying to be a little bit cautious on, and Waylon Campbell is a little bit off to the wrong side. Oh, my goodness.
No, he bypassed the water. It's going to be really close. Waylon Campbell is going to go for a pass. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's going to be close.
Could.
But Brian Crofts, so the white flag will be flying. And yes, it is. The white flag flies for Brian Crofts. 1 lap to go with Waylon Campbell all over his tail. But remember, Waylon is 1 lap down.
Correct.
So it's still going to be a race to the finish. But 1 and 3 are nose to tail. How far back is Bailey Campbell? What a wonderful race we have on our hands.
If he would have got around, though, he would have been back on that lap, the lead lap with him. Well, actually, they're on the same laps. Waylon
is down 1 lap.
Wow, that would have been really awesome.
Yeah, holy cow, this is going to be a race to the finish. It's been a great finish to all of our races. It's been very, very exciting this weekend. So, again, thank you, everybody who has been tuning in. And there's a great shot of Brian. That was the end of qualifying last year. So they're going to dive through and kind of come to the right of our screen, kind of weave through the trees. So we'll be able to kind of keep up with them just a little bit. But this is the race we are watching right now. First and third are pushing each other. Can Waylon push Brian to make a mistake? Or can Brian drive hard enough to make Waylon have a mistake? It's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. Brian Crofts still out in front by about 5 seconds or so.
Even though they're not racing against the same position, he knows that he's back there pushing him, and that can make a driver actually, mess up because you're pushing yourself a little extra harder to not get past.
Oh, and look at Waylon going for the pass again. They're going to hit this water crossing, and he is all over the back of Crofts. Oh, so Bailey Campbell just tripped the first heads-up loop, so she's at race mile
Look at this.
3.5. But Brian Crofts is being pushed by Waylon Campbell. You know Waylon right now is all smiles. And look, it looks like Brian Crofts does pull over.
Let him go.
But, hey, that's a smart move. Let Waylon go out and push. And Ken Goodall push him around.
Up.
But that's a very smart move by Brian Crofts. He knows he's got a full lap. There's no way Waylon can get him. So Waylon was absolutely pushing him. So smart racing by Brian Crofts right there. There is Chip McLaughlin heading up the race line waterfall, and there is Waylon Campbell that has just got around Brian Crofts. But remember, Waylon is a lap down. Brian Crofts now chasing Waylon Campbell. This is the last time around the waterfall for our leaders. But they still get to wait there for Bailey Campbell as Brent and Corey Moffitt make it down the Yukon Little Blue section.
And Bailey Campbell, speaking of her, she is definitely on the rails going through that water crossing. I love that camera view right there. Again, I said it earlier, it's a great spot to see them blazing through the water.
A great aerial view to see how vast it is down here. There's over 20,000 acres and over 100 miles of trails. But we've got a 5-mile course laid out, and it has been an amazing weekend. Thank you to everybody for staying tuned in. This is the 4400 main event. Drone's doing a little trick flying right now.
Taking us on a little airboat ride here.
Little 3-mile tour.
So there's lots of stuff going on this weekend over in Arizona. In California is the Off-Road Expo. I got to give a shout out to Ryan Few. He's over there. He is with Nitto, and he is cheering on the Campbells and Crofts because they're also all on Nitto tires. But Ryan's got it on their big old Jumbotron that they have on their trailer. So pretty cool to hear that they're watching that all the way over there in California.
Well, thank you, Ryan Few with Nitto. And, yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a Campbell Enterprise chassis sweep and a Nitto tire sweep. It's a great weekend by all. So I tried to get an update on Paul Wolf. They're not sure what's going on, but smell oil, and it is hot. So it's possible he could have put a little hurting on there, but who knows what's going on. Tough break for Paul. And look, Bailey Campbell's in the Amsoil hot pits. Looks like changing a right rear flat tire. I think she still has second locked down, so she's playing it smart because she still has 5.5 miles yet to go to finish up her race. And look again, the Ultra4 family, all hands on deck, having everything come together.
Oh, come on, Miss Bailey.
So Bailey is back in action, and there's Waylon. He is pushing hard. What a great shot of the Little Blue Yukon section. So there is Brian Crofts, our physical race leader, sneaking up on race mile number 2. And there's our physical second, getting ready to start her 11th and final lap. Sorry, they're going to finish 12 laps.
12 laps in total, yes.
That's pretty impressive. Racing for 2 hours plus the white flag on this 5-mile course with a little bit of everything. Some water crossing, some of the biggest rocks we see, some wide open sections, and some tight trees. This is what Ultra4 USA is all about. And there goes Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller grabbing the white flag. Physical second position. So about a 2.5-mile lead between Crofts. No, that's just shy of 2 miles between Crofts and Bailey Campbell. As we see Brian Crofts sneaking up on race mile number 2 at that first little woods section. He'll be jumping out on the lake bed here in about 10 seconds. Just for about a second, and then head right back into the woods. And it gets really tight in these next couple wood sections. So it's just a horseshoe right out on the lake bed and right back into the woods. And then right now he's going to take a hard right, followed through the trees, and it gets real tight and turny right there. And then he'll hop back out on the rocks and then head back in for the third and final wood section as Brent and Corey Moffitt still trucking along.
And they're actually running in that number 5 spot, so that's a great spot to be. They were having some problems earlier, but here they are still going.
But Brent Moffitt's still going to go out for another lap, and Paul Wolf, I believe, is still pulled off to the side. So I think Brent Moffitt's going to pump Paul Wolf from 4th to 5th.
Well, Brent Moffitt will be completing this lap, so they'll have the same number of laps. So Brent Moffitt moving along.
Yes, I just put physical eyes. Paul Wolf is still stopped just after the start finish, so Brent Moffitt can go out for another lap and bump Paul from 4th to 5th. So Brent Moffitt is going to get 4th position if everything holds true. Back following Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller as they pass Ken Goodall. Big thumbs up from everybody.
And as long as Brent Moffitt keeps on going and doesn't have to stop in his hot pits and get Waylon Campbell and Brian Crofts by him, he will still get to go out for another lap.
So there is Paul Wolf stopped and out of the race just after the Rugged Radio start-finish. So Waylon Campbell has got about a 30-second lead over Brian Crofts, but remember, Waylon is a lap down. So our physical race leader, Brian Crofts, is sneaking up on race mile 3.5 of 5 as we watch Bailey Campbell making up the race line wheels waterfall.
And there we are again with Waylon Campbell making his way through.
So Waylon Campbell's heading to the end. He'll do a 180 loop and head toward the Spider Track backsplash. So coming into screen should be our physical race leader. There he is. Brian Crofts is right around race mile number 4. No hard obstacles per se. He's got a couple water crossings, the Brannick boulders, and he will be here in town in about 2.5 minutes, grabbing that checkered flag.
And there's Waylon Campbell.
Look at Waylon. He is skimming fast.
So, Miles, it would be very interesting to see if Brent Moffitt does have to stop or anything, because right now he literally will get to go out for another lap.
And I'm thinking right now, am I confusing myself? So Brian Crofts is out front. Waylon Campbell got around him, so is Waylon going to grab? Is he going to get 2 white flags in? Or how's that going to work? I guess we'll see how it plays out.
Well, they both got a white flag.
Correct. But
on
then
the last lap.
Waylon got around him, and Brian Crofts is our leader. So we'll see how it all shakes out.
And there is Miss Bailey Campbell.
Heading up nosedive for her 12th and final time. And Brent Moffitt heading out for his final lap. Brent and Corey Moffitt, 1 more lap to go. 5 more miles down here at the South Grand Lake Recreational Area.
So, Miles, that will make Paul Wolf go down into that number 5 spot because he is going out to get another lap.
So great run by Brent Moffitt, but hey, if Paul Wolf can hold that 5th position for points, he still has good hope in the Western Series Championship. And there's Waylon Campbell. He's about 100 yards away from the Rugged Race Radio start-finish line.
All right, so let's keep our eyes on Mr. Taylor. So he is going to get the checkered flag.
So Waylon Campbell grabbing the checkered flag, but that should put him in 3rd position. So Brian Crofts is not too far behind him. Waylon Campbell was a lap down. So we are really, really close to getting our unofficial winner. There he is, Brian Crofts, our unofficial winner of the Best Damn Race of the Year, presented by Rugged Radios. 100 yards to go. The checkered flag is out for Mr. Brian Crofts. A great running all day, all over the throttle. And Brian Crofts grabbing that checkered flag. What a wonderful race for the 4400 main event. Pam, that was a good one.
That was definitely a good one. We were waiting for Miss Bailey Campbell to come in and get her checkered flag, but right now, unofficially, we have Brian Crofts in that number 1 spot, Bailey Campbell in 2nd, and Waylon Campbell in 3rd position.
So a Campbell Enterprise chassis sweep and a Nitto tire sweep. What a great run by all. There's Bailey Campbell, physical 2nd and on adjusted time. She's in our first little fast flowy wood section right around race mile number 2. So 3 more to go. And I hear Brian Crofts rev it up for everybody right here at the start-finish line. And here is Chip McLaughlin. Looks like he should lock up 6th place. Not a bad run for him. So Chip McLaughlin racing for Rufus Racing and Z, grabbing the checkered flag. What a great run for him. And right behind him is Pip Justice. He was waiting for his teammate to come through so he can finish.
Go.
Obviously, he short coursed that last lap, so it won't count. But he wanted to finish with his teammate, Chip McLaughlin. That was a great sight to see.
But that does put Chip right now unofficially in that 6th position. So great run by Chip. He's had a hard run the past few races in the past year, and he is super excited. You could just see the smile on his face with just that little glitch of the drone when it was flying in front of him.
One of our Ultra4 family over in Johnson Valley, Dave Johnson, just shoot me a text. He said, this is super cool for Brent if he grabs 4th. He thinks it'll be his best finish ever. He was a rookie at King of the Hammers last year. So great running for him. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It looks like it's starting to clear out just a little bit at Waterfall. The main race is over out there. But look at the crowd, Pam. They had so much fun out there. Hopefully they come and join us for a party down here at the start-finish line for our Western Series Awards. And then Pumpkin Hollow is going to be rocking some music tonight. So come join the party.
Yes, it's going to be an amazing night of giving away awards as well for our West Coast Series. And here Miss Bailey Campbell is in the background of our studio for here. And there we have her.
So that is race mile 3.5. She's still running strong, so Ryan Miller and Bailey Campbell look like they should have 2nd place locked up. What a wonderful race by all of these competitors. Let's go, Bailey! Oh, and Brian Cross just came up here and is rooting on Bailey Campbell. He is excited. Good job, buddy. He came over to the back of the rugged booth and gave her a huge shout-out. He's got to be all smiles right now.
Well,
and
yes.
You know Bailey's just as excited.
And Kevin Taylor just came through and got the checkered flag as well. He was having some issues earlier on, but he just now got that checkered flag. That's got to be a great feeling after you race in a race like this. It's not a super long race, but it's been a hard race. They've had some hard hills they've had to go up. But getting that checkered flag was Kevin Taylor.
It should put him in the top 10 for sure as Bailey Campbell's getting ready to hit the Spider Track backsplash. Looks like she's wide open, so we'll get a little hydroplane from her. And one more time to go over this little splash section, and she does it well again.
She's got to be well up into 90s, 100 mile per hour back there.
Over 80 for sure. And there's Brent Moffitt as he's coming around the Yukon Little Blue section. I wonder what the top speed is out there. It probably is in that section. So sniffing 100, at least over 80.
I will be finding out when I go do their interviews because I want to know exactly how fast they were going.
Exactly. And they got it on their GPS, so they can't even lie to us. So Brent Moffitt dropping out the backside of Little Blue. Basically race mile 1.5. What a great showing by Brent and Corey Moffitt. We saw Derek West riding with Mick Henson yesterday. This is one of his old cars out here still running along. You know, kind of a dazed
unique
and confused, I call it, a Ultra4 rock bouncer Porsche-themed machine.
It is definitely unique, and there is Miss Bailey Campbell getting ready to come around our last heads-up loop. And she'll be coming around to get that checkered flag unofficially in that number 2 spot.
So Bailey Campbell, a couple hundred more yards, and she'll be grabbing that checkered flag. Unofficial 2nd position. Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller all over the throttle, getting slideways, grabbing that checkered flag. Unofficial 2nd position goes to Bailey Campbell.
Great driving by Miss Bailey Campbell. I mean, she had a flat, I believe is what it was she had earlier on. She was having some issues of it going into limp mode, but she finished this race strong and held on to that number 2 spot.
It definitely wasn't limp mode across the Rugged Radio's finish line. She was wide open throttle.
All right, and I believe that is Brent Moffitt still trucking along.
So I'm pretty sure we unofficially just wrapped up the podium for Brian Crofts, Bailey Campbell, then Waylon Campbell. A Campbell Enterprise chassis sweep. What a great showing by all. Look at Brian Crofts, super excited for his fiancée, Bailey Campbell.
Love this.
And there's
And
the brother
Wayland.
Waylon Campbell. What a wonderful race that was, and the Campbells got to be super excited. And you know their dad, Shannon's back home with all smiles right now. Shannon, wish you could have made it, but we completely understand. But you got to be proud of what you have built here.
I mean, we got to talk about this too. Bailey Campbell is not only the driver of that vehicle, she also preps her own race truck as well. So it's pretty cool. She knows exactly what she needs to have done on that car, how it's feeling, if something's going wrong. And that's a real testament to people that work on the race cars. They know exactly what to do or how it's feeling, and they drive them a lot harder too because they prep them themselves. They make sure they do, all the bolts, checks, and all of that.
And Mama Tammy Campbell's back at home, all smiles as well. Just what a great showing they just had. It looks like there's Levi still broke down there. So much fun that we have had today. We're just winding down for the 4400 main event. So we're going to step away. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the best damn race of the year on the backside of the Pensacola Dam, presented by Rugged Radios, featuring Ultra4 USA. We are just winding down for the 4400 main event. We're still waiting for Brent and Corey Moffitt to cross the line to get their fourth position. What a wonderful weekend of racing it has been. Thank you again for everybody for tuning in. There's Brian Crofts, Waylon Campbell, and Bailey Campbell out there. Waylon's already on the phone celebrating with somebody. And there is Brent and Corey Moffitt heading up the staircase, going to bypass the AMSOIL hot pits for the final time.
And he will be our last finisher, I believe, of the day. So he is going to be taking over that number 4 spot unofficially from Paul Wolf.
Brent Moffitt entering the Brannock Boulders for his last time. About 2 minutes, and we'll see him in here.
So 12 laps were completed today by Brian Crofts. I can't even talk, Miles. I'm going all tongue-tied.
It's been a long weekend.
Bailey Campbell. Waylon Campbell did 11 laps, so the top two are the only ones who did 12 laps today.
12 brutal laps out here. It's not just the roundy round course. This is Ultra 4, and this is what we love. So Brent Moffitt splashing through the water for the last time. 2 more turns to go, and he's going to have his best finish with Ultra4 USA in the 4400 class. Brent Moffitt on his last turn, all over the throttle, getting her done one last time. Unofficial 4th position for Brent and Corey Moffitt.
So good job by all the racers today. That was definitely a brutal course out there.
Sounds like the rugged radios getting a little, the course is cold. The rugged radios just said course is cold. Sounds like Erica Allreed, a 3rd member, is down there with Brian Crofts. Erica, what do we got?
Brian Cross, our 4400 Unlimited winner. Brian, it sounded as though you were the only driver out on course that didn't have issues and was able to come out of that race unscathed. So tell me, what went into this brilliant effort here today?
I think all the troubles I had coming into the race, having a motor that wasn't running, luckily had our tuner and he was able to get the car running good for us. And we just winged it on the start line and sent it. So.
Well, it seemed to pay off for you and your team. So anything else you want to say about that win? Because must I say, it looked very rough out there.
Yeah, it's super wet, as you can see, but, no flats all day, no belts, no nothing. I was able to keep the car rolling and moving, and that was the name of the game. And I think you just saw history here. The first time ever we've had 1, 2, 3 Campbell and Crofts. So it's pretty cool to have my wife finish 2nd and my brother-in-law 3rd. So I couldn't be happier.
I bet. Congratulations on that one, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, and great job goes to Brian Crofts. He forgot to thank me for towing him into the pits a couple days ago after he was pre-running, but I'll let you slide on that one. But no, what a great showing it was. With the Campbell crew, Brian Crofts out front, then Bailey Campbell and Waylon Campbell. What a wonderful day of racing. What a wonderful weekend of racing. And here comes our Good Boy Vodka unofficial results. And that first position is Brian Crofts. Number 2 is Bailey Campbell. Number 3, Waylon Campbell. Then Brent Moffitt, Paul Wolf.
In that 6th position, Chip McLaughlin, Kevin Taylor in 7th, Kenneth Goodall in 8th, Pip Justice 9th, and Philip McGilton in that 10th spot.
And 11th, Daryl Kresbach. Then Ken Hale, Dana Hale, Levi Shirley.
Frank Vonderheide, Brendan Jones, and then Tim Hooper did not actually take the green flag this morning.
So lots of attrition set in today, but that is what Ultra4 is all about. This is some of the hardest racing out there. It was so much fun to watch. I hope you guys and gals back home and here on site had just as much fun as we did.
Yes, and it's awesome to see they're down there having little celebrations after this awesome finish. And we just heard Brian Crofts talk about he thinks that's the first time in history that 3 Campbell chassis have gone across the finish line, 1, 2, and 3.
That's pretty impressive. And again, a Nitto sweep as well, so they've got to be excited about that one as well. Shannon Campbell and Tanny Campbell are back at home celebrating as well. I'm sure of that. They got to be super proud of their kids. And here's a Rugged Radio celebration replay. This was fresh after the race.
That is Brent Moffitt up on the hood of his race truck, giving a hands up in the air. Super excited to be finishing.
So that's his best finish with us. I believe that's at 4th place, and that's his best finish in 4,400. So Brent and Corey Moffitt got to be super excited. What a beautiful landscape it is down here. Pam, I've had so much fun with you this weekend. What a great weekend of racing it was. We started yesterday with some qualifying, then did UTVs. Last night we did the stock class. This morning we did youth. Today EMC, and finishing out with 4,400. It's been an action-packed weekend.
Yes, it has, and we're not even over yet. We still have to do our podium awards for the race, and then tonight we're doing our West Coast points. That'll be another fun deal. We will also have all of our drivers over here doing that. We'll be having that at 6 o'clock tonight. A band is going to be playing. It's going to be a good time.
Following that, Pumpkin Hollow is going to be hitting the stage, so don't go anywhere. We're having a party tonight with American Outdoor Events and Ultra4 USA right here at the start-finish line. So, grab your coolers, grab your rigs, go play for a little bit. Go follow the course, and you can see how hard it really is out there. You don't need GPS. This course is burned in, and you can kind of see how hard trails are. And then come and join us for tonight with Pumpkin Hollow after we give away the Western Series Championship.
And then in just roughly about a month, we will be in Havasu for our finals. It's going to be an amazing event out there, Miles. You have a list of everything that's going on out there.
Yeah, we have Ultra4 USA, F1 boat racing, IPRA rodeo, the American side-by-side takeover. We have national music acts, sound outlaw, drag racing, pool parties, jet ski trick shows, and so much more. That is October 26th through the 29th. We have VIP packages available, so go to legendsofhavasu.com for all of that information. But it sounds like Erica Allreed is ready once again with Bailey Campbell, unofficial second. Erica, what's she got to say?
Thanks, Miles. Like you said, with Bailey Campbell. Bailey, although you got this second place finish, this one did not come easy as your car was going in and out of limp mode. You got a flat and a belt came off. So just how gratifying is this one as you really had to work for it?
I came into this race thinking I'm probably going to have a belt issue. I did last year, and it's just all the debris coming up into the engine compartment. But Miller and I lost communications, and he was doing the hand signals, and I'm starting to think the Rance brothers are a good luck charm for us because they were our pit again, and I can't thank them enough. This race is amazing, and I'll definitely always come back here.
Well, congratulations to you and your team. A hard-fought one for sure.
Thanks, Erica.
Thank you, Erica. And congratulations, Bailey Campbell. What a great, great showing by all of the Campbells that were out here this weekend.
Yes, and it's awesome to see her up there on the podium in that number 2 spot. She's also been on the podium up in Montana as well. So it sounds like she has the great pit crew going on. And we have Chip McLaughlin back here giving us hands up. He finished a race. He so
finished
excited.
the race without hitting too many trees, or at least not too hard. Oh, he did say he pinballed a couple times, but that's just part of the game. You can see in the distance that is the Rugged Radio's start-finish line. That is where the party is happening tonight. They call it the Chili Bowl area. So, again, go run the course, have some fun, stock up some coolers, grab some snacks, and we're throwing down tonight. We're seeing some trail riders out there checking out the Spider Track backsplash. Well, Pam, thank you again for being in the Rugged booth with me all weekend long. I've had so much fun. Erica Allreed has joined us once again, and it's been an amazing show.
Yes, it has been. Erica's been doing a great job out there getting information for us for the drivers or from the drivers, and she was saying that they were wanting to give her good information. I'm like, because they want us to talk about them. They want us to talk about our drivers.
Yeah, everybody kept texting in and keeping us updated. Thanks for everybody on social media for coming engaged. That kind of helped us give us some updates for everything. Man, wow, what a wonderful weekend of racing it was here. I've had so much fun. I hope you guys back at home have as well. So thank you for everybody for tuning in to Ultra4 USA for the 2023 Best Damn Race of the Year presented by Rugged Race Radios. From the entire broadcast crew at AOE.TV and Speedsport.TV, I am Miles Haskowitz alongside Pam Hall. Thank you, and we will see you at Legends of the Hall for our national finals.